At the places where the two ends of the log connected to the mountain, roots grew and penetrated into the mountain. The original plan was to cut off the roots on one side, push the log down, and use the log's own weight and downward momentum to twist off the roots on the other side. But the log was stuck too tightly and too heavy, so they couldn't push it at all. They wanted to cut off the roots on the other side, making it difficult for the log to absorb the energy from the two mountains, and that side was within the skill range of the strange creatures, so they were caught in a dilemma for a while. Lin Shen looked at the place where the log connected to the mountain wall. This end of the log was stuck in the crack of the mountain, and there were protruding rocks on both sides. Unless they had enough strength to lift this end of the log, it would be impossible to push it down. If the protruding rocks on one side could be cut off, the log would be able to slide down by itself, but unfortunately the rocks here were also surprisingly hard and could not be cut at all. Lin Shen tried it, and the shaking and folding styles didn't work on the rocks at all. However, the mountain-suppressing skill of the mutant Yu Linglong could work on the rocks. The problem is that only the mountain-suppressing skill is useful, and Wei Wufu's white robe skill is also ineffective. It can only weaken the hardness and toughness of the rocks to a limited extent, and it is impossible to cut off the protruding rocks like cutting tree roots. Lin Shen looked at Wei Chongqing and others on the log, and saw that their face armor was bleeding, and the situation did not look very optimistic. Old Wei, sing. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and activated all his skills, and the super base transformation was turned on. He pressed the slag knife with both hands and scraped it directly at the protruding rocks. Dang! 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 The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Old Wei knocked on the wooden fish and sang the magical lyrics over and over again. Lin Shen held the slag knife in his hand and used it as a file to scrape the rocks one by one. The hardness and slag force of the slag knife were beyond imagination. The hardness and toughness of the rocks were weakened by the Jinshan River. Under the slag knife made a hole again and again. It would be great if Yekong and the others were here. With their accompaniment and singing, and Lao Wei's blessing, the effect would definitely be much better. Lin Shen also knew that it was useless to think about those things now, so he could only ruthlessly rub the rocks. Although he didn't know whether he would be able to make it in time, this was the only thing they could do. Now, the rock protrusion on the side that Lin Shen chose was higher than the other side, but there was a crack on the mountain on this side. If he could rub it to the crack of the mountain, he might be able to directly crack the mountain. I don't know how long he rubbed it, but Lao Wei's singing voice has begun to become hoarse, as if 3 pounds of sand were poured into his throat. Lin Shen was a little suspicious that Lao Wei might not have said as many words in his life as the lyrics he sang today. But the crack that Lin Shen rubbed was still more than a foot away from the crack of the mountain itself. Crack! Crack! Lin Shen hit it a few more times, and suddenly several cracks appeared near the crack. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw this, and hurriedly hit it a few more times. The cracks became more and more, and the cracking sound of the rocks breaking was endless. The bet was right. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. Seeing that the rock stuck in the log was about to split from the mountain, he hurriedly called Lao Wei and ran to the other side of the mountain. Crack! Crack! The rocks made a sound one after another, but they never broke completely. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen gathered all his strength and hit the mountain with a weight-breaking forepunch. This punch was like the last snowflake that triggered an avalanche, which immediately caused a major collapse, and a large piece of rocks slid down from the mountain. As the rock slid down, the end of the log that had lost its support also slid down. The powerful torque broke off the tree roots. At the other end of the log, which were rooted in the mountain, the log fell down the mountain with terrifying force. The log hit the mountain wall, breaking the rocks. When the roots at the other end were all broken, the whole log fell directly into the mountain stream with an extremely terrifying momentum. The earth shook, the mountains and rivers shook, countless rocks rolled down from the mountain, and smoke and dust rose below. For a while, the earth shook, as if the world was about to end. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu lay on the mountain, trying to keep their bodies steady. They looked into the mountain stream, but could not see the situation below. Wei Wufu looked down worriedly. Although he knew that the body of a nirvana person would not be broken so easily, if he was hit by his log, even the body of a nirvana person would not be able to withstand it. However, the probability of this was relatively small. The speed of the log falling was much faster than the speed of their bodies falling. As soon as the shaking stopped, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen rushed down the mountain together to the mountain stream. In the smoke and dust, they could not see anything. "Master!" Wei Wufu shouted loudly, but his voice had long been hoarse, and the sound he shouted was thin and small, almost losing his voice. "Wufu, we are fine." A voice came from the smoke and dust, making Wei Wufu and Lin Shen overjoyed. "It's okay. It's okay." A person's voice sounded in the smoke and dust, and soon 7 people from the Wei family rushed out of the smoke and dust. Although they all had different degrees of scratches and bruises, it seemed that the problem was not serious, except for some damage on the shell. When the dust settled, Lin Shen and others saw that the log fell into the mountain stream, and a deep pit was smashed into the mountain stream. Everyone searched with their eyes, and soon saw the location of the strange creature and the insect sac, which was at a relatively low position. The insect sac was pressed under the log, and the upper front of the strange creature was exposed. The place where the body and the insect sac were connected was full of disgusting mucus. It might be that the contents of the insect sac were all pressed into pulp and splashed out. The weight of the log was too terrible. Even the nirvana creature could not bear being smashed under it. When Wei Chongqing and his companions were about to go over and cut the strange creature into pieces, the strange creature moved. He pressed his hands on the ground, and his upper body stood up. He stared at Lin Shen and others in a strange posture, and made a strange creaking laugh. Finally came down. "I really have to thank you." The strange creature spoke human words, which shocked Lin Shen and others. Wei Chongqing reacted, and the friction between his 2 swords produced an indestructible purple lightning and thunder, which struck the strange creature. The strange creature supported the ground with one hand and waved its strange teeth with the other hand to face the purple lightning. With a loud bang, Wei Chongqing's power was blocked. The log shook a few times. As the log shook, countless roots grew where the log touched the ground. Roots grew under the entire log and penetrated into the earth. Waves of fluorescence were drawn from the earth and poured into the log, making the log gradually glow. "It's bad." Lin Shen looked a little ugly, knowing that their plan was wrong from the beginning. 83 Chinese website latest address. As the log's roots penetrated the ground, the log gradually turned, causing the strange creature and the insect sac to turn to the side. The flattened insect sac was rapidly expanding and recovering due to the injection of energy. The body of the strange creature stood straight like a snake with its head raised, holding its strange teeth in both hands, and its originally dark skin was covered with protruding blood vessels like small snakes, and its waist twisted slowly. It can be seen that his body is growing rapidly, as if he is trying to break free from the insect sac. It seems that only that trick can be used. Are you willing? Wei Chongqing's eyes swept across the faces of other Wei family members, and his always firm tone actually had a hint of hesitation. Everyone nodded, and Wei Chongqing said no more. Holding two swords in his hands, he shouted to Wei Wufu and Lin Shen, "You retreat to the mountain and watch this attack. If it succeeds, come down. If it doesn't succeed, retreat immediately without any hesitation. Master, I will help you." Wei Wufu stepped forward and said, "No need. If this move doesn't work, no matter how strong the help is, it will be useless." Wei Chongqing's face was radiant, and he stepped towards the strange creature step by step. Lin Shen originally wanted to use the shaking style, folding style, and Zenshan to help the Wei family, but after hearing what Wei Chongqing said, he could only retreat. As Wei Chongqing moved forward, Wei Shouqing and others followed him and stood behind Wei Chongqing. The purple air on their bodies rose and magically connected together, and the energy continued to gather on Wei Chongqing. What skill is that? Lin Shen, who ran to the mountain, was extremely surprised to see this scene. It was the first time he saw someone who could transmit his own power to others. Zixuan. Ichi. Wei Wufu next to him stared at Wei Chongqing and others below and said. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Zixuan Ichi should have this special function. The 7 people of the Wei family walked towards the strange creature step by step, and the purple and mysterious energy on their bodies became stronger and stronger, as if they were ignited by each other, rising wildly, and in a moment, it was unknown how many times it had increased. The purple and mysterious energy on the 7 people was so strong that their figures could not be seen, like a purple phoenix flying at a low altitude. A little purple spark flashed at the tip of the mouth of the purple phoenix, instantly igniting the entire purple phoenix. The purple phoenix turned into a purple lightning phoenix, and its power exploded in an instant. The fluctuation was so terrifying that it was unimaginable, and the dazzling purple lightning illuminated the valley and the sky. No wonder Master Qing said that there is no need to weaken the opponent. With such a terrifying power, if you can't win, even if you weaken some of the opponent's power, it will be useless. Lin Shen watched the purple lightning phoenix walking with thunder and lightning. The surrounding rocks rose from the ground because of the terrifying power and turned into powder. In the air, the earth shook, the mountains and rivers swayed, and everything around seemed as fragile as tofu in front of the terrifying purple lightning phoenix. Wei Chongqing crossed his 2 swords, and the purple phoenix let out a phoenix cry, leaving the body and rushing towards the strange creature on the log. Boom! The purple thunder suddenly sounded. And for a moment the whole mountain stream was illuminated by the purple lightning, and the eyes were almost blinded. Wei Wufu looked into the valley without blinking. His eyes were red from the light, until the lightning gradually weakened. And he saw Wei Chongqing and the other 7 people fall to the ground, their bodies could not even maintain the state of base transformation, and their shells were gone. 83 Chinese website latest address. They were sweating profusely, and Their combat uniforms were soaked. The combat uniforms they wore were actually the low-grade ones that Wei Wufu brought back. Anyone could see the state of Wei Chongqing and others. They were overdrawn very seriously. If this attack did not work, they could only wait to die. Wei Wufu looked quickly at the place where the insect sac was, and he could not help but feel happy. There was only a piece of black charred ash on the log where the insect sac was. The strange creature might have turned into charred ash along with the insect sac. Many roots growing on the log were also affected by this attack and turned into black charcoal. Even the log itself was the same, turning into a huge piece of black charcoal. What a powerful purple and mysterious qi. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The joint attack of Wei Chongqing and the other 7 people was so powerful that it was unimaginable. I am afraid that no one in the nirvana level could stop it. If such a strong force could not kill the strange creature, then there was no need for them to fight anymore. Just turn around and run. Just when everyone thought that the strange creature had been killed, they heard a sneer. As if it came from the sky. Everyone trembled and looked up in disbelief at the place where the sound came from. They saw that on the top of the mountain, the strange creature, which had only exposed its upper body, was now standing on the top of the mountain with a healthy body. It was tall, but not strong, but seemed to be full of explosive power. In addition to the flesh and blood, there was a strange blue exoskeleton. Those exoskeletons were not genetic shells, but part of his body, which was completely different from humans. I didn't expect that on a primitive planet, in such a short time, so many nirvana-level creatures could evolve and practice such strange techniques. The power of your joint attack is almost touching the edge of the immortal law. The strange creature looked down at Wei Chongqing and others, and said with interest, "It seems that the effect of the god-making egg is better than expected." Lin Shen. Wei Chongqing sat on the ground and roared with all his strength. Lin Shen knew what Wei Chongqing meant, and looked at Wei Wufu, who also looked at him. Lin Shen sighed inwardly. If he pointed at Wei Wufu now and took him away by force, Wei Wufu would have to live in pain for the rest of his life. With Wei Wufu's character, he would rather die in battle than live like this. Master Qing, I'm sorry. I only promised you to advance and retreat together with old Wei. Lin Shen followed Wei Wufu and ran down the mountain. When he came to Wei Chongqing and others, Lin Shen said to Wei Chongqing. Wei Chongqing sighed. It was meaningless to say anything more at this time. The strange creature jumped up from the top of the mountain and instantly landed on the log that was electrified into charcoal. The strange compound eyes swept over them. Wei Wufu stood in front, facing the strange creature, and said firmly, "Go. I'll be there." Lin Shen shook his head. He knew Wei Wufu wanted to fight to the death, but even if he didn't want his life, how long could he stop him? It seems that you are not an ordinary nirvana creature, you should be a race from the universe. What is your name, and what race are you from? Lin Shen did not leave. He waved his folding fan, walked to Wei Wufu, stood side by side with him, and said to the strange creature, "It's only been a short time, and we have entered the interstellar era. It's really amazing." The strange creature looked at Lin Shen with interest and said, "How many of the billions of races in the universe do you know?" "I know a few, but not much." "You can tell me." Lin Shen's expression did not move. "Since you helped me push the yuan tree down, allowing it to absorb enough energy from the second realm mountain, so that I could be born, you should listen carefully. My name is Dongli, and I am a member of the God-making clan. The strange creature had an arrogant look on his face, as if it was a great honor for Lin Shen and the others to hear his name. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen recalled his knowledge about the race in the universe and found no information about this race. At least, the God-making race is definitely not among the top 100 races in the current universe. This is something Lin Shen can be sure of. Xiaoqi, tell me about the God-building clan. Lin Shen's fingers quickly typed a line of information on the communicator. He could directly ask Xiaoqi by voice, but asking for information about other people's race in front of others seemed to be contemptuous. No need to check, you are on the cosmic network and can't find out the information about our clan. Dongli said with a strange smile. Dear Master, the God-creating race is not a race, but an organization established by some extremely dangerous elements. They have long used extreme means to plunder the planet's resources in the universe, leading to the destruction of the planet and genocide. Xiaoqi's voice suddenly sounded. When everyone heard this information, they were silent for a while. Lin Shen and the Wei family were silent because the other party was more terrifying than they imagined. He might not only kill them, but might even destroy their planet. Dongli's silence seemed a little awkward. Is there Dongli among the God-making clan? Now that Xiaoqi had spoken out, Lin Shen asked directly. Dear Master, among the currently known suspected members of the God-making clan, there is only one named Dongli. Chonghate Dongli was originally from Dongli planet. He caused the tragedy of Dongli planet, causing the destruction of Dongli planet and the Dongli clan. He was almost exterminated and is an extremely dangerous lunatic. His level is unknown and his strength is unknown. There is no more detailed information. Xiaoqi didn't give much information, but it was enough to make people feel alarmed. If Dongli has always hated Dongli, then he is a madman who can even destroy his own home planet and his people. If he comes to the human home planet, doesn't that mean that the entire human home planet will be in danger? Not bad, you can even find out my origin. Which cosmic race does the communicator on your body come from? Chonghen Dongli acquiesced to the information Xiaoqi said. You came to us to destroy our planet and race? Lin Shen did not answer Chonghen Dongli and stared at him. Destroy your race and planet? Chonghen Dongli laughed. You are not qualified yet. In a sense, I gave you, these uncivilized primitive creatures, the opportunity to embark on this journey. The road of evolution has entered the interstellar era. Without me, you would still be a group of ignorant barbarians, imprisoned on a planet forever, so in theory, I am your savior. So, your coming to our planet was just an accident? Lin Shen wanted to ask for more information. 83 Chinese website latest address. Perhaps because he had been trapped for too long, Chonghen Dongli had a very strong desire to communicate, so he took the initiative to answer Lin Shen's question. Of course, otherwise a planet like this with no resources at all, and uncivilized barbarians like you. Creatures are not worthy of my eyes at all. Ignorant people will think that the God-making clan is a lunatic who creates terror. What we do is the future of this universe. Chonghen Dongli suddenly pointed at Wei Chongqing and others, and said, you all benefit from the God-making clan. If you hadn't used the God-creating eggs left here, how could you have evolved so many powerful people in such a short evolutionary history? God-creating eggs, you mean those original eggs? Lin Shen's heart moved. Do you call them original eggs? This name is somewhat appropriate. They are indeed the most primitive batch of God-creating eggs, pet. Eggs developed for the purpose of creating gods. You ignorant creatures will not know it at all. How great! Changhen. Dongli continued indifferently, these God-creating eggs were originally supposed to be sent to a planet civilization that is countless times more advanced than yours, so that the advanced creatures there could become experimental subjects. Accidentally, my spaceship crashed on your planet. You inferior creatures are not worthy of using the God-creating eggs. Saying that, Changhen Dongli raised his head and glanced at the underground space, with an evil smile on his face. Fortunately, mistakes have their own advantages. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical genetic change in such a low-level planetary civilization. The land, and also allowed you, lower creatures, to verify the feasibility of the God-creating egg. I accepted this gift. From now on, this planet will be my testing ground, and you, lower creatures, will serve as my test subjects. You should feel honored that I will give you the opportunity to become gods. This is an opportunity that all races in the universe dream of. I also feel very honored. I don't know what becoming a god is to you. I only know that the pinnacle of evolution is immortality. If you want to go further, you can only become the Supreme Realm King in the universe. I have never heard of it. There is such a thing as God level. Lin Shen just wants to know as much as possible. Immortal and KO are nothing. Who defined immortality, and who sealed the KO? What we want to fight against and control is the core order that dominates the universe, the true origin of the universe. What we want to create, he is a god who can dominate this universe, rather than ignorant beings imprisoned by the order of the universe. Changhen Dongli said. What a great plan, I am willing to participate in this plan. Lin Shen thought it would be best to stabilize everlasting hatred Dongli first, and said with admiration. No. You can't. You have to die. You all have to die. Changhen Dongli looked at Lin Shen and said jokingly. Although you used the god-making egg, it is obvious that the degree of evolution has not reached the requirement, so you are all waste and have no use. Moreover, in order to be able to experiment with peace of mind, people cannot find out that I am here, let alone let people know that there is such a magical place of base mutation here, so all of you must die, especially you. After Changhen Dongli finished speaking, he pointed at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was speechless immediately. Qing Yi and his men fought with him for so long, and I didn't touch him at all. I also helped him push down the yuan tree so that he could be born successfully. Why must I die, and the one who was named? In fact, Lin Shen also knew in his heart that he had such an advanced communicator in his hand and was the most likely person to spread the news. Of course, Changhen Dongli would not let him live. In comparison, the combat uniforms of the Wei family members were all low-end. Except for Wei Wufu, Qing Yi, and the others, did not even have a communicator. Naturally, Lin Shen was the biggest threat. Unfortunately, after arriving in the underground space, the communication equipment had no communication signal. Even if Lin Shen wanted to send a message, it was impossible. Moreover, Lin Shen did not want to send a message. Changhen Dongli said that this place was a magical place of base change. If the alien race knew about it, I am afraid they would try every means to come to the human mother planet. 83 Chinese website latest address. What is that? Lin Shen suddenly widened his eyes and looked in one direction. Changhen Dongli turned his head subconsciously, but saw nothing. When he turned back, he found that Lin Shen was running for his life in the distant mountains. Childish. Changhan Dongli moved like a ghost, and was behind Lin Shen in almost the blink of an eye, reaching out to kill Lin Shen directly. Bang! Lin Shen didn't even turn his head back, and fired a shot. At the back. At the moment of firing, his speed increased directly, soaring to more than 1,000 in an instant. Changhan Dongli stretched out his hand and grabbed the pet capsule shot by Lin Shen, and crushed the bullet with a little force. However, Lin Shen's soaring speed made Changhan Dongli's eyes fixed. What's the speed of this guy? That's not the speed that an ascender should have. Looking back at Wei Chongqing and others, Changhan Dongli chased Lin Shen without hesitation. Lin Shen's strange speed surprised Changhan Dongli a little, and he was unwilling to give him any chance. Moreover, the direction Lin Shen fled was the exit of the underground space. If Wei Wufu and others wanted to leave the underground space, they could only go there. The tyrant in Lin Shen's hand fired the pet capsule again, but this time he did not hit Changhan Dongli, but hit the front, allowing him to maintain a speed of over 1,000. However, the speed of over 1,000 was still difficult to escape Changhan Dongli's pursuit, and he was still caught up by him quickly, almost behind him in the blink of an eye. Lin Shen did not even look at it, and fanned the inheritance fan in one hand twice, and the mutant Yu Ling Long in the other hand sprayed out the life base and used the Zenshan. Changhan Dongli, who was about to catch up with Lin Shen, suddenly saw countless mysterious light patterns and fluctuations coming, and the qi on his body was agitated, trying to directly shatter the mysterious light patterns and fluctuations. What he did not expect was that the mysterious light patterns and fluctuations actually passed through his body, forming a brand on him, instantly reducing his speed, and the speed between the two people was actually widened again. Changhan Dongli used his strength while speeding up, trying to erase the mark on his body, but found that it didn't have much effect. It's interesting. The weakening talent of the rapid upgrade can actually have such an effect on me. These talents are already close to exceeding the standard. Changhan Dongli was not surprised, but happy, with a strange smile on his face. Despite the triple weakening, he caught up again, and the distance between the two quickly closed again. Master, you, go. Wei Wufu didn't hesitate at all, got up, and chased in the direction where the two left. Others might suspect that Lin Shen wanted to escape, but Wei Wufu would only think that Lin Shen was leading Changhan Dongli away. Wei Wufu chased desperately, but his speed was much slower than Lin Shen and Changhan Dongli, and he was left far behind. Damn it, this guy is too fast. Lin Shen cursed in his heart. Changhan Dongli, who was triple weakened, was about to catch up with him again in a few breaths, and his speed was incredibly fast. Lin Shen fired a shot and flew up into the air, looking for death. Changhan Dongli almost immediately followed behind Lin Shen and also jumped up. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. His speed was much faster than Lin Shen. He was about to catch up with Lin Shen in the air, but suddenly found that Lin Shen changed direction, strangely in the air. Changhan Dongli's outstretched palm was unable to catch Lin Shen, and his flying figure also rushed past Lin Shen. Changhan Dongli was angry and sent out terrifying energy with both hands, trying to kill Lin Shen directly in the air. But Lin Shen moved around in the air as if he was on the ground, and he avoided Changhan Dongli's attack again and again. This time, Changhan Dongli saw clearly that Lin Shen actually stepped on each other with his feet and kept moving in the air. What kind of talent is this? It seems to be beyond the scope Of the laws of the universe. Changhan Dongli's eyes lit up, and he actually gave up using his strength, to attack Lin Shen. After falling down, he chased him again. The pet capsules in the tyrant are limited. After Lin Shen fired a few shots, he also tried his best to rush to the sky. Unfortunately, although there are flight restrictions in this underground world, there are also restrictions on height. There is a stone roof on it. Otherwise, he only needs to keep rising to the sky to escape Changhan Dongli's pursuit. Changhan Dongli, who was chasing Lin Shen on the ground, saw that Lin Shen's speed was decreasing, and jumped up again and rushed into the sky. Lin Shen wanted to use the air advantage to get rid of Changhan Dongli again, but he saw that Changhan Dongli's hand slapped out the surging strength, and the strength actually pushed his body back to change direction and move quickly in the air, like a jet propeller. You can still play like this. Lin Shen was shocked and quickly fired another shot to increase his speed, and then quickly changed direction in the air. Fortunately, Changhan Dongli's method could only allow him to advance quickly in one direction. It was much more difficult for him to change direction than Lin Shen. And he was finally thrown away by Lin Shen. Seeing Changhan Dongli falling to the ground again, Lin Shen seized the opportunity, stepped on his feet to increase his height again, rushed directly to the stone dome, grabbed the gap on the stone dome, and hung under the stone dome, staring at Changhan Dongli below. Are you also using the God-making egg? Changhan Dongli saw that Lin Shen had stopped and did not attack again. He looked at him with strange compound eyes and asked, "What if it is? What if it is not?" Lin Shen delayed time with his mouth, and calculated various possibilities in his mind. Changhan Dongli is actually only a nirvana level, but his speed is obviously much faster than that of ordinary nirvana levels. Lin Shen thought that he did not have the ability to take on the combined attack of Qingyi and others head-on, but he just used his speed to dodge it. If he really had the ability to fight head-on, why did he dodge it? Changhan Dongli defeated all the attacks of Qingyi and others head-on before, but he dodged the last attack, which shows that the attack was beyond his ability to bear. Although Changhan Dongli's tone was big, in the end, he was just a nirvana level. If it was really like what he said, and the Immortal and the Realm King did not take it seriously, why should he be so afraid of the news leaking out? If you use the God-making egg to advance, you really have the possibility of becoming a god. I will allow you to be my test subject. Changhan Dongli's tone seemed to be a gift to Lin Shen. That's really an honor. I wonder how you plan to arrange me as your test subject after I become your test subject? Lin Shen asked back. You can use the God-making egg to continue to advance, to nirvana, immortality, realm king, until you break through the limitations of this universe and become a god who controls the order of the universe. Changhan Dongli's voice was full of charm. Unfortunately, there are not many God-making eggs scattered in the underground world. Lin Shen said. 83 Chinese Network latest address. You don't need to worry about this. As long as you become my test subject, I will naturally find a way to make sure you have enough God-making eggs to use. Changhan Dongli said coldly. That means there are still many God-making eggs in the crashed spaceship, right? Lin Shen said with narrowed eyes. Yes, so as long as you follow me, you can naturally continue to use God-making eggs to advance. Changhan Dongli said. If I kill you, all the God-making eggs in the spaceship will be mine. That's not wrong, right? Lin Shen laughed. Haha, that's right. The problem is that you don't have the ability to kill me, but I can kill you easily. Changhan Dongli laughed, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he jumped up again, like a stream of light, and rushed towards Lin Shen hanging on the stone dome. Lin Shen's words just now had already angered him a little. Almost at the moment when Changhan Dongli rushed up, Lin Shen fired again and rushed in another direction. But this time, Changhan Dongli actually predicted his direction of movement, and his hands burst out with terrifying power, pushing his body towards Lin Shen. While flying towards Lin Shen, he pulled out the strange fangs hanging on his body and waved them at Lin Shen again and again. Strange power, like the fangs in the mouth of an invisible giant beast, bit into Lin Shen's body from different directions, leaving Lin Shen no room to dodge. Changhan Dongli had already had the intention to kill and no longer planned to leave him alive. Lin Shen tried his best to adjust his position and blasted out the four-punch wave-treading punch at the same time. Under the dual blessing of the super base form and super base transformation, the four-punch wave-treading punch with all his strength was still directly torn apart by the strange tearing force. Lin Shen failed to avoid the tearing force that continued to rush over, and only felt a huge pain in his chest. The shell on his chest shattered, revealing the Heavenly Kingdom No. 7 combat suit inside. The combat suit was twisted but not torn apart. Lin Shen's body was shaken and flew backwards, hitting a mountain below like a meteor. Bang! A corner of the mountain collapsed. When Lin Shen climbed out of the broken rocks, Changhan Dongli was already standing outside the ruins. He looked at the embarrassed Lin Shen jokingly and said, "Don't you want to kill me? Do it." After that, he didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak, and rushed up again, swinging the strange tooth in his hand at Lin Shen. Lin Shen retreated in panic, and seemed to instinctively throw everything he could grab at Changhan Dongli, the slag knife and pet gun on his waist, and the backpack on his back, all threw at Changhan Dongli. The slag knife and pet gun encountered the tearing force of the strange tooth, but they were not torn apart, but were bounced out, but the backpack was torn apart, and the things inside were scattered. Most things were instantly torn apart by the tearing force of the strange tooth, but a white light suddenly flashed among them. Changhan Dongli retreated subconsciously. The white light just now was so fast that he didn't even see how it disappeared clearly. During the retreat, Changhan Dongli suddenly felt his body sink and fell straight to the ground. Above Changhan Dongli's head, a fat boy like a snowball appeared. Lin Shen didn't pretend anymore. He turned around and rushed towards Changhan Dongli, who was suppressed by the fat boy, and pointed a finger of sand at his waist. Originally thought it would be a surefire attack, but Changhan Dongli twisted his waist to avoid it. Lin Shen was shocked that Changhan Dongli, who was suppressed by the fat boy, could still move. But Changhan Dongli's movement was obviously very reluctant, and he just barely avoided Lin Shen's finger of sand. 83 Chinese website latest address. What the hell is this? Changhan Dongli's compound eyes saw the fat boy standing above his head, showing a look of surprise, and stretched out his hand to grab the fat boy on his head. How could Lin Shen give him this opportunity? He punched and pointed at Changhan Dongli, attacking him crazily. Fortunately, under the suppression of the fat boy, Changhan Dongli's speed became very slow, not faster than Lin Shen. If he tried to grab the fat boy on his head, he would not have time to resist all of Lin Shen's attacks. Changhan Dongli subconsciously put down his hand and waved the strange teeth in his hand, trying to tear Lin Shen's attack apart first. But when the two forces collided, Lin Shen found that his strength was much weaker, not much stronger than his own. If it weren't for the tearing effect of the attack from the strange teeth, perhaps the two would be evenly matched. Lin Shen was overjoyed and attacked Changhan Dongli crazily. Changhan Dongli was shocked. Not only was his body suppressed, but his strength was also suppressed to such a weak level. This was simply unimaginable. Damn it, I'll kill you anyway? Changhan Dongli kept resisting Lin Shen's attack and didn't get rid of the fat boy on his head at all. His face was grim and he stopped trying to deal with the fat guy on his head, wanting to get rid of Lin Shen first. Even if the difference in strength and speed was not big, he was confident that he could kill Lin Shen. His techniques and various skills were not comparable to those of these uncivilized, primitive people. But when Changhan Dongli really fought with Lin Shen on an equal footing, he immediately found that Lin Shen's techniques far exceeded his expectations, and it could even be said that he felt very uncomfortable. Lin Shen used boxing with one hand and fingering with the other hand. The boxing was fierce and unparalleled, but the fingering was extremely insidious. Changhan Dongli was not too strenuous to deal with the wave after wave of boxing, but the fingering force that was played silently made Changhan Dongli dodge very dangerously every time. Not only was the finger force difficult to detect, the key point was that every time Lin Shen moved his finger, it was in a very uncomfortable rhythm for Changhan Dongli. If it weren't for his body being different from ordinary people and his unique technique, he would have been almost hit by the finger force several times. Changhan Dongli couldn't be sure whether his body had become fragile under the suppression of the monster above his head, so he didn't dare to withstand Lin Shen's attack. Lin Shen's fingers and palms were misplaced, and he forced Changhan Dongli to retreat step by step, and he was actually at a disadvantage. Wei Wufu chased up with the evil ghost blade in his hand, and his white robe fluttered. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Wei Wufu came at the right time. With his white robe ability, he could weaken Changhan Dongli again. No matter how powerful Changhan Dongli was, he should have difficulty avoiding his finger sand. Sure enough, as Wei Wufu approached, Changhan Dongli's speed and strength were weakened again. The strange teeth in his hand tore the wave-stepping fist, but failed to prevent the finger sand from the sudden cold arrow. The needle-like finger force directly pierced Changhan Dongli's waist. Although it failed to penetrate, it made Changhan Dongli's body stiff there. The place where the finger force pierced was exactly the acupuncture point on Changhan Dongli's body. Kill him! Lin Shen roared, and his finger pierced Changhan Dongli's eyes. Wei Wufu also held the evil ghost blade with both hands and chopped at Changhan Dongli's neck from behind. The stiff Changhan Dongli's eyes glowed with mirror light. In the compound eyes of the honeycomb structure, it was like a small hexagonal mirror, reflecting the figures of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt as if their souls could not stop and rushed out of their bodies. It was not as if, but they really rushed out and were sucked into a dark place. The darkness seemed to be a magic fog that devoured the soul, making Lin Shen feel that his will was being eaten away, and his brain was in pain like a needle. Suddenly, a white light rose from the darkness, illuminating the dark space. The white light was a phoenix-like spirit body condensed by white light. Its wings fluttered, and the darkness was ignited like a curtain wherever it passed, making the space brighter and brighter. After the dark space was illuminated, Lin Shen was surprised to find that this was actually the interior of a huge building. All around were various sci-fi-looking instruments and various transparent containers. Inside those containers, there were all kinds of strange creatures, like specimens soaked in formalin. Lin Shen just glanced and found that there were several creatures that he was familiar with. The angel-like Tian tribe, the devil-like diamond tribe, the Tage tribe, and some other strange races that Lin Shen had never seen before. Wei Wufu, who was glowing with white light and looked like a spirit, was also beside them. What they didn't expect was that there was a bed like an operating table in this building, with various instruments on the bed. Changhen Dongli, who looked like a spirit like them, was actually tied to the bed, with various tubes and metal rings inserted into his body, and his head was tied by a hemispherical crystal. Wherever the white spirit bird flew over, everything in the building caught fire, and soon the whole building caught fire. Changhen Dongli, who was tied to the bed, was also ignited by the white flames, screaming in pain, struggling desperately, but he couldn't get out of the bed. Boom! Lin Shen only felt dizzy, and opened his eyes to find that he had recovered his normal perspective. Changhen Dongli on the opposite side let out a painful howl, desperately grabbing his eyes with both hands, and the black compound eyes were actually burning with white flames at this time. Fatty flapped his small wings, flew up with his round body, and landed on Lin Shen's shoulder. Lin Shen used a finger sand to hit Changhen Dongli's acupuncture points again, causing his body to stiffen. At this time, Changhen Dongli was digging his own eyes with his hands, and his fingertips had been inserted into his eyes, and he remained in this position and could not move. The white flames in his eyes burned more and more fiercely, as if burning his brain with white light. Seeing Changhen Dongli's fingers moving slightly again, Lin Shen gave him another finger sand, constantly controlling his body and making him unable to move. The white flames continued to burn, gradually spreading from his eyes, and ignited Changhen Dongli's whole body. Soon, Changhen Dongli's whole body was engulfed by the white flames, and his body had no reaction at all, standing there like a piece of wood and burning continuously. The white flames were completely extinguished until they burned into charcoal. Changhen Dongli stood there straight like a charcoal. When a gust of wind blew, he immediately turned into black ash and scattered all over the ground. A black crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, rolled out. The ashes of reincarnation. Lin Shen immediately recognized what it was and reached out to pick it up. Wei Wufu breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that even he could not remain calm this time. 83 Chinese website latest address. If Changhen Dongli could not be killed, not only would the Wei family be doomed, but the entire human race on the mother planet would be doomed. Fatty, I'll give you a snack later. Lin Shen stroked Fatty's feathers, and he was a little scared in his heart. This Changhen Dongli was really scary. If it weren't for Fatty's killer, I'm afraid they would not be a match together. This also made Lin Shen remember the name of the God-making clan. When he was controlled by Changhen Dongli's compound eye skill and saw the weird scene, Lin Shen had some doubts. This Changhen Dongli might not be a member of the God-making clan at all, and might just be a test subject of the God-making clan. However, Changhen Dongli is dead. What is his identity? Maybe the answer can be found in the spaceship. It is obviously extremely dangerous to enter the spaceship. No one knows whether there are creatures like Changhen Dongli in the spaceship. It is also unknown what means the God-making clan has come up with in the spaceship. The two rushed back to find Wei Chongqing and his friends. When Wei Chongqing and his friends learned that Changhen Dongli was dead, they were a little unbelievable at first, and then they were deeply grateful. Lin Shen gave them some medicine to help them recover some strength first. Fatty flapped his wings and flew to the log that was charred by Wei Chongqing and his friends. He landed on the log and pecked at something. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that the small branch on the log still maintained its crystal blue color and did not turn into black charcoal. The leaves on the branch were still crystal clear, like flawless blue crystal. Fatty ate one leaf at a time, and soon he had pecked all the leaves clean. After losing the leaves, the twigs gradually withered and soon lost their luster. Fatty jumped onto Lin Shen's shoulder, shrunk his head and closed his eyes, and remained motionless like a plush ball. Changhen Dongli said that this underground space is a base change place, but it's a pity that I didn't ask clearly what kind of base change place it is. I can only explore it slowly. In the future, Lin Shen thought to himself. After everyone rested, they left the underground space. Lin Shen planned to wait for Wei Chongqing and the others to recover before asking them to explore the underground space together. It would be best if they could enter the spaceship that was broken into two pieces to see what was inside. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that Changhen Dongli was not normal. He was probably just a test subject, or just an ordinary member responsible for escorting the god-making egg. After returning to Tiancheng, Lin Shen used Xiaoqi to search for information about the god-making clan, but the information he obtained was very little. The closer to modern times, the less information there is about the god-making clan. Most of the information related to the god-making clan was before the ancient dynasty. After the ancient realm king, the information about the god-making clan became unusually less. This was only possible in the Tianren clan's D family database, and the information that ordinary people could access was probably impossible to have any content related to the god-making clan. What surprised Lin Shen was that the information about Changhen Dongli was also from the ancient realm king era. Changhen Dongli is not a person of this era at all. The destruction of Dongli Star was also a matter of the time of the ancient realm king. What's going on? Could it be that the spaceship that transported the god-making egg crashed here in the time of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen was full of doubts. This is obviously impossible. More than 200 years ago, many people in the Wei family witnessed the spaceship crash into the underground space. 83 Chinese website latest address. Could it be that this spaceship carrying the god-making egg had already set out in the era of the ancient world king, and had experienced countless billions of years of space travel before it crashed here due to an accident? Why didn't they choose to teleport, but instead traveled for such a long time? Lin Shen couldn't figure out the key. It seems that the only way to get the answer is to enter the interior of the spaceship. When Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Originally thought it was Wei Wufu, but when he opened the door, he saw that it was Wei Chongqing standing outside. Master Qing. Lin Shen was a little surprised, not knowing why Wei Chongqing came here alone. Wu Fu is in the Zhindi Hall, I have something to say to you alone. Wei Chongqing said. Master Qing, let's talk inside. Lin Shen probably guessed what Wei Chongqing wanted to say to him. Wei Chongqing looked at Lin Shen and said, Child, I want Wu Fu to follow you away from the mother planet and let him achieve nirvana outside. I also want to take him away, but this is not something I can decide. Lin Shen sighed. Wu Fu's temper. As long as you are willing. I have my own way. Wei Chongqing also sighed, and then continued, Do you want to explore the spaceship? I want to. But it's difficult. Maybe it's not the right time now. Lin Shen shook his head. According to Changhen Dongli, there should be the god-making eggs he mentioned in the spaceship, and they can make people ascend to nirvana or even immortality. Wei Changqing said, I have discussed with others. When the time is right, we will try to enter the interior of the spaceship. If we succeed by chance and take out the god-making eggs, you and Wu Fu will leave the mother planet with the god-making eggs and don't have to come back. With those god-making eggs, you can still be immortal on the mother planet, and you don't have to go out. Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did Wei Changqing and others have to let Wei Wufu leave the mother planet? According to the Wei family's style of doing things, they should hope that Wei Wufu would stay to guard the mother planet and suppress the creatures in the underground space. Besides, with those god-making eggs, they can still be immortal on the mother planet, and it seems unnecessary to take risks in the universe. Wu Fu, in fact, should not be surnamed Wei. Wei Changqing revealed a secret that made Lin Shen's eyes widen. Not surnamed Wei? Lin Shen asked with a strange look, then. What should his surname be? I don't know. Wei Changqing shook his head. So, he is an orphan adopted by the Wei family? Lin Shen didn't expect Wei Wufu to have such a pitiful life experience. It's not what you think. Although Wu Fu should not have the surname Wei, he is indeed my grandson, but a grandson-in-law. Wei Changqing shook his head and said. Lin Shen was slightly startled and knew that he was wrong. Then who is his father? I just don't know who his father is, otherwise how could I not know what his surname should be? Wei Changqing smiled bitterly and revealed a secret. Back then, Wei Changqing's daughter once left Tiancheng and entered the universe. For a while. When she came back, she brought Wei Wufu back and gave him to Wei Changqing to raise. Then left the mother planet and never returned. Wei Changqing asked Wei Wufu's mother who Wei Wufu's father was, but she refused to say and secretly left. So Wei Changqing didn't know who Wei Wufu's father was, and he kept him by his side, raising him like his own grandson, in order to let Wei Wufu have a complete childhood. Wei Changqing never told Wei Wufu about this. 83 Chinese website latest address. Wei Wufu still thought that he was the child of Wei Changqing's son who had died in the war. I know my daughter well. If it wasn't for the last resort, she would never abandon her child. She must have encountered great difficulties to make such a choice. Wei Changqing stared at Lin Shen and said, so I want to ask you to do me a favor. And find out whether Wu Fu's mother is still alive and who his father is. But all this can only be done in secret, and it must not be discovered by others, otherwise it may bring you unwarranted disaster. Don't worry, Master Qing, I will do my best to find out these two things. Lin Shen said seriously. Also, before you find out, don't let Wu Fu know about this. Wei Changqing said again. Understood. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Now he finally understood why Wei Changqing didn't want Wei Wufu to stay on the mother planet. Child, Wu Fu is lucky to have a friend like you. Wei Changqing stood up and said. Master Qing, you got it wrong. It's my luck to have a friend like Wu Fu. Lin Shen corrected. Okay, very good. Wei Changqing laughed. I feel relieved too. Have you by his side? After finding out, you decide whether to tell him or not. After watching Wei Changqing leave, Lin Shen closed the door and thought about where to start the investigation. The only information Wei Changqing gave him was the name Wei Jiayuan. The Wei family's naming of children is also quite unique. It's unique for a woman to have such a name. In addition to this name, Wei Chongqing was unable to provide more information. He only knew that after Wei Jiayuan went to the universe, the first stop was the Celestial Clan. He didn't find out where Wei Jiayuan went afterwards. However, Wei Chongqing still gave Lin Shen a clue. Wei Jiayuan once said that she met a very good girlfriend in the universe, and maybe he could get some information from her. Wei Chongqing only knew that Wei Jiayuan's best friend was called Yi Fei, but he didn't know which tribe she belonged to. Surname: Yi. Is it possible that the best friend of old Wei's mother was a human? Lin Shen thought to himself. There didn't seem to be a surname like Yi among the Tianren tribe. He knew a human woman with the surname Yi, and her age seemed to be not much different from Wei Jiayuan. The woman surnamed Yi that Lin Shen knew was naturally Yi Yuzhen's mother and Yi Jingren's daughter. Maybe it's just a coincidence. How could it be so coincidental? Lin Shen didn't know what Mrs. Ye's full name was, and wondered if he should ask, just in case Mrs. Yi was really Wei Jiayuan's best friend. Lin Shen originally wanted to wait in Tiancheng until Wan Chongqing and the others recovered, and then explore the underground space to find out what kind of base change place it was. A message from Tianshuan forced him to return to Zenith Star first. The Emperor of Heaven summoned Lin Shen, and it seemed that there was something important. Lin Shen had no choice but to leave his home planet immediately and return to Zenith Star through the teleportation device of High Mansion after many twists and turns. What on earth did the Emperor of Heaven have to do that made him want to find me? Is it another opportunity to make money? Which planet will he let me go to make money this time? After Lin Shen arrived at Huakai Palace, he did not see the Emperor of Heaven. Only the concubine of heaven was sitting on the main seat. Ah, Tian, you are so brave. The concubine of heaven stared at Lin Shen with a very unfriendly tone. 83. Chinese Network latest address. What do you mean by this? Lin Shen looked at concubine Tian with a puzzled expression and asked. I didn't expect Dean Tian to be a capable actor at such a young age. Concubine Tian looked at Lin Shen, who seemed to be confused, and snorted coldly. I asked you Kong Chuan to go to the giant ring star to protect you. It's okay to be ungrateful, but you force him to dig out his own peacock's eyes. Do you think Kong Chuan is easy to bully, or do you think I'm easy to bully? Your Majesty, this shouldn't be what Kong Chuan said himself, right? Lin Shen said calmly. Kong Chuan, a kind gentleman, will naturally not make irresponsible remarks in front of me, but the fact is, do you still want to quibble? Concubine Tian suppressed the anger in her heart, stared at Lin Shen fiercely and said, the entire celestial race is waiting. I want to see your jokes, and hope you die on the giant ring planet. I asked Kong Chuan to protect you, but you forced him to dig out his own peacock's eyes. Is this how you repay me? Lin Shen took out the peacock's eye and placed it in front of the concubine. He bowed calmly and said, if the Empress looks at me like this, then please take back the peacock's eye passed down by Kong Chuan and give me a sin. You think the Emperor favors you, but I can't cure you? Tian Fei looked a little better, but at the same time she was also a little confused in her heart, why Lin Shen would hand over Kong Chuan's peacock eyes so easily. No matter how stupid I am, I still understand the importance of this. If I believe that I am such a stupid person, please forgive me. Lin Shen still lowered his head to apologize. Concubine Tian actually had some doubts in her heart. She couldn't hide such a big thing as forcing Kong Chuan to dig out his peacock's eyes. Lin Shen was able to handle the affairs of the giant ring star so beautifully, and was deeply loved by the Emperor of Heaven. How could he be so stupid? If you have anything to say, just say it, Tian Fei said with a cold face. My queen should know very well what kind of temper Kong Chuan is. Lin Shen paused and continued, first, I didn't force Kong Chuan to dig out his own peacock's eyes. I just asked him to leave. I can't use such a person. Secondly, it is because Kong Chuan is the person you sent to protect me that I accepted the peacock eyes. You mean, if I hadn't sent Kong Chuan to you, even if he dug out the peacock's eyes for you, you wouldn't have kept him? Tian Fei said with a cold face. Let me tell you something that your majesty may not like to hear. If he was not hers, he would not be alive now. Lin Shen said. Tian Kong was slightly startled. Being able to say such words, Lin Shen obviously had great resentment in his heart. Speak clearly. Tian Fei frowned. Lin Shen then told the story about how Kong Chuan locked him in the house and chased the enemy alone, which almost cost him his life. If Lin Shen had defended like this from the beginning, concubine Tian might not be able to listen. However, with the previous foreshadowing, concubine Tian could somewhat understand why Lin Shen was so resentful when she heard about this matter. Kong Chuan's contribution has been clearly stated in front of our emperor. He didn't mention anything else. It's worthy of your kindness. I also ask for your grace. In the future, I can't use this person. No matter what. I only have this life, and I want to live a few more years, so please be kind to me. Lin Shen saluted again. Concubine Tian stared at Lin Shen for a while, and then suddenly said softly, Dean Tian, please don't do this. I already know that you have been wronged, and my eldest brother and I are indeed indebted to you for this matter, and we will definitely make up for it in the future. Your Majesty is also kind-hearted, and I am grateful in my heart. Lin Shen said. 83 Chinese website latest address. It's good that you know that was not my intention. I apologize to you on behalf of my eldest brother, and I will ask you to take more care of him in the future. I will also tell him that similar things will never happen again in the future. Tian Fei said. My abilities are limited and I really can't do anything. I'd better hire someone else, Lin Shen said, still lowering his head. Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen, feeling a little angry, but she didn't want to get angry. It is true that Kong Chuan handled this matter too brainlessly. If it were her, she would not use such a person again. But after all, Kong Chuan was her eldest brother, and the Emperor of Heaven had already tacitly approved that Kong Chuan could serve in the Tianchi Academy. But Tianchi Academy is now under the control of Lin Shen, and her favorite position of Minister of Special Service Department is still occupied by someone. Lin Shen, the dean, must transfer the original minister away before Kong Chuan can be arranged to take over. But after Kong Chuan did such a stupid thing, Lin Shen would rather disobey her order than use Kong Chuan again, so this matter would not be easy to handle. The concubine originally wanted to call Lin Shen to investigate and ask Lin Shen to help Kong Chuan become the head of the Special Service Department. Things have come to this point, which makes concubine Tian somewhat unpredictable. The Secret Service Department is now in the hands of Anjia. If you don't replace the minister, I'm afraid things will be like this time in the future, and it will be difficult to manage even one manpower. The Anjia has been operating the Secret Service Department for so many years. Even if you replace a minister, ordinary people cannot control the Special Service Department. After experiencing this incident, Kong Chuan has learned a lesson and will never act recklessly again. In addition, we brothers and sisters owe you a favor, and the Special Service Department will definitely follow your lead in the future. Tianfei had no choice but to explain the stakes clearly to Lin Shen, and still wanted Lin Shen to give Kong Chuan another chance. Your Majesty, I am not capable enough, and I am planning to resign from the Emperor. I am really not qualified to be the Dean of Tianshi Academy, Lin Shen said. When concubine Tian heard what Lin Shen said, her face suddenly turned cold. Dean Tian, you can't be the dean if you want to be, or you can't be the dean if you don't want to be. Don't mention this again in the future. Seeing Lin Shen lowered his head and said nothing, Tianfei could only sigh, stood up and walked to Lin Shen and said softly, I only have this one brother, and I also know that his temper is hard to describe. If there is no reliable person to watch him, I really don't feel at ease. Ah Tian, your talent and wisdom are incomparable to ordinary people. You are a person who can do great things. If my eldest brother can work under you and be trained by you, I can feel at ease. Empress, if you must let Kong Chuan work under me, it's fine, but he can only start from his original job. When I think he is capable, he can take up a high position. If it remains the same, please forgive me, I can't do anything. Lin Shen's meaning is very clear. It's okay if he must let him keep Kong Chuan, but he will definitely not give Kong Chuan the position of the head of the Special Service Department now. I know your difficulties, let's do this for now. There are still more than 100 Peacock Ascendants on Zenith Star. If you need them, you can send them in the future. Don't worry about the expenses. It's a little apology from me and my elder brother. Tian Fei said thoughtfully. Lin Shen did not refuse. Free labor is useless. After all, he is also a dean. He can't do everything himself. There must be some people running errands. The Special Service Department can't be relied on now. Kong Chuan and the more than 100 peacocks can just serve as free labor. The race ranking war is about to begin. Do you plan to participate? Tianfei sat down again, looked at Lin Shen and said, if you want to participate in the war, I have a gift for you, which may be helpful to you. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen didn't know what the gift that Tianfei was talking about was, but as far as he knew, pets and spirit bases could not be used in the race ranking war. Because this was a ranking of race strength, it was limited to using only one's own strength and life base, and even equipment and combat uniforms could not be used. Although Lin Shen had no intention of participating in the war, Tianfei said that her things could help Lin Shen, which made Lin Shen a little curious about what it was. Come here. Tianfei waved at Lin Shen. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, and thought to himself, whether to participate in the war or not. If there are benefits, I will naturally take them first. What's more, now is the time to get closer to Tianfei. Maybe my spark still has a chance, so it's hard to refuse. Thinking of this, Lin Shen walked in front of Tianfei, keeping a distance of 3 steps. Closer. Tianfei said again. Lin Shen had to take another step closer, only 2 steps away from Tianfei. Closer. Tianfei looked at Lin Shen and continued. Lin Shen hesitated. If he got any closer, he would have to stand in front of the concubine Tian. This seemed a little inappropriate. But if he said this, it would be a little inappropriate. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen took a small step forward. Stretch out your hand. The concubine Tian was satisfied. Lin Shen honestly stretched out his hand in front of the concubine Tian. He originally thought that the concubine Tian was going to give him something, but he saw that the concubine Tian suddenly stretched out her hand and held his palm. Lin Shen was a little surprised. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should take his hand back. If the Emperor Tian knew about this, would he misunderstand something? Fortunately, there were only him and the concubine Tian in the room now, and Lin Shen didn't find any surveillance equipment. As long as the concubine Tian didn't say it, no outsiders should know. But Lin Shen didn't quite understand why the concubine Tian suddenly wanted to hold his hand. Did she want to secretly keep a concubine behind the Emperor Tian because he looked handsome? My queen, I am a person with morals and bottom lines. I will never do such a thing. Lin Shen secretly established his own personality. In his heart. If I give you a chance to make a request to me, what do you want? Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen and asked. Lin Shen thought, what else can I ask for? Of course, I want to sleep with you. I have no other request, I just hope that the queen and the emperor can achieve their wishes. Lin Shen said. You are good at talking. Tian Fei let go of Lin Shen's hand, and there was something in Lin Shen's palm. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she really gave him something. Take the things back, it will be helpful to you. My eldest brother's affairs will also require you to spend more time on it. Tian Fei seemed a little tired, waved her hand and said, Go. Thank you for your gift, the queen, I will take my leave. Lin Shen saw that Tian Fei didn't want to say anything anymore, so he could only take the things and leave. After Lin Shen left the Huakai Palace, the heavenly concubine looked at Lin Shen's back, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she secretly spit in her heart, this person is not a good thing either, he only thinks about those dirty things. How could Lin Shen know that? What he was thinking just now was already known by the heavenly concubine. If she knew, he would definitely not let the heavenly concubine touch his hand. After leaving the imperial palace, Lin Shen took out the things that the heavenly concubine gave him and looked at them carefully. At first, I thought it was some kind of divine object. But it turned out to be just a crumpled paper ball. I opened the paper ball and took a look. And saw that it was full of small words. 7 steps to lock the soul. Lin Shen looked carefully for a while and saw that it was written on the bottom. It was just a simple 7 steps, but it was used in a variety of ways. What's the use of giving me a footwork? I don't have time to practice these things. Lin Shen folded the paper and put it away, intending to go back and give it to Ayun to practice. 83 Chinese website latest address, back home. Lin Shen opened the box again to check the 3,000 Tianjin coins. He was really reluctant to use them to pay off his debts. Since no one has come to collect the debt yet, I'll keep it for now. When Lin Shen was thinking about what to do with the money first, he suddenly saw a strange light in front of him. The light spot appeared very abruptly, as if it jumped out of thin air, but there was no fluctuation. Lin Shen flew back, his body wrapped in the carapace, holding a slag knife in one hand and a pet gun in the other, staring at the light spot. The light spot unfolded strangely and turned into a scroll of light in the air. There was no picture in the scroll, but there were countless light spots flowing, like a sky full of stars. One of the stars flew out of the scroll, gradually expanded, and turned into a balloon-sized light planet. When Lin Shen saw this, he already knew what it was. Every time the race rankings were opened, a race invitation card would appear in front of those who were eligible to participate. This thing that appeared out of thin air should be the race invitation card. Generally speaking, as long as it is an adult cosmic creature and has used a teleportation device to leave the mother planet and reach other life planets, it will receive a race invitation card. However, on the human home planet, Lin Shen had never seen a race invitation card, nor had he seen a race ranking war. The next second, the light ball turned into a palm-sized elf, flapping its light wings, and said to Lin Shen, "Human, you have the qualifications to participate in the race ranking war. Are you willing to join the war? I want to understand the rules of the race ranking war first," Lin Shen said as he looked at the elf-like light and shadow. He was very confused, who organized the race ranking war and who sent the invitation card. Even the Supremes don't have the ability to do something that involves the entire universe. The race ranking war is divided into elimination war and ranking war. Elf Light Shadow explained the rules of the race ranking war in detail. After listening, Lin Shen thought for a while and asked, "Can I only represent humans to participate in the war, but I can use any name?" "Yes, you can only represent your own race to participate in the war. As for what your own name is, it is entirely up to you," Elf Light Shadow replied. "You can only use your own abilities and life base in the battle, and you can't use any equipment or pets?" Lin Shen asked again. "Yes." Elf Light Shadow confirmed Lin Shen's question again. "Is it possible that I don't participate in the war myself, but only let my life base participate in the war?" Lin Shen asked again. "No, I must participate in the war myself." Elf Light Shadow shook his head and said, "Then after I sign up for the war, can I give up?" "Yes." "Is there any penalty for giving up?" "No." After asking a lot of questions, Lin Shen chose to sign up first. "Anyway, it's okay not to participate after signing up. Thank you for participating. There are still 10 cosmic days before the first round of eliminations. Please make sure to stay in the best competitive state. Goodbye." The elf Light and Shadow flew back into the scroll, and then the scroll quickly closed, and finally condensed into a light point and disappeared. "It's so weird, who organized the race ranking war?" Lin Shen thought of those transmission devices. 83. Chinese website latest address. All the teleportation devices were discovered later. Even the teleportation devices used by the top 10 races in the universe were all found on different planets. They could not make interstellar teleportation devices themselves. But these teleportation devices could not be formed naturally. Someone must have made them. Lin Shen thought of what Changhan Dongli said again, and suddenly felt that there was still some truth in it. However, these are not what he needs to consider now. Those powerful races in the universe have not figured out this problem for so many billions of years. He only needs to consider whether to participate in the war. Unfortunately, there is no practical benefit in the elimination match unless you participate in the ranking battle and bring your race into the billion ranking. You can get some benefits. As long as you can enter the ranking list, the evolution speed of the entire race can be strengthened to a certain extent. The higher the ranking, the more powerful this strengthening will be. A large part of the reason why the Supreme race can give birth to a natural nirvana like deers is that the Supreme race has never fallen out of the top 3 in many rankings. Their race evolution speed is naturally much faster than those small races. Such a rule means that the stronger, it is too difficult for other small races to overthrow the old high-level races. Lin Shen pondered the pros and cons. Shaoqi, search for news related to the race ranking war. Lin Shen gave Shaoqi an order. Now the internet is flooded with news related to the race rankings, and all major races are reporting on this matter. Many well-known strong people have signed up to participate in this race ranking war. Originally, Lin Shen thought that the race ranking war should be the stage for those top strong people. And the immortals are the main force of this war. But after searching the news, I found that there is little information about the immortals, but there is a lot of information about the nirvana and the ascendants. After reading for a long time, Lin Shen finally figured out what was going on. Because the immortals are too powerful, their battles are not visible to ordinary people at all. Basically, they see a dazzling light, and then wait until the battle is over and the winner is announced. On the contrary, the battle between nirvana and the ascendants can be seen almost as long as you have a certain ability. Especially the battles of the ascenders, which are more enjoyable to watch. The battles of the nirvanas, the ascenders can barely see some tricks, and even the lower ones can't see anything. So the most popular is the battle of the ascenders. Most of the cosmic races can see some tricks, and the threshold for watching is not that high. Among the ascenders, the most popular one is Deers, who is the first without any dispute. In addition to Deers, there are many powerful tribes. For example, Fengshen of the Phoenix tribe, Christine of the Emperor Barbarian tribe, Wumian of the Chaos tribe, Zhan Chuan of the Soul Warrior tribe, etc., all have high popularity. Among the celestials, the most popular one is the Emperor's son Tian. In addition to Tian, there are several celestials who also belong to the series of the proud sons of heaven, which should not be ignored. Of course, it is not just the celestials. There are not only one or two geniuses in other powerful tribes, but also in the supreme tribe. Deers is the only one who participates in the battle of the upgrade. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to these, but there was a very popular news that caught Lin Shen's attention. 83 Chinese website latest address, the undefeated Heavenly King joins the battle, and all the heroes are sharpening their knives. My brother, why are you joining in the fun? After reading the news, Lin Shen's face turned green. Lin Xiangdong actually publicly announced his participation in the battle, and many well-known ascenders of various races have expressed their intention to deal with him in the elimination battle. During this period, news of Lin Xiangdong challenging well-known ascenders of various races was exposed from time to time. Almost all the well-known ascenders of powerful races were challenged by him. Although he didn't win, those ascenders didn't win very happily. It seems that no matter who he fights, Lin Xiangdong can retreat unscathed. Although he is defeated, many people now think that the strength of the undefeated Heavenly King is actually not weak. Otherwise, why did he fight with so many top ascenders, but no one could really hurt the undefeated Heavenly King? Some people even started to brag about the undefeated Heavenly King, saying that the undefeated Heavenly King's strength was not inferior to that of Deers, but he just kept it to himself and could fight anyone equally. If anyone refuted them, they would only say one thing: if you have the ability, you can beat the undefeated Heavenly King down. I don't know how much hatred this sentence brought to Lin Xiangdong. Many ascenders have said that they will definitely defeat the undefeated Heavenly King in the elimination round, and some even said that they would kill him. Lin Shen was so depressed. If Lin Xiangdong continued like this, he would soon be the enemy of the whole world. But he knew the character of the fourth brother. Since he had publicly said that he would participate in the war, he would most likely really participate in the war. Lin Shen was a little worried that the fourth brother would be besieged in the elimination round. Even if he was not besieged, he would not be able to stand the round-robin battle. According to Lin Shen's understanding of the rules of the elimination round, he could give up before it started, but after it started, he had to wait until the end of the elimination round to give up and not participate in the next round. There is a time limit for whether the elimination round can be completed. Lin Shen doubts whether Lin Shandong can last until the end of the elimination round when so many people want to get rid of him. Lin Shen was considering whether he should also join the battle. If the fourth brother was really besieged, he could also help. With his current strength, the Ascenders were not a big threat to him. Even if he was besieged, with his endurance, he should be able to hold on until the end of the elimination round. Of course, Lin Shen still hoped that the fourth brother was just bluffing and would not really participate in the elimination round. Anyway, there was still some time before the elimination round started, and Lin Shen planned to see the situation first. As time passed, the heat of the undefeated king incident remained high. More and more top Ascenders stood up and said that if the undefeated king joined the battle, he would definitely make him look bad, which made Lin Shen a little worried. A message suddenly came from the communicator. Lin Shen looked at it and found that it was sent by Ouyang Yudu. I want to join the battle, what about you? I haven't decided yet. Lin Shen replied. Where is Lao Wei? Ouyang Yudu's message came again soon. He is on the mother planet. He should not join the battle. Lin Shen replied. Ouyang Yu didn't reply to the message. Lin Shen was about to put away the communicator when he received another message from a stranger who requested to add him as a friend. Tu Xiaodao? Lin Shen saw the name of the applicant clearly and clicked agree. Master Xiao Wu, I want to participate in the race ranking battle. Do you want to join me? Just after he successfully added Tu Xiaodao, he received a message. 83 Chinese website latest address. When did you leave the mother planet? Lin Shen communicated directly with Tu Xiaodao. Not long after you left, I also left the mother planet. Now I am practicing on the green water star and have reached the 10th turn. Tu Xiaodao said. So soon, 10th turn? Lin Shen was a little surprised. When he fought with the Wan family, Tu Xiaodao seemed to have only ascended to the 2nd turn. It has only been a short time, but he has already reached the 10th turn. Not fast. If it weren't for participating in this race ranking battle, I should have gone to Nirvana. Can't Nirvana still participate in the battle? I have no advantage in participating in the battle with a Nirvana-level body. But participating in the battle with a 10th turn is always a little better than those below 10 turns. It's a pity that the rules don't allow it, otherwise I would rather Nirvana fight the Ascended. Tu Xiaodao smiled and said, but if the rules allow it, there will be more high-level masters of the alien race, which is more disadvantageous to me. Now it is the best arrangement. By the way, Xiao Wuya, how many turns are you now? My life base fan is just 7 turns now. Lin Shen replied. What's going on? You taught me the principle that higher levels bring greater advantages. How come you are only at the 7th level? I thought you had already reached the 10th level and didn't achieve Nirvana in order to participate in the battle. 2. Xiaodao said with some confusion. When did I say that? Lin Shen was confused. He didn't remember saying that. However, Lin Shen didn't have much confidence in his memory. What if he had said it but forgot it? So he Had to say, there have been a lot of things recently, and the number of reincarnations has increased a little. Slowly. Then will you still participate in the ranking battle? I heard that the people of the Wan family will also participate, including the Wan Gulu. Tu Xiaodao said a piece of news. Wan Gulu? Lin Shen thought for a while before remembering, it's the last Wan family ascender who escaped. I remember he is the younger brother of the Wan family's 7th turn ascender. Yes, it's him. I got the news. After Wan Gulu escaped, he went to the interstellar Wan family. I don't know how he got close to the princess of the Diamond tribe, Catherine, and got a lot of benefits. Now he has ascended to the 9th turn. Tu Xiaodao told the story of Wan Gulu. If you want to participate, you'd better be careful if you meet Wan Gulu. The Wan family may not consider the overall situation. I haven't decided whether to join the war. Lin Shen was still a little hesitant. Little fifth. Master, let's go together. When I asked Lao Wei for your number, I asked him. He doesn't plan to leave the mother planet. The mother planet has not received any invitations. He will definitely not join the war. We have to make a name for mankind together, otherwise it will be difficult for mankind in the universe. Tu Xiaodao said. Let me think about it again. Even if I join the war, it's better not to be together. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Why? Tu Xiaodao asked puzzledly. Does the undefeated Heavenly King know about this? Lin Shen asked. Who doesn't know about such a famous person? It is said that he is a fellow human being. I don't know if it is true or not, but he does look like a human being. Tu Xiaodao said excitedly, I heard that many top ascenders from various races are eager to deal with him. That undefeated Heavenly King may be my brother. Lin Shen said helplessly. What? The undefeated Heavenly King is your brother. Tu Xiaodao was shocked, and then quickly said. Don't let anyone know this news, otherwise I suspect those top ascenders will deal with you as well. No, you'd better not join the battle. This is too dangerous. My brother's reputation is really too scary. It's really hard to bear. That's why I hesitated whether to join the battle. Lin Shen smiled bitterly. What else is there to hesitate about? Don't join the battle, and tell my brother not to join the battle either. Tu Xiaodao said. I can't contact him. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, okay, I'll think about it again. Lin Shen originally wanted to tell Tu Xiaodao that Ouyang Yudu would participate in the battle, but he thought about it and didn't say it. Ouyang Yudu's ability was too weird. Tu Xiaodao and him together would be detrimental to the performance of both of them. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen wanted to help his fourth brother, but he was afraid of becoming a public enemy of the universe. He was used to being taken care of since he was a child. If he was really asked to go out and wander around, he would be enemies everywhere. He really couldn't bear the hardship and couldn't stand the sin. But he couldn't ignore his fourth brother's affairs. When the elimination round was about to start, Lin Shen decided to go in and see first. Anyway, no one knew that he was the younger brother of the undefeated king. After he went in, he would keep a low profile. If his fourth brother didn't come, or if nothing happened, it would be best. If something really happened, he couldn't watch his fourth brother being besieged. When the time came, the light spot appeared in front of Lin Shen again, turned into a scroll, and the elf light and shadow flew out again. The elimination match is about to start. Please confirm whether you want To enter? The elf Light and Shadow looked at Lin Shen and asked. Enter. Lin Shen replied. Please confirm your race and name. Human. A Tian. Welcome to the elimination match. I wish you a good result. The elf Light and Shadow smiled happily, blew a halo at Lin Shen, and then turned and flew towards the scroll. Lin Shen only felt that his whole body was pulled into the scroll by a force, and then the scroll disappeared. In the starry sky, a series of cosmic rainbow lights extended out, forming a mysterious scene like a mirage, and it seemed like a scroll full of stars. Those scenes can be seen on every planet. The scroll is divided into 5 areas, corresponding to the 5 levels of base change, ascension, nirvana, immortality, and world king. Each image in the scroll is an independent planet, and the scroll shows the scene of the entire planet flatly. On the other 4 planets, people have appeared one after another, but the planet belonging to the king of the realm has always been empty. In this era, there is no king of the realm, so the king of the realm war is in name only, and no one participates in the war. There are not many immortal level participants, and the number of people on the other 3 levels of planetary battlefields is increasing. Lin Shen came to the battlefield of the planetary battlefield of the Fashing upgrade and found that everything on his body was gone, even his own clothes were gone, and he was wearing a white combat suit that he had never seen before. Looking around, several ascenders appeared nearby, and they were also wearing the same white combat suit. There is also a watch-shaped device on the wrist of the combat suit, and there is a time countdown on it, 72 cosmic hours, which is 3 cosmic days. Contestant, A. Tian. Current points, 1. Current ranking, 0. In this Fashing upgrade elimination match, contestants who rank in the billionth place in points can enter the ranking battle. Lin Shen already knew the competition system. If you defeat a contestant, you can take their points. The more points you have, the higher your ranking. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen looked around and saw that there were already more than a dozen contestants of different races nearby, and none of them were the same race. In the entire universe, there were countless ascenders of different races participating in the battle. If not hundreds of billions, there must be tens of billions. It was obviously not that easy to meet people of the same race in one place. Lin Shen saw that there was a shadow of the word 1 above the head of each contestant. It was projected from them, representing how many points they had now. The initial points were all 1, and they were all the same. While Lin Shen was looking at them, they were also looking at each other, and they were all vigilantly keeping a certain distance to avoid being attacked. You, hand over your points. A giant with an elephant head and a height of more than 4 meters flew in front of Lin Shen, holding a battle axe in his hand, pointing at Lin Shen, and said. Lin Shen turned his neck and looked around, then looked at the elephant man with a puzzled look and asked, "There are so many people here, why do you come to steal my points?" The elephant man was startled and asked in a buzzing voice, "What's the difference? Can't I choose you? You are so big and I am so small. You come to me because you think I am weak and easy to bully?" Lin Shen asked again. The elephant man shook his head repeatedly, "Of course not, it's just because you are closest to me, so I came to you first." The elephant warrior is not afraid of any strong person and dares to face any challenge. Lin Shen saw that the elephant man was honest and powerful, so he said seriously, "A real warrior must dare to challenge a stronger existence. Do you think I look stronger than you?" "No. After looking at Lin Shen again, the elephant man said apologetically. Sorry, I found the wrong person. As he said that, the elephant man turned around and left, flying towards the tall ascender in another direction. Really left? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect the elephant man to be so honest and actually left as soon as he said he would. The tall ascender who was waiting to watch the show next to him was a little depressed when he didn't expect the elephant man to let the human go and come towards him instead. But he was not as shameless as Lin Shen, so he had to summon his life base to fight. The two ascenders immediately fought in a group, and the sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the sound of life bases colliding was endless. Both ascenders were power type, and there was no trick in the battle. One used a battle axe and the other used a mace, and they just fought hard, and neither of them retreated. What a sinister human! You can deceive the stupid elephant man, but you can't deceive me. I'll give you the points and spare your life. An ascender with wolf ears, surrounded by a dog-legged curved knife life base, came to Lin Shen. You are indeed much smarter than him, but have you ever thought about it? If I refuse to give you the points, and you fight me now, even if my strength is not as good as yours, you have to spend some physical strength to kill me. If I get hurt again, do you think those guys will take advantage of the situation? Lin Shen pursed his lips at the ascenders in the distance. The wolf-eared ascender heard this, and his face changed slightly. He turned his head and looked around. Sure enough, he saw that several ascenders were paying attention to them. Humph, don't think that your sweet words can deceive me. The wolf-eared ascender stared at Lin Shen with a gloomy face, but did not act immediately. 83 Chinese website latest address, with your intelligence, how could I possibly deceive you? What I mean is, why don't we join forces to snatch other people's points first? In the case of 2 against 1, our consumption is not large, and others dare not take advantage of the situation. What do you think? Lin Shen said slowly. That makes sense. The wolf-eared ascender rolled his eyes, stared at a nearby super-burning ascender and said, then let's go and grab his points first. Let me see your sincerity. You go first. The wolf-eared ascender was not stupid. He just wanted to use Lin Shen as cannon fodder, and when they were both defeated, he would take all their points. Okay. Lin Shen agreed and flew towards the super-burning ascender. The wolf-eared ascender just watched from a distance and had no intention of entering the battlefield. When the super-burning ascender saw Lin Shen coming, he vigilantly clenched the life-based axe in his hand, ready to fight Lin Shen to the death. He would never give up the points. Brother, follow me in the future. Lin Shen came to the super-burning tribe but had no intention of taking action. He just said something to the super-burning ascender. Why? The super-burning tribe asked with a frown. Can you beat the 2 of us alone? Lin Shen pointed to the wolf-eared ascender in the distance. We'll know only if we try. The ascender of the super-burning clan snorted. Even if you can win, you'll have to pay a price to fight 2 people at once, right? Will you have the energy to deal with other ascenders? Lin Shen smiled and said, but if you follow me, it will be easy for the 3 of us to grab points from anyone. I'll give you a share of the points I grab. Although it's not much, it's better than being robbed by others, right? That makes sense. The ascender of the super-burning clan looked at the ascenders around him and felt that it would be of no benefit to him to fight with Lin Shen now. It would be better to pretend to be friendly with this human first, and after dealing With the other ascenders, he would find a chance to deal with Lin Shen and the wolf-eared ascender. The wolf-eared ascendant saw that Lin Shen did not fight with the ascendant of the super-burning clan after he went over, but after a few words, the ascendant of the super-burning clan actually followed him. He was immediately shocked, thinking that Lin Shen and the ascendant of the super-burning clan were going to join forces to deal with him. Old Wolf, this is Lao Ao, follow me from now on, let's go and deal with other ascendants together. Lin Shen pointed to the ascendant on the other side and said. Old Wolf was slightly startled and wanted to say something, but seeing the ascendant of the super-burning clan following Lin Shen, if he didn't agree, wouldn't Lin Shen and the other two have to join forces to deal with him, so he could only say in a deep voice, okay. In a blink of an eye, Lin Shen had formed a team of 3 and surrounded an ascendant. The ascendant saw that there were too many of them, turned around and wanted to fly away, but was intercepted by Old Wolf and Lao Ao. Don't do it yet. Lin Shen stopped Lao Lang, and Lao Ao, who wanted to do it, waved his folding fan in his hand, walked to the ascender, and said with a smile, brother, joining us only requires a few points. Do you want to join us to get points, or do you want to compete with the 3 of us? Brother, I want to join the organization. The ascender was very tactful and transferred his few points to Lin Shen. Very good, from now on, you are our brother, I will keep the points first, and when there are more points later, when there are enough points to distribute, everyone will have points to get, which is definitely more than you can get alone. Now, let's start from there. Lin Shen closed the folding fan, pointed to the direction of the ascender who was fleeing and said, 83 Chinese website latest address. Most people in the universe were watching the images on the battlefield of the ascendant planet. Strangely, the first person they were looking for was not an ascendant from their own race, nor was it Dai's, who was known as the strongest ascendant. Everyone was looking for the guy in white, pretending to be invincible, and running away first. But after searching for a long time on the Starry Sky scroll, some people had already started looking with magnifying glasses, but still could not see the figure of the man. Many people were disappointed, thinking that the guy who called himself the undefeated Heavenly King should be afraid and did not participate in this race-ranking battle at all. Think about it, it is right. An ascendant from a small race, with no background and no strength, but enemies are all over the major races in the universe. So many top ascendants from various races have said that they want to deal with him. He dared to participate in the race-ranking battle. He was mentally ill. Although they knew that this was the best choice for the undefeated Heavenly King, most people felt extremely disappointed and even a little frustrated. The undefeated Heavenly King has a bad reputation and seems to have never won. But what he did made many people who were also from small races feel a little more like him. It is very difficult to be as victorious as those geniuses from big races. But the undefeated king made them see another possibility. Undefeated is victory. I can't beat you, but you can't kill me either. Isn't this another kind of victory? So many people who pay attention to the undefeated king may not really want the undefeated king to be killed by the geniuses from big races. Although many people are unwilling to admit and embarrassed to tell others that they think the undefeated king is a good guy, they still hope that the undefeated king can continue to be undefeated. But what they want to see is undefeated, not no war. So the undefeated king's waver still makes them feel a little disappointed. Undefeated is just a kind of self-consolation after all. It's just a joke when it comes to the point where you have to fight. Sui Qinglong, who has ascended to Karama Star, was unable to find the figure of the undefeated king on the battlefield of the upgraded planet, and couldn't help but sighed. Not long after leaving his home planet, he knew about the existence of the undefeated Heavenly King, and he always thought that maybe that was the direction of his efforts. Although the undefeated Heavenly King's abandonment of the battle today was a very correct choice and the most reasonable choice in Sui Qinglong's opinion. But for some reason, Sui Qinglong still felt a little disappointed. The person he paid the most attention to did not participate in the battle, and Sui Qinglong was much less interested in watching the battle. After taking a look at the information on the Skynet, Sui Qinglong suddenly widened his eyes, and then quickly looked up at the sky. But this time, he was not looking at the battlefield of the flying upgrade planet, but the battlefield of the Nirvana-level planet. Compared with the battlefields of the flying upgrade and base transformation levels, the number of people in the Nirvana-level battlefield is obviously much smaller, and there will not be a situation where a large number of Nirvana people appear in a small area. However, the competition at the Nirvana level is the most intense, because the battle at the Nirvana level is the battle that can truly affect the ranking of the universe. Sui Qinglong repeatedly compared the scenes in the news and looked for the corresponding position in the sky. But because the starry sky picture is so large, it is obviously not an easy task to find a specific location from it. But Sui Qinglong had no intention of giving up. Finally, he saw a place exactly the same as the one in the news. 83, Chinese website latest address. It was a cliff by the sea. There was a purple flower tree growing on the cliff. The crown of the tree looked like a huge mushroom cap. The wind blew through the crown of the tree, and the purple petals fell to the sea along with the wind, like falling purple stars. Under the flower tree, there stood a human man in white clothes, who was reaching out to catch a floating petal. The petal fell on his slender fingers, but what attracted people's attention was not the petal, but the slender fingers as crystal as jade. The undefeated Heavenly King. It's really him. He has reached Nirvana. No wonder I didn't see him in the Feisheng planetary battlefield. So that's it. Sui Qinglong couldn't help but draw an upward arc at the corner of his mouth. At this time, many people had already discovered this matter. The undefeated Heavenly King did not give up, but he had been promoted to the Nirvana level and entered the Nirvana level planetary battlefield. No wonder we didn't see him in the Feisheng planet battlefield, but he actually went to the Nirvana level planet battlefield. Catherine looked at the starry sky scroll with interest. He had such a hard time fighting in Feisheng, and he actually achieved Nirvana at this time. At most, it was just a Nirvana. In his situation, no one would be able to beat him in the Nirvana level battlefield. Wouldn't it be even more miserable? Tia said on the side. How would the undefeated Heavenly King, who was upgraded in Feisheng, be ravaged in the Nirvana level? It's interesting to think about it, Catherine said. Many people, like Catherine and the others, felt that the undefeated Heavenly King who entered the Nirvana level planet battlefield could only become a point-raising tool for others, and it would be difficult to even get 1 point. While people from various planets were discussing it, a Nirvana happened to fly near the cliff and saw Lin Shen under the flower tree. You are the undefeated Heavenly King. The Nirvana recognized Lin Shen and said with some surprise while floating outside the cliff. Who are you? Lin Shen looked at the Nirvana practitioner with his starry eyes. He casually stroked the petals on his fingertips and let them float towards the sea. This human is very good looking, even better looking than the people of the celestial race. Tia's eyes were wide open. What's the use of being good-looking? There are many things that are good-looking, but useless. Catherine said indifferently, although the nirvana he met was from a small race that no one had ever seen, it seems that he should have experienced at least 3 nirvanas. It is hard to say whether he can escape. There are more people who are not good-looking and useless. In comparison, those who are good-looking but useless are already excellent. Tia said with a blink of her eyes. Hee, there is a little truth. You are right. At least this undefeated king is quite pleasing to the eye. Catherine laughed. The nirvana looked at Lin Shen and said condescendingly, Flying Demon Clan, Wulianghai. I haven't heard that the leaders of the Flying Demon Clan are as ugly as you? Lin Shen is very good-looking. But unfortunately he has a big mouth. I originally just wanted to take your points, but now I have to teach you a lesson. Wulianghai's face turned cold, and black, demonic energy rose from his body. The next second, Wulianghai slapped out with his palm, and the endless demonic energy enveloped Lin Shen like a dark cloud. Looking at the overwhelming demonic energy, those who secretly followed the undefeated heavenly king couldn't help but raise their hearts to their throats. Below were the surging waves, and above was the overwhelming demonic energy. For a moment, the cliff seemed to have become the last piece of pure land at the end of the world, as if it would be swallowed up at any time. On the cliff, under the flower tree, Lin Shen stood facing the wind and stretched out his hand to eject a snow-white petal. The petal flew against the wind against the demonic energy in the sky, and in the air, 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, 100 turned into 1,000, and 1,000 turned into 10,000, and in an instant it turned into a storm of flowers that swept the world. 83 Chinese website latest address. The overwhelming demonic energy, under the impact of more and more petals, gradually seemed weak. People watched the demonic energy being dispersed by the petals like a mudslide, and watched the nirvana sacrifice his life base and carapace to resist. The petals, and then the life base and carapace, were also broken bit by bit in the torrent, and finally, the white combat suit on the nirvana was also broken, and the watch exploded. The body of the nirvana was washed up to the sky by the torrent of petals, and the score light and shadow above his head disappeared. After a long time, the nirvana was not seen falling, probably because he was blasted out of the atmosphere. Is the nirvana so weak? It's really disappointing. Lin Shen shook his head slightly, with a look of extreme disappointment, and the score above his head also changed from 1 to 2. Looking at Lin Shen, who returned to sit cross-legged under the flower tree, the people watching were all blown up. The undefeated heavenly king was still an ascender more than a month ago. At that time, he challenged a famous ascender. In such a short time, he should have just achieved nirvana. How could he be so powerful? I know that Wulianghai. Although the Fema clan is a small race, its strength is definitely not weak. A nirvana who has achieved nirvana 3 times has a good fighting level. He was actually shattered by the undefeated heavenly king with 1 blow. When did the undefeated heavenly king become so strong? He just can't beat those top geniuses, but it's also a 50-50 level. Why do those ordinary people from small races dare to challenge the undefeated heavenly king? Do they really think he's a loser? Haha, you still want to get points from the undefeated heavenly king. What are you dreaming about? Even if Deers returns to nirvana, he can't keep the undefeated heavenly king of the same level, okay? Sister, is this both good-looking and useful? Tia's eyes were full of little stars. It's not bad, Catherine said casually. Lin Shen was watching the sea comfortably here. Lin Shen didn't know that he was not in the battlefield of the Ascenders. He was in the battlefield and had no source of information. At this time, he was still collecting points in a low-key manner while looking for Lin Shen's whereabouts. More than a dozen Ascenders nearby were forced to join Lin Shen's team. Whoever didn't join the team would be dealt with together. Those who could run away ran away, and those who couldn't run away either joined the team or had their points robbed. Lin Shen had become the leader of the bully bandits in the nearby area. He was not in a hurry to develop outside. He took a dozen Ascenders to watch the Elephant Man and another tall Ascender fight on the side. The one fighting with the Elephant Man was a weak fighting tribe. The name of this race was told to him by Lao Lang. He had never seen anyone of this race. The name of weak fighting sounds a bit inferior, but his body shape is not much different from that of the Elephant Man, and his strength is not inferior. The two giants fought frantically, and the shock wave generated by the collision was very terrifying. These two are not easy to deal with. They are probably at the level of the 7th or 8th revolution. We may not be able to defeat them. Let's go find other Ascenders. Old Wolf whispered in Lin Shen's ear. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Lin Shen shook his fan lightly, saying calmly. The Elephant Man and the weak fighter were evenly matched. Their levels were about the same, and it would be difficult to tell who was better in a short period of time. Lin Shen was not in the mood to watch them fight here, so he gently shook the folding fan in his hand at them. The mysterious light text flew out and landed on the two people, which immediately reduced their strength. The effect was extremely obvious. Old Wolf and Lao Ao, the Ascenders who were forced to join the team, were surprised and happy to see that Lin Shen had such a trick. Weakening abilities are very rare. I didn't expect Lin Shen to have such an ability, and the effect seems to be very good. Just now, Old Wolf thought that the Elephant Man and the weak fighter were too strong, and he was afraid that he was not their opponent, so he didn't want to provoke them. But now Lao Lang feels that he is not inferior to any of them, which shows how obvious the effect of Lin Shen's skills is. 83 Chinese website latest address. Now all the Ascenders who have joined the team are beginning to feel fortunate that they have joined the team. With Lin Shen's skills, they can snatch many Ascenders who are stronger than them. Although Lin Shen will definitely only give them a small part of the points, it is always better to be snatched by others than by others. Boss, let's go and get them now. Lao Lang and others are eager to try, and even the names have changed. Just now they were all brothers, but now Lin Shen has won the title of boss. Don't worry, I'll go talk to them first, Lin Shen said and walked towards the Elephant Man and the weak fighter. The two people have stopped fighting because of Lin Shen's skills, and they all stared at Lin Shen. Is it you? The Elephant Man recognized Lin Shen and frowned and said, I don't fight with you. Why do you use skills on me? If you don't fight with me, why do you fight him? Lin Shen asked back. Didn't you just say that a true warrior should fight with the strong? He is very strong, so I want to fight him and get his points, the Elephant Man said. Wrong, he is not strong at all, so you found the wrong person. Lin Shen gently shook the fan and removed the skills on the Elephant Man. Isn't he strong? The Elephant Man looked at Lin Shen in confusion, and then looked at the weak fighter. Of course not, I don't think he can even withstand your axe. If you don't believe me, I'll ask him. After saying this, Lin Shen looked at the weak fighter and asked, "Are you strong?" You removed the weakening skill on the elephant man, but I still have it on me. How can I not be weak if you ask me like that? The weak fighter's eyes twitched, and he had already started to curse in his heart. But he could only say, "Not strong." You see, I said he was not strong. Lin Shen said with a smile. Who is considered strong? Asked the elephant man. Look at the score numbers above our heads. The ones with small score numbers are weak, and the ones with large score numbers are strong. Lin Shen explained. I can't read. The elephant man said embarrassedly. It doesn't matter. Follow me. I'll tell you when we meet a strong one. We'll defeat them together, take their points, and give them to us poor weak people. This is called robbing the rich. To help the poor. Lin Shen said. What is robbing the rich, to help the poor? The elephant man still looked puzzled. Have you heard the story of a warrior defeating a dragon and giving the treasures robbed by the dragon to the poor? Lin Shen said gently. That's called robbing the rich, to help the poor. The elephant man's eyes lit up. Yes, that is to rob the rich and help the poor. Lin Shen looked at the weak fighter and asked, Are you willing to join our team to rob the rich and help the poor? Yes. The weak fighter's eyes twitched wildly again. Could he say no? His skills were still there, and Lin Shen obviously had no intention of letting him go. Thank you, a little point for joining the team. Lin Shen stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. The weak fighter had a dark face and transferred his only points to Lin Shen. You still have to pay the joining fee, then I'll give it to you. The elephant man said. On the side, and also handed his only points to Lin Shen. This fool. The weak fighter looked at the elephant man as if he was looking at an idiot, the kind of fool who was sold and still gave money to others. Lin Shen accepted the joining fee of the two, and the team was able to grow again. 83 Chinese website latest address. Although there are many ascenders from the big clans participating in the war, they are only a small number among the hundreds of billions of ascenders. On this huge planet, the probability of ascenders of the same race appearing in the same area at the same time is really a bit small. Of course, the ascenders from the big clans participating in the war are only a small part of the ascenders in the clan. After all, it is useless to have more ascenders participating in the competition. They will be eliminated in the ranking battle, and the ranking of the ascenders has almost negligible impact on the race ranking. The same race has not been seen in the area near Lin Shen, but as time goes by, more and more ascenders of the same clan will gather together. That is all in the future. Now these single-handed ascenders have become part of Lin Shen's team. After dealing with the elephant man and the weak fighter, Lin Shen's team has been flying along the big river next to them. As long as the ascenders they can see do not join their team, they can only hand over the points. Lin Shen does not kill people, but only grabs points, and all the points are gathered in his hands alone. There are people from the Diamond tribe among the people in front. Let's not go over there. A group of people were flying in the sky looking for prey. Seeing that there were a few people resting by the river, one of them was from the Diamond tribe. Lao Ling flew to Lin Shen and said, It's okay for them to grab some points from small races, but no one dares to take action when they meet people from a strong tribe like the Diamond. Not to mention that their strength is not as good as the other party, even if they are stronger than the other party, they generally dare not attack the people of the Diamond Tribe. If you provoke a diamond with status and position, you may win the game here, but your tribe will be exterminated outside. Lin Shen took a look at the Diamond Tribe member and found that the points on his head were already 17 points, and the numbers on the heads of the people next to him were still 1. They were probably the younger brothers who followed the Diamond Tribe. One of them looked a little familiar. After a closer look, it turned out to be a human, or the Wan Guliu who escaped from him in the previous battle. Lin Shen thought for a moment and decided to ignore him. This was a race-ranking war. Lin Shen didn't want to fight with his own race at this time, let the human race in the whole universe laugh at him, and didn't want everyone to think that humans were a race that was good at killing each other. It was only a matter of time before the Wan Guliu and the Wan family were dealt with. There was no rush at this moment. Killing a Wan Guliu would not have a big impact on the Wan family. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have to uproot the interstellar Wan family. Killing a Wan Guliu would make them feel better, but it would alert the enemy. Just as they were about to fly to other places, the Emperor barbarians brought people to stop them. You 3 stay, the others can get out. The Emperor barbarians pointed at Lin Shen, Lao Lang and Lao Ao, and said in an imperative manner. Everyone hesitated for a while. They couldn't afford to offend the Emperor barbarians, but all the points were in Lin Shen's hands. If they left, they wouldn't get any benefits. Among the more than 20 ascenders, only the first Lao Lang and Lao Ao still had some points. And the others were all 0. If they could run, Lao Lang and Lao Ao would have run now, but the D-Man tribe had set their sights on their points, and it was impossible for them to run without handing over their points. Tian, this can be used to rob the rich and help the poor, right? The Elephant Man asked in a muffled voice while looking at the D-Man tribe. Lao Lang and the others heard what he said, and they all wondered if he was mentally ill, and he actually wanted to steal the D-Man tribe's points. Yes. Lin Shen laughed. He didn't want to deal with them now, but he didn't expect these guys to come to him. When the Elephant Man heard that he could rob the rich and help the poor, he summoned his life-based battle axe without saying a word, and rushed up with a roar. Lao Lang and the others were a little stunned. They knew that the Elephant Man was a fool, but they didn't expect him to be so foolish and go straight up. 83 Chinese website latest address. Seeing that an Elephant Man dared to attack him, the D-Man tribe was immediately furious. Go, kill him all. The ascenders around the D-Man tribe released their life-based battle axe without hesitation and surrounded the Elephant Man. They were all standing forward, but Wang Guliu was retreating. He was afraid of Lin Shen from the bottom of his heart. When Lin Shen had not yet ascended, he killed his elder brother Wan Shuiliu, who had ascended to the 7th level. Now that Lin Shen had ascended, Wang Guliu was unwilling to take the risk without seeing with his own eyes how strong he was. The Diamond people did not pay any attention to Wang Guliu. After the ascenders around him stopped the Elephant Man, he walked towards Lin Shen. You go. Help the old elephant. You can share the points this time. Lin Shen did not expect these people to dare to go up and fight the Diamond tribe. However, Lin Shen still underestimated the deterrent power of the powerful races in the universe to the small races. The ascenders looked at each other, and no one dared to make a move. Even Lao Lang and Lao, the 2 people whose points were to be robbed, did not dare to make a move. If you don't make a move now, it means that you voluntarily give up the points. Lin Shen continued. Still no one made a move, and the elephants were outnumbered, and they were in a bitter battle. Okay, this is your choice, Lin Shen said calmly. Stop talking nonsense, hand over your points, and give you a way out. The Demonzu walked to the opposite side of Lin Shen and said contemptuously. Is there a possibility that we can cooperate? Lin Shen looked at the Demonzu and said lightly. Cooperation? Are you qualified? Stop talking nonsense and hand over your points. The Demonzu cursed directly. It seems your mother never taught you how to talk. Lin Shen directly slapped the face of the Emperor Barbarian with a fan. You want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The Emperor Barbarian was extremely arrogant. He only used his shell and didn't even summon his life base. He punched Lin Shen's fan. He did have the capital to be arrogant. Just by hearing the sharp explosion of his fist breaking through the air, he knew that his strength was at least around the 9th turn. But before his fist touched the fan in Lin Shen's hand, some mysterious light text suddenly flew out of the fan and landed on him. As soon as the mysterious light texts appeared on his body, the Emperor Barbarian suddenly felt as if he was withered, and his speed and strength were instantly greatly weakened. Lin Shen directly slapped him in the face with a fan, twisting the face of the Emperor Barbarian to the side, and the visor was dented. Pa! Pa! Lin Shen's fan slapped back and forth, shaking the old face of the Emperor Barbarian left and right. He was stunned and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Bang! Finally, Lin Shen folded his fan and used it as a club. He smashed the Emperor Barbarian down with a club, creating a big hole in the ground. Both sides were dumbfounded. A 9-turn ascender of the Emperor Barbarian was just defeated like this? This didn't look like a fight at all, but more like a father beating his son. The key is that this person really dared to do it. Wasn't he afraid that the Emperor Barbarians would retaliate outside? For a moment, both sides were stunned. The few ascenders who fought with the Elephant Man didn't dare to fight anymore and withdrew from the battlefield. 83 Chinese website latest address. The current situation is something they never dreamed of. They didn't expect that a person from a small race would dare to fight the ascender of the Emperor Barbarians, and he really beat them. If they go up now, the Emperor Barbarians can't beat them. Wouldn't they die if they go up? If they don't go up, they will flee in the face of the enemy. The Emperor Barbarians will probably not let them go. They were caught in a dilemma for a while. It's not right to leave or not. The only one who ran away a long time ago was the Eternal Flow. Now even his figure can't be seen. Lin Shen didn't care about them so much. He landed next to the Emperor Barbarians, pointed at his head with the folding fan in his hand and said, "Are you still going to fight?" "No, no." The mysterious light text on the Emperor Barbarian's body was still there. And the attributes were weakened by nearly half. How could he dare to be stubborn? He himself was not a top-level strongman in the Emperor Barbarians. He could only show off in front of small races. Since we don't want to fight, let's transfer the points, Lin Shen said. Didn't you say we can cooperate? The Emperor Barbarian Ascendant said, with a turn of his eyes. We can cooperate, but we have to pay the membership fee first, Lin Shen said with a smile. The Emperor Barbarian Ascendant knew that he had to pay the points, and he didn't know whether the other party was really a fool or had some background, and didn't take his identity as an emperor Barbarian into consideration. After transferring the points to Lin Shen, the Emperor Barbarian was about to say something, but saw Lin Shen pointing at the ascendants in the air with his fan and shouting, "What are you guys still doing? If you don't pay the points to join the partnership, are you waiting to be beaten? Transfer all the points." To the Elephant Man. "What are you doing? I asked you to pay the points." The Emperor Barbarian Ascendant shouted. At the side. After he shouted like that, the Ascendants transferred the points to the Elephant Man with a strange look on their faces. Lin Shen looked at the Emperor Barbarian Ascendant with some surprise, and didn't expect him to cooperate so actively. "Brother, your weakening skill is very powerful. If we join forces, we can rob anyone we want. Except for big guys like deers." The Ascended Emperor Barbarian stood beside Lin Shen, regardless of his injuries, and pointed out a bright future for Lin Shen. "You've 30% and I 70%. Lin Shen said directly. "This is too little. Let's split it 50-50. Rand said. 20-80, Lin Shen said expressionlessly. "Okay, 30-70 is 30-70. Rand said hurriedly, knowing that the master he met was not easy to talk to, and he would collapse if he continued to talk. Lao Lang and others were stunned. They didn't expect that after the Emperor Barbarians were beaten and their points were robbed, they actually joined the team. This seemed a little different from the domineering Emperor Barbarians in their impression. Looking at the increase in points on the elephant's head, they were a little envious, but they did not regret their previous decision. No matter how good the points were, they could not provoke the god barbarians for points. Now this Emperor Barbarian looks peaceful, who knows if he will turn against him after going out. You can only get dividends if you work hard. If you don't work hard, you will be regarded as giving up the previous benefits. You should all know this, right? Lin Shen did not intend to give up their plan. He looked at Lao Lang and others with a smile and said, "That's natural, it should be." Everyone nodded in response. They were thankful that Lin Shen did not settle accounts with them. With everyone on the road again, with the addition of Rand and others, the scope of their looting suddenly became larger. With the current status of the Diamond Tribe in the universe, there are really few people they dare not rob. 83 Chinese website latest address. At first, Lao Lang and others were still timid, but with Rand, the pioneer, and the Elephant Man, the young man, and more people in the team, they gradually let go of the looting. As the team grew, no matter what race of ascenders they met, they would rob them. When they met those who did not know the current situation, many ascenders sacrificed their life bases, and a round of volleys, ordinary 10-turn ascenders could not withstand it. Soon, their team grew into a team of thousands of ascenders. With Lin Shen's order, thousands of ascenders offered up their life bases, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Rand originally just wanted to hold Lin Shen back, and wait for him to meet the strong men of the god barbarians, and then deal with Lin Shen. But as the team grew, after robbing the top 100 races several times, Rand suddenly found that in this situation, he seemed to get points faster than if he robbed them himself. For those who he didn't have the strength to rob, now as long as he gave an order, thousands of life bases would be smashed down, and few ascenders could withstand it, and they had to obediently offer points. Moreover, the team was still growing rapidly. Lin Shen created a series of titles such as Team Leader, and General Leader, and also absorbed some members whose races could enter the top 100, and actually set up this ragtag army. This team has attracted the attention of many people. Originally, the elimination rounds were fought separately, and at. Most people of the same race joined forces. Many people have never seen such a situation where different races fought together. That human is interesting, Catherine said in surprise. He's just taking advantage of others. Tia didn't like Lin Shen very much. She still preferred the romanticism of individual heroes like Lin Shen. You don't understand. Although personal force is important, the ability to unite a team is also very valuable. Moreover, the ascenders on the battlefield of the Ascension planet are from different races. It is very difficult to build such a team in such a short time and form combat effectiveness, Catherine said. Really? Tia looked at it and still didn't like it. She pouted and said, the undefeated king is still handsome. Catherine shook her head helplessly and stopped arguing with her. The emperor was lying in the clouds, and the beauty beside him was peeling grapes for him. That boy's ability is good. The emperor was enjoying the service of the beauty while looking at the picture scroll in the sky. He didn't pay attention to the battlefield of the immortal planet, which was the most important for the Tianren clan, but was watching Lin Shen. Here. Dean Tian's ability to unite the alien race is really too excellent. And Rong said on the side. Her words were heartbreaking. The Tianren clan was originally a very exclusive race. It was difficult to be reused if you were not of the Tianren bloodline. And Rong's words about Lin Shen would undoubtedly make the emperor doubt whether he would form a small group of alien races. Without even this ability, how can you be the dean of the Tianchi Academy? The emperor seemed not to understand the meaning of Enrong's words, and said with a smile, as if he was very satisfied with Lin Shen's performance. Your Majesty is right. Seeing the Emperor of Heaven like this, Emperor Rong did not dare to say anything else, so as not to displease the Emperor of Heaven. As the team grew larger and larger, more and more people paid attention to Lin Shen's team. What's the situation? How can there be a team of 10,000 ascenders, and they are all composed of ascenders of different races? Oh my God! The Phoenix clan's ascenders were robbed. Haha, that guy is still trying to show off his status. When tens of thousands of life bases are revealed, I am almost scared to pee. Fuck, who can compete with them in the elimination rounds like this? Even if Diers comes, he has to retreat. It's only been a short time, and the number of people has already reached tens of thousands. 83 Chinese website latest address. When Lin Shen led his team to grab points, the sacrificial halo sacrifices were increasing and improving. There may be nearly 100 billion ascenders participating in the battlefield of the upgraded planet. Lin Shen's not killing people does not mean that others will not kill people. There are many top ascenders who are too lazy to talk nonsense. For them, killing people is much faster than persuading the other party to hand over points. These dead ascenders have become Lin Shen's sacrifices, which rapidly improve the attributes of the sacrificial halo. Because the quality of the sacrifices is too good. They are all ascenders, so the attributes are improved very quickly. In just half a day, it has exceeded 500 points, reaching a height never seen before. Until the evening, Lin Shen's team had grown to more than 50,000 people. It was also at this time that Lin Shen made the first dividend distribution. Because the ascenders who were robbed later had already robbed a lot of other people's points, the amount of points has increased many times. Now there are 5 captains, more than 500 major ministers, and thousands of captains. The points can be distributed level by level. And ordinary ascenders have also received 2 points. 2 points are enough to make them very excited, because under normal circumstances, they are cannon fodders robbed by others. Now they not only have 2 points, but they don't have to worry about being robbed by other powerful ascenders in the team, and they are very safe. If they can get points every day in the future, they may be able to rush into the ranking battle that they could not enter before. Most ascenders are willing to continue to work with Lin Shen. Those team leaders, captains, can get a certain commission every time they rob, and they are also very motivated. The more they rob, the more they will get. Lin Shen's more than 50,000 ascenders are nothing in the entire ascender battlefield, but at present, the strong men of those big races cannot gather so many ascenders around them. In other words, the ascenders of those big races simply look down on these ordinary ascenders and have never thought of gathering them together to form combat power. Now that there are so many of us, if we act together, the efficiency is too low. It's time to divide the troops. Lin Shen found 5 captains and planned to divide the troops into 5 groups to rob the rich and help the poor in different directions. Rand and the other 5 captains from the big clans were overjoyed. With Lin Shen here, Lin Shen would definitely take the lion's share of the points they snatched. But without Lin Shen, they couldn't command such a large team. Lin Shen took the initiative to propose to divide the troops, which was naturally a great thing for them. In the future, the points they snatched would belong to themselves. In order to avoid conflicts between our own teams, we still have to agree on a slogan. Lin Shen shook his fan and said with a smile, "Boss, you say, we listen." Rand said hurriedly, "Let's do this, no matter what name you give your team in the future. Our unified slogan is, the sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, and I am the most rampant in my life." Hearing this slogan means that it is our team, and don't let your own people fight against each other. Lin Shen asked Rand and several captains to pass on the slogan. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, I am the most rampant in my life. When more than 50,000 people shouted in unison, Lin Shen only felt a terrifying force surging up in his body, almost breaking his head. 83 Chinese website latest address. Brothers, the sea is vast and the sky is vast, and the road ahead is long. No matter where you go in the future, no matter what difficulties you encounter, please remember that you were once a member of my team. You were warriors who were invincible, fearless, and unstoppable. You were invincible under the starry sky. No matter what difficulties you encounter, no matter what difficulties and obstacles you encounter on the road ahead, don't give up, don't bow your head, don't hesitate, don't be helpless, as long as you can unite as one. No one can defeat us. Come. Let's sing the war song together and let the world hear our voices. Brothers. See you on the leaderboard. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. The voice shook the 4 fields, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Rand and his men looked at each other in bewilderment. They had originally thought that after their team had merged with their family members, they could turn around and snatch Lin Shen. But looking at the current momentum, if they were asked to turn around and fight Lin Shen, they might not be willing to help. Take care, everyone. Lin Shen said goodbye to Rand and his men, and assigned most of the personnel to them. He left more than 1,000 ascenders, including the Elephant Man, the Weak Fighter, the Old Wolf, and Lao Ao, by his side. The main reason was that he had earned enough points, and it Was useless to bring so many people. Anyone who saw so many ascenders gathered together would have run away long ago, and the points he had robbed were not enough to share. After all, this is just a planet, not a cosmic battlefield, and there are simply not enough resources to support so many ascenders. Lin Shen continued to rob the rich and help the poor with these 1,000 people, but once the snowball started rolling, he would stop even if he wanted to. By the next day, another 20,000 to 30,000 ascenders gathered around Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue dividing his troops, and he led more than 1,000 people to continue searching for Lin Shandong's whereabouts on the battlefield. After a day, some of the ascenders from many large clans had begun to gather together, and Lin Shen and his men finally encountered a team of celestial beings. Old Wolf and his companions saw the team of dozens of celestial beings ascending, and although they were not as scared as before, no one dared to rush up to rob them. The celestial beings team was also shocked to see so many ascenders from various tribes together. Ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers, so they did not dare to act rashly when they saw so many ascenders. Lin Shen raised the folding fan in his hand, and more than 1,000 ascenders stopped and floated quietly in the air. "Boss, it's not good." Among the celestial beings on the opposite side, there is the Emperor's son Tian Buluo. Old Wolf looked at the celestial beings, and after seeing the face of the leader clearly, he was shocked and hurried to Lin Shen's side to say. Old Ao and others also heard it nearby, and they were all shocked when they turned their heads to look at the celestial beings. Emperor's son Tian Buluo, they saw that he actually brought people over. Seeing Tian Buluo bringing people over, Old Wolf and others felt a little uneasy. "Brother Tian, you actually joined the battle as well." But when Tian Buluo came closer, he greeted Lin Shen. Tian Buluo's address to Lin Shen surprised everyone. Tian Buluo, the famous son of the Tianren clan, actually called Lin Shen his brother. 83 Chinese website latest address. "Is this your team?" Tian Buluo asked, looking at the thousands of ascenders in the sky. "Yes, are you interested in joining my team?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "I'd love to." Tian Buluo readily agreed, without even asking how to divide the points. Lao Ling and others were stunned. Before, they thought that Lin Shen was a lucky guy with strong team ability, flexible mind, good at socializing and negotiation, and a rare weakening skill. In the final analysis, he was just a person from a small race with no background. Only in the special situation of the planetary battlefield could he stir up a little trouble. After leaving the planetary battlefield, he was nothing. But now they suddenly found that this person seemed to be different from what they imagined. Even Tian Buluo's son seemed to listen to him and agreed to join his team without asking anything, as if joining his team was taking advantage. Now they are a little glad that they followed Lin Shen from the beginning. Lin Shen knew that Tian Buluo joined the battle purely to defeat Deers. Points had no meaning to him at all. Even if they were not given to him, he didn't care. However, Lin Shen still told Tian Buluo the rules of the team clearly. Even if Tian Buluo didn't want points, the celestial beings who followed him also needed points. Tian Buluo had no objection, and the celestial beings who followed Tian Buluo naturally didn't dare to have any objections. Seeing that Tian Buluo's son followed Lin Shen's arrangements, Lao Ling and his men suddenly understood. No wonder the boss dared to rob the ascenders of those big families. It turns out that the boss has such a deep foundation. Lao Ling and his men rolled their eyes, and they didn't know what they were thinking. With the addition of Tian and his men, Lin Shen's team of thousands of people became even crazier, robbing the rich and helping the poor. Even the son of the celestial race was in their team, so Laoling and his men had nothing to fear anymore. As long as Lin Shen gave an order, thousands of ascenders would attack wherever he pointed, without any hesitation. Not long after, the number of people in the team exceeded 10,000 again. This time, Lin Shen assigned another 10,000 people and let a well-known ascender from the celestial race lead the team to develop freely. Lin Shen's original intention was that there were too many people and he could not grab a large number of points. So he could not afford to support so many ascenders, but he did not expect that things were developing in a direction that he did not expect. There was no such person as Lin Shen before. Even if someone gathered ascenders to form a team, most of them only gathered ascenders from their own tribe, and at most recruited more ascenders with connections to join the team. Even if there were people who recruited ascenders from various tribes, they were all self-centered and could not share power. Lin Shen gathered forces, split them up, and distributed dividends to them. No one had played like this before, and even if there was, it did not form a large scale. But this time it was different. After Lin Shen set up the template, the teams that were split out followed suit. Lin Shen couldn't lead so many people. After the split teams grew rapidly, they encountered the same problem. So they also split the teams according to Lin Shen's method. 83 Chinese website latest address. This method snowballed too quickly. In just over a day, there were more and more teams on the battlefield of the upgraded planet. 1 split into 10. 10 split into 100, and the number of teams was increasing exponentially. Many powerful people from the big clans who were robbed also learned this trick and began to form their own teams. When the team they formed met the team split out from Lin Shen, they heard the other side shouting something like, "The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, and I am the most rampant in my life." At first, I thought those people were too crazy. After fighting a few times, I found that as long as I shouted a few words, the other side would treat them as their own people, and they would live in peace and go in different directions. As a result, they also learned these few sentences. When they met a large group of people, they would say these few sentences. Then everyone would leave and look for lone or small groups of people to rob. The entire battlefield of the upgraded planet was like being infected by a virus plague. Countless teams emerged. Even the top-level strongmen who were alone could hardly fight against thousands of ascenders alone. They were robbed or forced to join a team, or they formed a team themselves. So the entire battlefield of the upgraded planet appeared in a situation that had not appeared in the past few hundred years. Countless teams were frantically swallowing up the scattered ascenders on the planet. There were more and more teams and fewer lone ascenders. Interesting. It's really interesting. I'm afraid even the initiator would not have thought that such a situation would occur. Catherine laughed very happily, and said while laughing, "If this continues, we will soon see a battle of ascenders in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions. This is a situation that has never happened before in the race ranking war. Will such a situation really happen?" Tia said in surprise. "Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. When there are no shrimps or small fish left, the big fish will fight each other to see who can become stronger. Unfortunately, the elimination round is too short, only 3 days. If the timeline is longer, we may even see hundreds of millions of ascenders fighting. Catherine's eyes became brighter and brighter. The guy who caused all this is really amazing. I don't know whether he did it on purpose or not. He disrupted the entire battlefield of the Phaeton planet with his own strength. That little guy is very capable of causing trouble. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and watched the development of the Phaeton planet battlefield. He also wanted to know what kind of situation would develop in the end. If it really triggered a chaotic battle among hundreds of billions of ascenders, it would be a devastating disaster. And Rong said nothing on the side because she no longer needed to fan the flames. Once a terrifying war of that level was triggered, a large number of ascenders would inevitably fall. It is unknown how many ascenders from the major powerful tribes would die in it. At that time, the tribes would definitely not give up. As the initiator, a Tian, I am afraid that even the Emperor could not save him. Now there are still small groups or lone ascenders to grab. Once those lone ascenders are reduced to a certain extent, the teams will inevitably swallow each other up, and no one can stop it. Christine of the Emperor Barbarians was strolling leisurely on the grassland. He had already gained more than 1,000 points. According to previous experience, these points were enough to enter the ranking battle, so he was not in a hurry to grab points, just waiting for other ascenders to come to him. Suddenly, Christine saw ascenders appearing in front of him, and there were a lot of them. At first, Christine was very excited. If he could get a lot of points, his starting position in the ranking battle would be very high, and he would not need to go through so much trouble to slowly fight his way up. What a group of kind people, they are here to give points again. Christine smiled. But soon, Christine's smile froze on his face. There were more and more ascenders in the sky, covering the sky like dark clouds. There were at least tens of thousands, and the number was still increasing. Fuck, what's going on? No matter how strong Christine was, he could not fight against the tens of thousands of ascenders on the opposite side who sacrificed their life bases together. 83 Chinese website latest address. Oh my god. Crazy, crazy, all crazy. Christine, the genius ascender known as the Sword Demon of the Diamond Tribe, actually had his points robbed. Haha, Christine is so unlucky. He met a team that has expanded to 100,000 ascenders. The leader is an ascender from the best tribe who is not afraid of the Phoenix tribe at all. If they didn't want to cause a dispute between the two tribes, I'm afraid Christine wouldn't even be able to save his life. This time the ascender battlefield is really interesting. What genius, what invincible at the same level, are all dregs in front of the terrifying ascender team. It's not Christine's fault. Even if Deers came, he would still have to hand over points. Fuck, the guy who came up with this team model is really a genius. It seems that Christine is going to meet another team in the direction he is going. Oh my god, that's the team led by Wumian of the Chaos Tribe. Although the number of people is not as large as the previous team of the best tribe, there are also more than 10,000 people. Wumian himself is not weaker than Christine, and now he is leading more than 10,000 ascenders. It's over. It's over. I really met him. Fuck. Christine ran so fast. Is he running away? Wait, how come Wumian suddenly has a team? Wasn't he alone before? Haha, I saw it. When you were watching Christine being robbed, I saw Wumian was also robbed, but he chose to join the team that robbed him. Now he has successfully taken the position and squeezed out the previous captain. It's a mess, it's a mess, it's all messed up. Tia's eyes widened to the limit, and her mouth didn't close for a long time. Christine, unexpectedly mixed so badly in the Ascension battlefield. Catherine on the sofa laughed. Christine has always been very proud, and now he is being robbed and chased by others. He is just like a dog who has lost his home. It's so interesting. But if this goes on, the teams will start to tear each other apart soon. Dice is also going to meet a team of 50,000 people. Tia suddenly shouted. Catherine looked over and saw that Dice was about to encounter a big team. Those who were paying attention to the Ascendant battlefield all turned their eyes to Dice. If Dice was robbed again, the promotion elimination match would be completely messed up. And the fighting between the teams would soon take place. Dice did not take the initiative to grab points at all. He had been fishing by the river, waiting for others to come to him. He only needed to win. Those who wanted to challenge him, and the points would be enough to enter the ranking battle. Suddenly, Dice saw a group of ascendants like locusts appear in the sky across the river, so dense that they were difficult to count. Dice looked at the ascendants in the sky, rushing over and surrounding him in the center. The surrounding river banks and the sky were full of ascendants. Dice, we meet again. The leading ascendant came to Dice and said, with a smile, Thunder Temple. Dice looked at the ascendant in front of him and remembered his name. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. Lacey, of the Thunder clan, had challenged him before, but unfortunately he was defeated by him. However, Lacey's own strength is quite good, and Deers still has some impression of him. Deers, it seems that the battle between you and me will continue. Lacey said with a smile, but you have to wait until you can enter the ranking battle. Now, hand over your points. You want to steal my points? Deers asked, looking at the sky full of ascenders. It's not stealing, it's robbing the rich to help the poor. You robbed so many points, I just gave the points you robbed back to those weak ascenders. Lacey said with a smile. Lacey knew that he couldn't beat Deers, but now he has more than 50,000 ascenders as a backing. Even if he can't beat Deers, robbing Deers' points will make him feel good. That makes sense. Since we want to rob the rich to help the poor, we should share it equally. I will share my points equally with each ascender, and the same goes for yours. Deers said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. You don't have to worry about my business. Hand over your points to me. Otherwise, if my more than 50,000 brothers get angry, I can't stop them. It will be bad if you get hurt. Lacey snorted coldly. I will now distribute the points of everyone equally. If you want to stop me, just do it. Deers said and stood up and walked towards Lacey. Lacey's face changed slightly. While summoning the life base, he shouted loudly, brothers, work together to suppress Deers and let this number 1 master see our power. However, Lacey did not hear the whistling sound of the life base. He turned around and saw that those ascenders looked at each other, and none of them summoned the life base. It turned out that some ascenders who were on good terms with Lacey wanted to summon the life base, but seeing that no one moved around, and being swept by Deers' eyes, they did not summon the life base. You. Lacey was shocked and angry. Before he could say anything more, Deers was only a few steps away from him. Every step that Dios took seemed normal, but Lacey felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. Every step that Dios took made him feel as if death was approaching. And he could not dodge, escape, or stop it. I'll share. The veins on Lacey's forehead bulged. He wanted to attack several times, but he never found a chance to do so. Finally, he put away his life base and said with gritted teeth. Diers took Lacey's points, and then kept his promise and divided them equally among all the Ascenders, along with his own points. As the leader of this team, Lacey took most of the team's points. After being evenly distributed by Diers, each member's points reached 11 points. So many Ascenders did not take action, not only because they were afraid of Diers, but the most important thing was that Diers wanted to share Lacey's points with them, which was much more beneficial than them robbing Diers. Diers only had so few points. But Lacey had more points than all of them. This choice was not difficult at all. When Diers distributed the points, he asked them some questions. He was a little confused as to why these Ascenders of different races could form such a large alien team. It is difficult for different races to trust each other. According to common sense, it should not form such a large scale. After understanding the course of events, Dies showed a strange look in his eyes. What kind of person is he who uses chaos as a game and sows the seeds of disaster? Dies is going to break the game. This is boring. Catherine sat back on the sofa, seeming to find it very boring. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen felt that something was not right. In just 1 hour, they had already encountered 3 waves of teams. Although when they both met the code from a distance and then left in different directions, but Lin Shen took a quick look and discovered the clues. He didn't even know any of the leaders of those teams. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen suddenly laughed. Brother Tian, why are you laughing? Tian Boluo looked at Lin Shen curiously and asked. Emperor, have you ever played Snake Battle? Lin Shen asked Tian Boluo. I played with it when I was a kid. Tian Boluo was startled for a moment, as if he thought of something. We met several teams just now. Could it be that now that there are a large number of teams on the Ascension battlefield, they have begun to devour each other? We have to act quickly, otherwise once a giant-level team appears, we will be mercilessly crushed. Lin Shen looked at the time on his watch and said, there are still more than 25 hours left. It's a bit too much time, and it will be very troublesome to be developed by those teams. Rather than waiting passively, it's better to take the initiative. Tian Boluo said. Do you still remember how to defeat other greedy snakes in the battle between greedy snakes? Lin Shen said. A snake can't survive without a head. Tian Boluo and Lin Shen looked at each other and smiled. While they were talking, another team appeared nearby. Lin Shen's team has always maintained a number of about 1,000 people. Compared with the team he divided, it is obviously much smaller. The number of teams that appeared this time was tens of thousands. Lin Shen saw that the other party did not take the initiative to sing a war song, so he waved his hand. War song, start. The old wolf waited for thousands of ascended people and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, the sky is blue, the wilderness is vast, I am the most arrogant in my life. Over and over again, but the other team had no intention of responding. The ascended ones like locusts quickly approached and surrounded their 1,000-man team. It made me laugh so hard. He set the trap himself and finally put it around his own neck. He who harms others eventually harms himself. Tia laughed and held her stomach, almost unable to straighten her waist. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Catherine narrowed her eyes. 1,000 versus 40,000, the opponent is still Christian, the guy who has suffered the grievances of the team. He is not bound by any code at all. If a Tian doesn't surrender, he will have no choice but to run away. Tia said. I always feel that that guy is not that simple. Catherine said slowly while looking at the scroll. Emperor Tian Buluo, hand over your points, or fight. Choose one. Christian saw Tian Buluo and thought that this team was Tian Buluo. He was robbed once. And then chased by another team. He was extremely depressed. At this time, he finally managed to get his team together. He didn't care who you were. The emperor of the celestial clan would still rob you. What's more, the relationship between the imperial barbarian tribe and the celestial tribe is already very disharmonious. There are almost constant frictions and wars between the two tribes. Brother A. Tian, what do you think? Tian Boluo looked at Lin Shen and said. Lin Shen looked at Christine and said, we would like to invite you to join our team, what do you think? What are you dreaming about? Offer your points, and I will allow you to join my team. Christine thought. There was something wrong with her ears. Isn't the current situation obvious? If you want a team of 40,000 to join the opponent's team of 1,000, you have to be mentally ill to think so. 83, Chinese website, latest address. In that case, let's each rely on our abilities. Lin Shen said, throwing open the folding fan in his hand. And countless mysterious lights flew out. Damn it, I really don't dare to kill you, right? Christine was furious. He just didn't want to cause a war under the eyes of the whole universe, so he didn't take action directly. If he had encountered Tian Buluo outside rather than in the Ascension battlefield, with such a huge advantage, he would have taken action long ago. He didn't take action, but the other party dared to take action first, which made Christine feel very aggrieved. Do it. Christian directly summoned a sword with red light. The sword instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked Lin Shen. Lin Shen punched Christine's sword, and Tian Boluo on the side also moved at the same time, flapped his wings, and was in front of Christine in an instant. Christian waved his fist to blast away the mysterious light patterns, but the mysterious light patterns landed on his fist and turned into a brand. In just an instant, his entire body was branded with both light and dark marks, and he suddenly felt as if he was wilting. Not only is the strength and speed greatly reduced, but the effects of the skills are also weakened. Christine and Tian Boluo were opponents of almost the same level. One side's strength was suddenly halved. Tian Boluo activated the Heaven and Man Unity technique. They just met each other and directly captured Christine. Of course, Christian would be captured alive, mainly because his waist suddenly went numb and he couldn't move. He didn't even know what happened. Lin Shen's fingers were hanging by his side, looking intently, as if nothing had happened. Many ascended people who had listened to Christian's order had summoned their life bases, but they found that Christian had been captured. They all looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to do. Everyone, there are many teams on the battlefield now, and there are many teams with more people than you. We can only keep our points if we unite. Those who are willing to join my team do not need to pay points. We just unite to keep our points. Lin Shen took the opportunity to say, what are you still hesitating about? If you don't unite to protect yourself, are you going to wait to be robbed? Tian Boluo raised his voice while holding Christine, who could not move. I am willing to join. Someone stepped forward, and someone immediately responded. Most of the ascenders in Christine's team chose to join Lin Shen's team. They had already robbed some points, and now keeping the points is obviously more important than robbing points. After recruiting Christine's team, Lin Shen did not embarrass Christine. After all, in this public, if Christine was killed, the Diamond Tribe would never be able to bear this breath. Even if it was for face, they had to go to war with the Tian tribe. Lin Shen just asked Christine to hand over his points, and then let him go, letting him choose to stay or go. Christian turned around and left without saying a word. Today's battle of ascenders really pitted him. He could never imagine that he was one of the top ascenders. Why did he fall to this point? Wasn't the previous elimination round the stage for the top ascenders? The spectators were all stunned. They had never seen such a situation. In the previous elimination rounds, the top ascenders of various races were fighting indiscriminately. The extremely powerful ascenders showed amazing strength in the elimination rounds and showed their prowess in the universe. But in this elimination round of ascenders, the combat power of a single person is nothing at all. Any team with a certain number of people can crush those so-called geniuses of the big races. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen led his team to continue flying at high speed in the air. Now they didn't need to look for the lone ascenders, they just went for the team. Except for the necessary rest time to restore the ascenders' physical strength, the rest of the time was flying at high speed. Now in the flying upgrade battlefield, there are teams everywhere, and not far away they met another team of tens of thousands of people. This time both sides shouted out the secret code, but Lin Shen still led the team to fly towards the other side. The opposing team was shocked and summoned their life bases to prepare for the battle, but they saw the team stopped and one person came out of the crowd. Boss. The man relaxed when he saw Lin Shen. Lin Shen was also a little surprised to see him, and said loudly, "Scattered as a sky full of stars, gathered as a ball of fire, now on the battlefield, there are teams everywhere, we must work together to protect ourselves. I ask you to return to the team. You should return to the team." The man also knew what the situation was now. He had encountered many teams and had been frightened for a long time. Now he couldn't find any single or small group of ascenders, and he didn't dare to rob other teams. He didn't know what to do. Lin Shen successfully incorporated the teams he had split off. He sent out 10,000 and got back nearly 30,000. Lin Shen and Tian rushed all the way down, and directly incorporated the teams they met. Now many people in the teams had been in Lin Shen's team or in the teams that Lin Shen had split off. In addition, given the current situation, many teams are willing to return on their own initiative, making Lin Shen and Tian Buluo's team bigger and bigger. Those who were not willing to join, facing such a large team, dared not say no. If they didn't join, they would only be robbed. There was no third way to go. No one is a fool. Joining such a large team, you can still keep your own points. Who would be so stupid as to let others rob their points? Just over an hour later, Lin Shen's team had already reached the 1,000,000 level and was still expanding rapidly. The spectators were talking about it because a very interesting scene had appeared on the ascendant battlefield. Two forces were madly absorbing ascendants, and the number had exceeded 1,000,000, and was still expanding rapidly. Originally, it was thought that there would be a chaotic battle between teams. Although the chaotic battle between teams did happen, it was only a very small number, because many teams were swallowed up by these two forces before the chaotic battle began. The snowballs of the two teams were getting bigger and bigger. One team was naturally Lin Shen's team, and the other team was Dai's team. Dai divided the points equally, and Lin Shen protected the points himself. Although the concepts of the two teams were different, after the snowball started to roll, ordinary teams had to be dragged in whether they wanted to or not. Even many Nirvana level and even Immortal level bosses began to pay attention to the Ascendant battlefield. This situation is too rare. If it continues to develop, it is likely to evolve into a shocking war. People of all races were terrified. Once these two teams met, the result was unpredictable. If neither can defeat the other and a fight really breaks out, who knows how many Ascenders will die? Many people are looking forward to the encounter between the two behemoths, and some are worried about what will happen after they meet. Destiny is really a magical thing. The two super teams are wreaking havoc on the planet, but they magically did not meet. 83 Chinese website latest address. There were several times when they almost met, but the two teams chose to go in different directions and missed each other magically. The closest time the two teams were apart was less than 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers is already very far for ordinary people, but for Ascenders, 1,000 kilometers is really nothing. The two super teams have never been able to meet, and the result is that their size is getting bigger and bigger. Any team they meet, if they do not react in time and escape early, will be forced to join. As time passed, the two teams developed to the tens of millions level, and soon broke through to the hundreds of millions level. The Ascenders of the entire planet were trembling under the power of the two terrifying teams. The strong men of various tribes outside were also trembling. If these two teams fought, who knows what terrible things would happen. A battle of this scale can no longer be called a battle. In the interstellar war, this is not a small scale. The celestial race, the emperor barbarian race, the chaos race, and other powerful cosmic races were also involved. Once a war broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Ascenders who participated in it had never seen such a big scene. Hundreds of millions of Ascenders passed by, and the momentum alone was earth-shaking. The magical thing is that even at this point, the two super teams still couldn't meet, and they always passed by fate. Fortunately, the battlefield of the super upgrade planet is large enough. The two teams look big, but for the planetary battlefield, it is just like a locust plague. The lone Ascenders and some small teams are basically fleeing now, and dare not show up at all, just wanting to wait until the end of the elimination round. The two teams now ignored the Lone Rangers and small teams and only annexed the big teams. When there were more than 7 hours left before the end of the elimination round, the weight of the two teams had exceeded the billion level. Although this is still a small number for the Ascenders participating in the battle, a team of this magnitude is actually quite terrifying. Being able to command a team of this magnitude is already very difficult. Fortunately, the elimination round is relatively short, otherwise it is not something that ordinary people can do to control such a team. Because of the disruption of these two big snakes, it is completely impossible for the teams to fight in chaos. Those small teams can't escape in time. Who dares to rob other teams again, for fear of attracting the attention of the two super battles? Those two super teams have triggered the catfish effect, making most of the small teams remain vigilant and dare not rob other teams at will. Although this is the best result, it is also a bit too boring. I hope they can collide with each other in the end, which will be interesting. Catherine leaned on the sofa, staring at the scroll with burning eyes. Maybe God heard Catherine's wish. After passing each other again and again, with less than an hour left before the end of the elimination round, the two super teams actually met. This time, they did not pass each other. When both sides saw the ascenders on the opposite side that covered the sky and the sun, they were stunned. For so long, both sides have been constantly devouring the weak. In front of them, other teams are scum and have only the fate of being eaten. They are invincible and don't need to worry about encountering any resistance. How come such a terrifying team suddenly appeared? The appearance of both sides made the members of the other side tremble. If they really fight, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The leaders of various tribes who were watching outside were sweating in their palms. What if they really fight? No one can stop it. Maybe it will trigger a cosmic war. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was in a bad mood. He came here to find his fourth brother and help him. But the elimination round was almost over, and he didn't even see the shadow of his fourth brother. Fortunately, the team mode he created disrupted the situation on the battlefield, so that those who originally wanted to trouble Lin Shandong had no chance to besiege Lin Shandong. This can be regarded as helping the fourth brother. Lin Shen thought to himself. How could he know that Lin Shandong was wandering around the Nirvana battlefield at this time, looking for a soft persimmon to participate in the points? Lin Shandong is now a scourge on the Nirvana battlefield. When he encounters a strong Nirvana, he runs away, and he runs faster than anyone else. When he encounters those who seem to have fewer Nirvanas and are easier to bully, he goes up to grab points. He really grabs them accurately. I don't know how he can tell them apart. He has never met a Nirvana who has more than 3 Nirvanas. Now Lin Shandong's points are enough to enter the ranking battle, so during this last period of time, he hid well and was very leisurely. If Lin Shen knew this was the case, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. The opponent is Deers. Tian's eyes lit up. But the faces of the other powerful people from the big clans who followed Lin Shen and Tian were not very good. There are too many people on the opposite side. Don't do it. Someone said hurriedly. Don't worry. Lin Shen waved his hand. When the elephant man saw Lin Shen waving his hand, he immediately stretched his throat and roared with the method of elephant roar, Tian song song. The loud voice resounded through the sky, and everyone heard it. The elephant man's shout was originally intended to lead the ascenders of his own team to shout slogans together. But after he shouted, not only the ascenders of his own team shouted, but also the ascenders of the opposite side shouted. No one wants to fight in this situation. They came to participate in the race ranking war to make a name for themselves, to make a name for their own race, not to be cannon fodder. If they fight like this, no one will know who they are even if they die. No one wants to play with their lives in such a meaningless way. The ascendants that Deers gathered were all members of the previous teams, and they basically knew this slogan. The shocking roar of the elephant man made them happy, and they subconsciously felt that they didn't need to fight if they matched the secret code. Because there were too many ascendants, the ascendants behind them didn't know who shouted the slogan at all, and they all thought that it was someone from their own team who was shouting the slogan, so they followed suit. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Soon, the voices of billions of ascendants followed in unison, and the sound shook the clouds to ripple around, and the momentum rushed straight to the sky and the earth. After shouting several times, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Lin Shen only felt that the terrifying power rising in his body was almost about to burst his body. Billions of ascendants shouted the war song together, and the blessing given to him was too strong. Lin Shen suspected that he could directly blow all the nirvanas into slag with a casual blow now. If he used the treading wave fist, he might be able to kill more than half of the opponent's ascendant team. Lin Shen certainly wouldn't take action at this time. No matter how strong he is now, he will still be a small ascendant once the battle song stops. He still has to live his life in the future, so he can't play like this. Originally, Lin Shen thought that since it has come to this, and no one wants to fight, then they should just go their separate ways and wait for the countdown to end. 83 Chinese website latest address. Who knew that Tian Buluo actually flew out and arrived in front of the opponent's formation? As Tian Buluo stepped out of the line, the voices of shouting slogans gradually weakened and finally stopped. Dears, since we meet here, there is no need to wait for the ranking battle. One-on-one, you and I will settle it here. Tian Buluo floated in the air and said to Deers. Okay. Deers also came out. He didn't expect that the opponent would actually pull up such a large team. In the current situation, if one thing goes wrong, it may cause chaos. One-on-one battles may be the best solution. As long as they can hold on until the end of the elimination round, the crisis will naturally be resolved. Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. He hoped that their battle would not end so quickly. It would be best if they could continue until the end of the elimination round countdown. How about we only compete in skills in today's battle? Deer said, floating opposite Tian Buluo. What if we can't decide the winner? Tian Buluo asked. Then we will fight again in the ranking battle. Deers was afraid that they would fight with all their strength. If there was an accidental discharge of guns and involving others, the consequences would be disastrous. So many ascenders, once they get into chaos, even if they are not fighting, they may cause uncontrollable disasters. Okay. Tian Buluo nodded slightly, and he also entered a state of unity between heaven and man. After so much hard training, he still couldn't touch the threshold of the realm of gods and ghosts, but the state of unity between heaven and man has already penetrated into his bones. Heaven and God and man technique? Deers recognized the technique used by Tian Buluo at a glance. Please teach me. Tian Buluo had no expression on his face, as if he had merged with the world. His every move was natural, and no one could sense any flaws. Deers moved at will, fighting with Tian Buluo. Lin Shen watched the battle between Tian Buluo and Deers from the side, and couldn't help but admire. Deers is indeed worthy of his reputation. He can counter Tian Buluo's moves in the state of unity between heaven and man, and he is not at all inferior. Such skills and abilities are really amazing. You should know that Tian Buluo's every move is in line with the truth of heaven and earth. Deers fought against heaven and earth with his own strength, but he was not at all inferior. Such a mind and skills are already extraordinary and almost beyond human power. The strong men of various races were secretly surprised when they saw the two fighting with skills. Their casual moves were magical. In terms of skills alone, no one was sure to beat these two people. Seeing that the two were evenly matched, it would be difficult to tell the winner in a short time. They all thought that this battle would end in the knockout round, and they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The big men of various races watching the battle outside were also in a much more relaxed mood. This should be the best ending. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the team of dies and came to the front of Lin Shen's formation. Everyone was stunned, wondering what someone wanted to do at this time. A closer look revealed that the man was Wumian from the Chaos Clan. The Chaos Clan is almost the same size as humans, but although there are angular curves on their faces, they do not have mouths, ears, eyes, noses, and other facial features. He floated in front of the formation and made a sound. Although the sound was not loud, all the ascenders heard it clearly. Tian, let me ask you, is the undefeated Heavenly King your brother? Wu Mian's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Shen frowned slightly, wondering how Wu Mian knew that the undefeated Heavenly King was his brother. As expected, in order to divert the attention of the strong men from various races, and help your brother escape, you actually set up a chaotic situation, triggered a war among various races, and caused countless deaths and injuries to the ascenders of various races. The source of the war among the ascenders was all caused by you. It is not the culprit. And your heart is worthy of death. If you let the source of the disaster leave safely, it will definitely cause trouble to the universe in the future. Today, I, Wu Mian, will get rid of you, the disaster for the universe. Wu Mian's words were heartbreaking, and for a while, the strong men of various races looked at Lin Shen with unfriendly eyes. 83 Chinese website latest address. You said that I am the younger brother of the undefeated king? I am the younger brother of the undefeated king? Lin Shen looked at Wu Mian coldly and asked. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, eternal life. You can tell me. Faceless finger suddenly pointed at the team behind him. Hundreds of millions of eyes looked in the direction of his finger, and the ascendants in front consciously stepped aside, revealing a human ascendant in the crowd behind, who turned out to be Eternal Flow. Wangulyu stood in the team and gritted his teeth and said, I can prove that his real name is not a Tian, but Lin Shen. He is the younger brother of Lin Shandong, who is also the undefeated king. When he was on our home planet, Lin Shen was still he. Did not become an ascended person and offended several ascended people. At that time, Lin Shandong stood up for him and single-handedly shattered the life foundations of 5 ascended people by the Jinshui Lake. This matter is known to everyone on our human home planet. You can find it wherever you want. A human being who comes from the mother planet will know it just by asking. Wangulyu knew that if he stood up to testify against Lin Shen now, he would be looked down upon by his fellow human beings. However, he had to make Lin Shen pay the price for the revenge of his brother's murder and the fact that the Wan family almost fell into an irreversible situation. Tian, no. Lin Shen, you don't have anything to say yet? Wu Mian's words drew everyone's attention to Lin Shen. Yes, my name is indeed Lin Shen on my home planet, and I do have an elder brother named Lin Shandong. Lin Shen paused here. Many people thought that Lin Shen must have more to say later, and there should be a reversal, but Lin Shen continued, my brother does have a nickname called the Undefeated King. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Shen turned out to be the brother of the undefeated king. Many top ascenders stared at Lin Shen angrily. Even among Lin Shen's own team, there were many ascenders from big families staring at him angrily. Looking at him. Very good. If you dare to do what you want, you can be considered a person. Since I have not wronged you, today I will eliminate you. As a scourge for the people of the universe. Wu Mian said solemnly. Remove me from this scourge for the people of the universe? What qualifications do you have to represent the people of the universe? Lin Shen's expression remained unchanged and he said calmly, there is nothing wrong with the undefeated king being my elder brother, but my formation of the team has nothing to do with him. Do you think there is any use in quibbling now? Wu Mian said disdainfully. Sophistry? Why should I quibble? Lin Shen looked at Wu Mian and said, you said that. In order to rescue my brother, I set up a trap to cause chaos among various races, resulting in countless deaths and injuries among ascended people from all races. Then what do I think? I want to ask you, who here can trap my brother, and who needs me to do that? Is it you? If the undefeated king hadn't escaped, he would have been a dead soul under me. Wu Mian said calmly. Okay. Lin Shen was waiting for Wu Mian's words. He said a good word and then raised his index finger towards Wu Mian. No one understood what he meant, and Wu Mian couldn't figure out what Lin Shen wanted to express by raising a finger. I don't know your name, nor which race you are from. I only point out that if you don't die, I will recognize the name of this scourge that has caused chaos among all races. Lin Shen's voice spread all over the universe. Everyone was stunned for a moment, almost thinking that there was something wrong with their ears, or maybe there was something wrong with their brains, and they were hallucinating. Killing Faceless with one finger is such a fucking fantasy. That's Faceless, not some cat or dog. Faceless is a chaos genius who ranks among the top 10 in the universe. Even compared to Dios, his reputation is not much inferior. He is one of the few ascended people in the universe today. He has already ascended to the 10th level, and has mastered the Chaos Sutra. He has 3 types of physical strengthening talents. His life base is the Chaos Divine Bell, which is known as the first defensive life base. He was once besieged by hundreds of ascendants, and it was difficult to hurt him. A terrifyingly strong man. 83 Chinese website latest address. Among those at the same level, Faceless may not be the invincible person, but it might not be that easy for Dios to hurt him, let alone kill him. During the battle with Lin Shandong's torrent of petals hit him for 3 full minutes. As a result, he didn't even use the Chaos Divine Bell. He didn't take a step back, and his carapace was not damaged at all. 4. Such a person, Lin Shen actually said that he would kill him with one finger. Either Lin Shen was crazy, or there was something wrong with their ears and they were hearing hallucinations. Is that person crazy? Tia opened her mouth in surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. What an interesting guy. If he doesn't die, he deserves me to meet him. Catherine smiled extremely happily. She didn't believe that Lin Shen could really kill Wu Mian with one finger, but she was just wondering what Lin Shen had up his sleeve. Emperor Tian narrowed his eyes and said, with a strange expression, that boy, what do you want to do? There was joy in the corners of An Rong's eyes. Although she didn't say a word, she was ecstatic inside. Lin Shen is so careless about life and death, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to step down today. Even if he escapes back, regardless of his shame, the Emperor of Heaven will probably never again use such a person who talks nonsense and causes such big trouble. If she were Lin Shen, she would definitely not admit that he was the brother of the undefeated king. Young, still too young. As long as you point out that Wang Guliu has an old grudge with him and deliberately framed him and muddied the water, how can others distinguish the truth from the lies? And Rongqiang suppressed the excitement in his heart and waited for Lin. How will it end? Are you talking to me? Wu Mian's face was gloomy. He had never been so despised by anyone. I like the name of the source of chaos. No. Need to talk nonsense. Show your strongest power. I sincerely hope you can survive. Lin Shen said calmly. Okay. I will do as you wish. I will accept your finger, and then I will kill you. Remember my name? Chaos Clan Wu Mian. Wu Mian was extremely angry at this time. The gray shell wrapped around his body, and strange chaos symbols appeared on it. Gray particles flew out of his body and turned into a gray ancient giant bell, covering his body. Everyone knew that Wu Mian was really angry. He wanted to withstand the power of Lin Shen's finger, and then kill him with all his strength, and never give Lin Shen a chance to escape. I originally wanted to look to the bright moon, but I didn't know how to shine on the ditch. Since you said I am the source of chaos, then I will cause chaos for you. Brothers, let's sing a war song to cheer up. And see how I will cause chaos to all living beings in the world. Lin Shen said sadly. At this point, Lin Shen didn't expect many people to sing a war song for him. If enough people sing the war song for him, he will use the blessing of the war song to kill Wu Mian. If no one helps him, or if there are not enough people singing the war song, it doesn't matter, he can use the power of the heavenly sacrifice halo. After such a long period of sacrifice blessing, the attributes that can be added to his heavenly sacrifice halo have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even without the blessing of the war song, it is not something that an ascender can stop. 83 Chinese website latest address. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I have been the most arrogant in my life. The elephant man roared with all his strength. This voice seemed so abrupt and out of place among the billions of ascenders. Lin Shen sighed in his heart, is there only such an honest person willing to speak for me? My character is really bad enough. Don't waste time. Wu Mian said coldly. Before Wu Mian finished speaking, he heard thunderous voices from all directions, drowning out his subsequent words. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I have been the most arrogant in my life. Countless voices echoed the roar of the elephant man, and the voices became more and more, louder and louder, over and over again. A force surged from Lin Shen's body and instantly filled his whole body. The power of the war song is not like the halo of offering to heaven, which can directly bless his attributes. The war song is more like a blessing skill like the phoenix secret, which can amplify his attributes. However, the battle song does not double his attributes steadily. When there are few people, the blessing of the battle song may be better than nothing, unless it is accompanied by special instruments like Wei Wu Fu and the heart-searching wooden fish. The effect is obviously much stronger than just singing. But once the number of people increases, even without special instrument accompaniment, the amplification effect that can be produced will far exceed the general attribute doubling skills. Moreover, now there are hundreds of millions of ascenders singing the battle song together. Lin Shen himself does not know how many times the battle song can multiply his attributes. The strong men of various tribes, including Wu Mian, did not expect that at this time. There are still so many ascenders willing to speak for Lin Shen, and there are even many people from large tribes. In fact, they all thought wrong. Even though Wu Mian pointed out that Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated heavenly king, those who followed Lin Shen knew it clearly. At the beginning, Lin Shen did rob some people of their points, but that was only a few people, and those who were robbed by him, after joining his team, really got points, much more than what they were robbed of. Later, Lin Shen led his team to roam the battlefield and annexed so many teams. He never asked them for any points, and never asked them to pay anything. Instead, he saved their lives and points. What does it have to do with them whether Lin Shen is the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King? The undefeated Heavenly King also harmed those top ascenders, and never troubled them. They didn't care whether Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated Heavenly King. It's nonsense to say that Lin Shen provoked the war and caused countless deaths and injuries in various tribes. They just felt that they were protected. If there was no Lin Shen, they could only let the genius ascenders of those powerful tribes plunder their points. How could they have so many points like now, and no one dared to rob them? Compared with Wumian, they are of course more inclined to Lin Shen. What source of trouble? This is clearly their umbrella of protection. Anyway, Lin Shen didn't need them to fight, he just sang the war song. What was there to be afraid of? With so many people singing the war song together, what could Wumian do to them? Lin Shen felt that his body was blessed by the mysterious power, and he felt his scalp tingling, his blood rushing to his head, and goosebumps all over his body. Wumian, let's go. While the war song was not stopping, Lin Shen's body suddenly moved. Originally, he was going to use the sand between his fingers, but now there were too many people shouting the war song, and the blessing given to him was too strong. Lin Shen was afraid that this finger would not only kill Wumian, but also penetrate the planet. When Lin Shen moved, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Because his speed was too fast, he felt that everything around him slowed down, and even the sound of the war song seemed to be slowed down. 83 Chinese website latest address. In the eyes of others, Lin Shen's movements did not seem to be very fast, but they made them feel that they could not move. Wumian saw Lin Shen coming, but he could not move anyway. This doesn't mean that they really can't move, but it's because their body reaction can't keep up with their thinking, so this situation occurs. Lin Shen suddenly understood why he saw that half-human, half-iron weirdo. Every move seemed very slow, but he couldn't dodge it. It's not that the weirdo is slow, but he is too fast, so fast that the thinking and physical reaction of others are disconnected. Everyone watched Lin Shen press a finger on the Chaos God Bell outside Wumian's body, watching the Chaos God Bell, known as the first defensive life base, explode into powder under his finger. Watching Lin Shen's finger point on Wumian's head, watching Wumian's shell and body explode into powder together. In an instant, Wumian and the Chaos God Bell turned into ashes and disappeared. The battle song suddenly stopped, and everyone fell silent, staring at Lin Shen floating in the air. There should have been Wumian there, but now Wumian has no ashes left, and was directly crushed by a finger without even a slag left. Fear spread in everyone's heart. That was the faceless man who was known for his strongest defense at the same level, but he was turned into ashes by a single finger. What a terrifying power that was. Tia was stunned, her mouth opened into an O shape. Catherine could no longer remain calm, her eyes were full of astonishment. The Emperor of Heaven was silent, but Enrong was terrified. Even Tian Buluo and Deer stopped fighting and looked at Lin Shen with strange expressions. This finger seemed to silence the entire universe for a second. Oh my God, Wumian was turned into ashes in a second. Oh my God, what kind of finger technique is that? It's really amazing. This Lin Shen seems to be more powerful than his brother, the invincible heavenly king. On the battlefield, everyone looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions. Their eyes didn't look like they were looking at a person, but more like they were looking at a monster. Sure enough, I am more like a human. Ouyang Yudu, who was hiding in the Dai's team, felt a sense of comfort. My level is still not enough. I must continue to upgrade quickly. I must be at least 1 level higher than him, no, 2 levels higher, before I can fight him. Tu Xiaodao, who was also hiding, felt that he had to upgrade again. Everyone looked at Lin Shen. And only one person retreated. Fear hit Wang Guliu's nerves like a tide, making his body tremble with fear. He knew that Lin Shen was very strong, but he didn't expect that Lin Shen was so strong. That was Wu Mian. The Wu Mian with the strongest defense in the flying upgrade, the best ascender in the universe, but he was killed instantly by Lin Shen with just one finger. He just wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. He knew that Lin Shen would not let him go this time. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen slowly raised his right hand, clenched his pinky and ring fingers, and spread his middle finger, index finger, and thumb to form a pistol, then pointed at the fleeing Wang Gulu. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what his gesture meant. They thought it was a unique way for humans to point at people, at least. It couldn't be a child playing house, using his hand as a gun. Wang Gulu. Lin Shen's voice made Wang Gulu tremble. He didn't dare to look back at all, let alone rush out of the team. He rushed into the crowd desperately, hoping that Lin Shen, as the enemy, would not dare to rush into the team. Here, the Wan family and my Lin family have a deep hatred. When I first saw you here, I didn't touch a hair on your head. That's because you are still a human. In this racial war, you and I both represent humans. Even if the Wan family and my Lin family are in a situation of life and death, I don't want to kill you here. But since you don't want to be a human and insist on being a beast, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Shen said, and his gun-shaped palm suddenly retreated, as if shooting. Everyone felt puzzled. The upgraded level had no long-range attack capability. It was understandable if Lin Shen used his life base to attack Wang Gulu. However, his childish behavior made people confused and even funny. Bang! But the next second, a blood hole suddenly appeared on the head of Wang Gulu, who was fleeing in the crowd, and red and white things sprayed out from the blood hole in his forehead. Wang Gulu widened his eyes, fell forward, and fell to the ground powerlessly. For a while, the nearby ascenders felt that their souls were surging. When they looked at Lin Shen's pistol, which seemed like a child's play, no one felt funny anymore. Some even thought that the pistol was more terrifying than another pistol. Killing people from a distance, piercing the skull with one shot, and taking people's lives in the crowd of millions of troops with just one finger, what kind of demonic technique is this? Even though they were in such a weird world, they still felt it was absurd. What kind of skill is that? It's so cool. Many people were surprised and envious, and Tia's eyes were shining. This person is so strange. Catherine seemed to have thought of something, and said to herself with a strange look, the Lin family has a grudge against the Wan family. It's rare that he is the younger brother of the woman related to Wan Nianbei. So I have some bad fate with him. Lin Shen retracted his palm, and his eyes swept across the billions of people in the two teams, and said lightly, if there is still anyone who thinks that I am the source of trouble and needs to use such despicable means to cover for my brother, just come and kill Me. I will bear the debt of the unbeaten heavenly king. For a while, billions of ascenders did not stand up. It was really that Lin Shen crushed Wumian into ash with one finger, and the operation of killing people with a pistol in the air was too terrifying. Even the top ascenders were a little bit worried at this time and did not dare to act easily. Moreover, most people also understood that with such strength, there was no need to bother to play those tricks. The ascender, who could crush the faceless with one finger, was already invincible among the ascenders. Even though it was Dais, who was recognized as the first ascender in the universe and was always regarded as the strongest by them, they were not sure whether Dais could survive against Lin Shen. Not long after Lin Shen finished speaking, the countdown for the elimination round ended and all the ascenders were teleported out. On the cosmic scroll, the image of the planetary battlefield disappeared, replaced by 5 rankings. The rankings were base transformation level, flying level, nirvana level, immortal level, and realm king, and there was no name on the realm king ranking. No one in the contemporary world could point to the sky and become the realm king who ruled the universe. 83. Chinese website latest address on other rankings. The rankings were all based on the number of points, which was also the starting position for the next round of ranking battles. The number of people on the immortal level ranking was obviously much smaller, and it was still a long way from the perfect ranking of the billion races. Moreover, few people paid attention to the immortal level battlefield. Only the big guys of the strong races could understand the battle over there. Most people just glanced at the immortal rankings and found that the first immortal on the list was a relatively unfamiliar name, Feng Lu. However, judging from the surname, he should be from the Phoenix clan, which was not a special surprise. The Nirvana, flying and transformation rankings were all full of the 100 million clan rankings. There was basically no suspense. Most of those who could rank at the top were from the powerful clans in the universe. The only exception was the Ascendant rankings. There were many races that had never been heard of before, and even some unknown Ascendants were at the top of the rankings. The top spot on the Ascendant rankings was the 4 words human a Tian. Lin Shen had accumulated a lot of points, and after killing Wumian, Wumian's points were all attributed to him, which made his points directly rush to the first place. The Battle of Ascenders was originally a hot topic. Because of Lin Shen's series of operations, this Battle of Ascenders alarmed many high-level masters, and the discussion heat rose sharply, far exceeding the heat before the game started, when the undefeated king was going to be surrounded. People were discussing how strong Lin Shen was, who crushed Wumian with one finger and shot Wan Guliu with a pistol, and whether he was really invincible at the same level. Theoretically, even Deers could not achieve the level of Lin Shen, which made many people feel that perhaps Lin Shen, an ascender from a small race, might have been the strongest at the same level. Many people have begun to study what kind of evolutionary technique Lin Shen has practiced, what kind of innate skills he has, and what kind of techniques he has. Is the finger that crushed Wumian an innate skill or a certain technique, or a combination of the two? What kind of skill is that? Cool pistol killing skill, from a distance? Various people who analyze Lin Shen's images and skills are constantly innovating on Skynet. There are even many Nirvana-level strongmen who personally come out to analyze and speculate on Lin Shen's various skills. Some people have speculated that Lin Shen's finger that crushed Wumian was not actually his own strength, but with the help of some skills. Of course, some people think that is Lin Shen's true strength, and the two factions are arguing on Skynet. It was not until an immortal named Mr. Jinghua spoke up and analyzed Lin Shen's various skills and abilities in detail that it gained a relatively wide recognition. Mr. Jinghua analyzed that the finger that Lin Shen used to crush Wumian was blessed by external power, and pointed out that this blessing actually came from the strange-sounding war song. He compared that finger with the pistol's long-distance killing skill, proved the power distance between the two, and the power attribute limit of the ascender, etc., and explained that Lin Shen's true strength was actually the blow used to kill Wangu Lu, and that blow was also within the strength range of the ascender. Mr. Jinghua also listed all of Lin Shen's skills. In addition to the pistol's long-distance killing skill, he listed the blessing of the war song, 2 weakening skills, etc., and analyzed them very thoroughly. 83 Chinese website latest address. Mr. Jinghua's analysis was quite accurate. In the end, Mr. Jinghua also gave a conclusion. Even without the blessing of Zhang Song, Lin Shen was still a top ascender. However, except for the pistol's air-to-air killing skills, Lin Shen's skills tend to be auxiliary and supportive. If it were on a large-scale battlefield, Lin Shen would be a very terrifying general and commander. But if it's one-on-one, Lin Shen doesn't have much advantage against the same top ascendant. As for the pistol's air-to-air killing technique, it is not unsolvable. Mr. Kyoka also gave several theoretical methods to break the pistol's air-to-air killing technique. In the end, Mr. Jinghua's evaluation was that if Lin Shen had not died midway, he would have definitely become a palace-level figure in the future and would have been able to shine in the cosmic war. There is such a skill in the world. When someone sings a war song, it can still give him strength. When the war song sounds, everyone will die. This is too strong. Even if there is no war song, he is still a top ascender, okay? The pistol's ability to kill people in the air is so shocking. At the beginning, people were still discussing Lin Shen's skills and abilities, but after seeing Mr. Jinghua's last comment, many people couldn't hold it any longer. Mr. Kyoka himself is an immortal, and he is also a very famous immortal. However, a large part of the reason why he is famous is not because he is an immortal, but because he is also nicknamed the Palace Destroyer. Because Mr. Jinghua often comments on the newly emerging geniuses on Skynet, and often ends his evaluation with the sentence, "will definitely become a palace-level figure in the future." However, among the geniuses he evaluated in this way, 7 or 8 out of 10 will die in the middle, and the remaining 2 or 3 will disappear from the public, and gradually no such person can be found. Therefore, Mr. Jinghua's comments made people feel that Lin Shen's next road might be a bit difficult. After Lin Shen came back, he checked on the internet and found out that the fourth brother had already passed into nirvana and was not on the battlefield of the ascended planet at all. He almost felt depressed and wanted to vomit blood. If I had known that fourth brother was not here, what kind of monster would he go to do? Wouldn't it be better to just eat, sleep, and upgrade at home? What makes Lin Shen even more depressed is that top ascendants have begun to stand up and shout to him on the internet, wanting to compete with him in the ranking battle, and there are not just 1 or 2 people shouting. After checking it for a while, he knew what was going on. He also looked at Mr. Jinghua's analysis video and found that it was generally accurate. However, Mr. Jinghua obviously underestimated the blessing effect of war songs on him. When so many people sang war songs at the same time, the effect was much stronger than Mr. Jinghua expected. When Lin Shen killed Wu Mian, he had actually withdrawn his strength and only used a very small amount of effort. Lin Shen estimated that if he really attacked with all his strength, that blow might be able to destroy some small planets. Zhansong's exposure was actually expected, after all, it was too obvious. And this can't be considered a bad thing. After all, when the war song needs to be used in the future, it will require the cooperation of a large number of people. It is impossible to hide it forever. Now that everyone knows that he has such innate skills, when he needs the cooperation of others in the future, there will be no need to so troublesome. My dear, you are so brave. The message from Tian made Lin Shen feel a little carried away, and his brain uncontrollably came up with some pictures that had nothing to do with the knockout competition. 83 Chinese website latest address. My husband can be more brave. Is my concubine good at fighting? Lin Shen replied with a message as if his fingers were not controlled by his brain. By the time he reacted, the message had already been sent. Get lost. Lin Shen was about to withdraw when Tianxuan's message was sent. Just as Lin Shen was thinking about how to turn his image around, another message came from Tianxuan. Come back. When Lin Shen saw this message, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fire rising in his body, like a volcano about to erupt. He now wishes he could fly back to the giant ring star immediately, but unfortunately he cannot leave the zenith star yet. He talked with Tianxuan about many harmonious topics and promised to go to the giant ring to see her soon. Anyway, he has no intention of continuing to participate in the ranking battle. As long as he can obtain the permission of the Tianshu Emperor, he can leave the zenith star and go to the giant ring star to see Tianxuan. In fact, there is no need to ask the Tianshu Emperor for instructions. After all, he is also the head of the hospital, so he still has this degree of freedom. It was just because of the last incident that Emperor Tianshu asked him not to leave the zenith star casually to avoid being assassinated. So he needed to ask for instructions. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to ask for leave from Emperor Tianshu, Tian Songyun unexpectedly came to him. Dean Tian, your invincible appearance on the planet battlefield is really amazing. You don't think twice in this world. There was a burst of compliments from the sky. Manager Yun, this is all we need between you and me, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Tian Songyun shook his head and said, seriously, I'm not saying this politely. There are countless ascenders in the world, but even Nadia's can't crush Faceless with one finger. You should be regarded as the number one ascender in the universe. We are our own people, and I won't hide it from you. I was able to use that finger purely because of the blessing of the war song talent. With my war song talent, as long as someone sings a war song for me, it can stimulate my potential and I have unlimited potential. The more people sing the war song, the stronger my potential will be stimulated. Lin Shen changed it slightly and told Tian Songyun about the effect of the war song. Tian Songyun nodded and said, such a magical skill is indeed extraordinary. If Dean Tian leads the army to the battlefield in the future, he will definitely be a god general. Tian Songyun said so, but he no longer felt so amazed in his heart. What Lin Shen said was basically consistent with Mr. Jinghua's analysis, but Mr. Jinghua believed that this kind of stimulated power had an upper limit, while Lin Shen himself said that there was no upper limit. Whether there is an upper limit or not, if it is just to stimulate the potential of the body, it is no big deal. The physical strength of the ascender is limited. No matter how much potential is stimulated. Even if there is no upper limit, the body cannot support it. Breaking the sky, it can only destroy a nirvana, and the body will inevitably be damaged. The reason why they think so is that this is the normal rule of the universe. It is impossible to have such a skill with unlimited superposition. This is common sense. They have never seen the fire ability that does not play by common sense, so naturally they will not believe that. There is a skill like the battle song that almost infinitely amplifies the attributes. Lin Shen himself said that the battle song skill is very strong, but Tian Songyun felt that his skill is not that strong. Dean Tian, the Emperor asked me to come and inform you that you must participate in the next ranking battle, and you must get a ranking. After a few pleasantries, Tian Songyun explained his purpose. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was extremely confused, no matter where he was now, what his identity and status was. In the race ranking battle, he can only fight on behalf of humans. Even if he kowtows to recognize the heavenly magic emperor as his godfather and obtains the celestial clan's identity certification, the race rankings will not recognize him as a celestial clan, and his race can only be human. He fights on behalf of humanity, and whether he gets a ranking or not has nothing to do with Emperor Tianshu. Emperor Tianshu actually made him insist on getting a ranking. This is probably too much to worry about. Seeing the doubts in Lin Shen's heart, Tian Songyun said with a smile. The Emperor means that you must get at least the top 5 rankings. The Emperor has great expectations for you. Dean Tian, but the Emperor also has the Emperor difficulties. He wants to give you more resources and permissions, and train you with all his strength. He also needs a reason that can convince everyone in the clan. It must be justified, so only if you show enough potential, Emperor. The superiors can give you greater support, and others will have nothing to say. And with your abilities, Dean Tian, it shouldn't be difficult to advance to the top 5. Manager Yun, you know my situation. It is impossible to have the blessing of the war song in the ranking battle. The top 5 may not be that easy. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Tian Songyun smiled slightly. The top 5 is indeed not easy. If it cannot be done, there is no need to force it too much. However, you must also be considerate of the Emperor's difficulties, and always let the Emperor have a justifiable reason for cultivating you. But if it is true, if you can't get into the top 5, there is a shortcut. Please ask Mr. Yun to discipline me. Lin Shen quickly saluted solemnly and asked for advice. We are all brothers. Dean Tian doesn't have to be like this. Tian Songyun whispered, if you don't get the top 5, it won't be a big deal, but there is one person, you must defeat him, it is best to kill him, at least you can't lose. If you can do it, God will be justified in cultivating you. You don't want me to defeat Dios, right? Lin Shen heard it, and this was the real purpose of the Tianshu Emperor. Of course not. It is indeed too difficult to defeat Dios. Tian Songyun said in a low voice, the person I am talking about is Christian. Our clan has always had many disputes with the Emperor Barbarian clan. It is said to be a feud. It is not an exaggeration. Christian is the most powerful person among the Emperor Barbarians ascending level. If you can defeat him, no one will have any objection if the Emperor cultivates you. Christine? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Don't underestimate this person, just because he didn't perform well in the knockout rounds, just because he has average strength. In fact, this person is very strong, and his swordsmanship has reached a level that is miraculous, and he is nicknamed the Sword Demon. In addition, this person is very strong. With 10 promotions and many methods, it is not easy to defeat him. The reason why he performed so poorly in the knockout round is mainly because he is not good at team fighting. Fighting alone is his specialty, so don't be careless. Songyun told Lin Shen. Some information about Christine. Tian. Songyun obviously came prepared, and it must be the intention of Emperor Tian Shu. Fighting for the top 5 is just a rhetoric, the original intention is for him to take care of Christine. But Lin Shen wasn't sure whether the Emperor of Heaven wanted to deal with Christine because he really wanted to save face for the Celestials or because he had personal grudges. Of course, he couldn't ask this, since it was the order of Emperor Tian Shu. Lin Shen had no choice but to agree to join the battle and do his best when the time came. After Tian Songyun left, Lin Shen carefully studied Christine's information and felt more and more that the powerful people in the universe were indeed full of talents, and there were too many tyrannical geniuses. Christian has had many swordsmanship masters as his teachers since he was a child, and each of them taught him for less than a year. It's not because he is stubborn, but because his talent in swordsmanship is too strong. After teaching him for a month, he has nothing to teach, and he only lasts for about a year, and then he voluntarily resigns and really teaches nothing to teach. 83 Chinese website latest address. When she was a teenager, Christine had already created her own sword technique, Juxiang. After being seen by an imperial barbarian king, he said in admiration, "All sword techniques in the world are in vain, but this sword is the only one with Juxiang." This is where the name Juxiang sword technique comes from. Today, the Juxiang sword technique is still stored in the Imperial Library of the Imperial Barbarians alongside many master-level sword manuals. Only nobles or ordinary tribesmen who have made great achievements are eligible to learn it. Later, Christian's swordsmanship continued to grow, and he challenged many swordsman masters without losing any of them. It was not until he was accepted as a close disciple by an immortal who was good at swordsmanship that he calmed down his anger. However, I heard that his swordsmanship has improved to a higher level and reached an extremely high level. No one at the same level, or even the Nirvana level, is worthy of discussing swordsmanship with him, so Christine has never challenge anyone again. Originally, Christian was about to reach Nirvana and did not want to participate in this racial war. However, because the senior leaders of the Imperial Barbarians wanted to make a difference in this racial war, they allowed him to participate. The Imperial Barbarians' original intention was to have Christian face off against Biodius, but in the end they suffered a major setback in the knockout round, all of which was caused by Lin Shen Kai. Although Christian did not speak online, Lin Shen watched his experience in the knockout round online and strongly suspected that if he participated in the battle, Christian would definitely challenge him, even more urgently than challenging Dios. I hope the benefits that the Emperor of Heaven has given me are worth my efforts. Lin Shen studied for a long time and found that the information about Christine was all about how powerful his swordsmanship was, but as for what kind of evolutionary technique Christine practiced and what kind of innate abilities he possessed, it was basically some speculation. It was only said to be related to the sword, and there was no substantial content at all. With Lin Shen's current strength, he would naturally not be afraid of an ascender, but if there was no benefit in the battle, he would not want to waste his energy. Now the research and analysis of Lin Shen on the internet is becoming more and more detailed, and his various skills have a lot of cracking methods on Skynet. Lin Shen looked for a while and found that these people were really whimsical, and there were many cracking methods. That made Lin Shen feel very surprised. Hey, this method seems very interesting, let me try it. Lin Shen saw A lot of strange ideas and couldn't help but try it. After this try, Lin Shen found that these people were really geniuses, and some of their whimsical methods were actually feasible. Lin Shen couldn't help but burst into tears, thinking, what a good person. If they hadn't proposed it, I would have never thought of it. I can actually play like this. There was a person named Swordsman who can't use a sword who also talked about a theory of separation method to break the sand between Lin Shen's fingers. He also said that he would use this separation method to break Lin Shen's pistol killing technique on the spot during the ranking battle. Although he only talked about the theory of separation method and didn't have any actual operation methods, Lin Shen's eyes lit up after seeing it. This is something. Because this name is not famous on the internet, this video did not cause any waves. There are too many such videos on Skynet now, and most of them are not taken seriously. After Christine posted his video with the online name, he waited for a long time and found that there was no response at all. And he was very depressed. Wait, when I use the separation method to break his pistol killing technique in the ranking battle, you will know how ignorant you are. Christine sneered in his heart. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was watching the whims and whims of ghosts of all races online at home, when Tian Boluo and Tian Qingyu came to his home. Brother A Tian, the finger you used to kill Wu Mian really shocked the world and made ghosts cry. Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Fortunately, I got the help of Zhang Song, otherwise the name of disaster would only be on my head. Lin Shen told the two siblings what he said to Tian Songyun. There is such a miraculous skill in the world. With this skill alone, Brother A Tian, you will definitely become a divine general of our clan in the future. Tian Boluo praised. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Let's solve the immediate problem first. Do you know anything about Christine, who is known as the Sword Demon? Lin Shen wanted to know more about Christine. It would be best if he able to get rid of Christine without using too many cards. We don't know much about this person. We only know that he is obsessed with swordsmanship and rarely participates in other things. What I know about Christian is basically that when he was a teenager, when he created the Juexiang sword technique, he fought with various races. There is not much news about him after the swordsman discussed his deeds, Tian Boluo said. Tian Qingyu also shook his head and said, everyone knows that Christian is very strong, but I really don't know how strong he is, and what kind of abilities he has. I watched Faye upgrade Planet Battlefield, and Christian also had several times, he still used the Juexiang sword technique. But it can be seen that his swordsmanship has indeed reached the realm of transformation. He can pick up Juexiang's sword technique so mysteriously and effortlessly without any effort. It is estimated that the Juexiang sword technique is no longer the best, his strongest swordsmanship. Lin Shen didn't hear any substantive information, so he could only wait until he fought Christine to get to know him. What's the matter with you guys coming to me? Lin Shen then thought that the two of them came to him together because they had something to do. Brother A Tian, is there really nothing you can do about that boxing technique? Tian Qingyu hesitated to speak. She saw Lin Shen using the sand between his fingers on the planet battlefield, and she became more and more eager to practice the 28 punches. But she had been studying for so long, practicing hard, and had exhausted all the methods she could think of, but she still couldn't get in. She was able to practice 28 punches backwards, but she couldn't produce any punches. If I had a way, I would have taught you a long time ago. It is inexplicable that I can practice the 28 punches by myself. I just practiced it casually. There is really no special skill. Lin Shen said helplessly. This was a bit inappropriate. Tian Qingyu was very helpless after hearing this. She believed in Lin Shen. Lin Shen had already taken out such a precious 28 boxing manual. There was no need to get in trouble with this kind of thing. Neck. Even though he knew that the Erbackwin fist was too special and it was normal for him to fail to practice it, Tian Qingyu was still unwilling to give up. I can't teach you the 28 punch. But I discovered a very interesting and powerful technique. I don't know if you are interested. Lin Shen said. What technique? Tian Boluo and Tian Qingyu asked in unison. Being able to make Lin Shen say it was interesting and powerful must be a very magical technique. Of course they were very interested. I saw it on the internet. I found the video and showed it to you. Lin Shen found the video of the separation method in his collection. 83 Chinese website latest address Brother A. Tian, the very interesting and powerful techniques you mentioned were found on Skynet? Tian Boluo's expression became strange. It's not that there are no real things in Skynet, there are still many real things, but most of them are similar to the 5 basic evolution techniques that have been eliminated by the times. Even if they are used to practice now, they are not as powerful as the current evolution techniques. Yeah, I don't know who posted it. It's a magical skill. Lin Shen said as he clicked on the video. Tian Boluo and Tian Qingyu looked at each other, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. If such a powerful skill was really announced on Skynet, it would have spread throughout the universe long ago. How could there be any magical skill waiting for Lin Shen to pick it up? They speculated that Lin Shen didn't know what outdated techniques he had seen on Skynet. Some outdated techniques were indeed powerful, but they had serious flaws, so they were eliminated. People who don't know, after learning those skills, will feel that they are indeed very strong, but when meeting people who know the skills, those skills will become a fatal weakness. However, they didn't want to refute Lin Shen's face, so they watched together from the side. After reading the opening introduction, the two people's expressions became even weirder. Tian Boluo looked at Lin Shen with a complex expression and asked, "The content of this video is that someone broke the sand between your fingers?" "Yeah, what's the problem?" Lin Shen said casually. "You learn techniques from videos of other people teaching people to crack your techniques? Do you want to break the sand between your own fingers?" Tian Boluo said it himself, feeling a bit convoluted. How should I put it? His idea is really brilliant. It's a stroke of genius. I thought it was very interesting, so I studied it. Lin Shen said with a smile, "You guys take a look first. If you are interested, we can study it together." The two people continued to watch suspiciously. They couldn't imagine that there was anything real in such a video. Sure enough, after watching the video, they discovered that this was a whimsical theory with no practical method of operation. It is estimated that the theory itself was just a flash of inspiration by someone, and there was no possibility of practical operation at all. Even if you don't do it, just looking at the theory itself, it's already very abstract. Brother Tian, this separation method only has a conceptual theory, no practical operation method, and I think it's not very feasible. Tian Qingyu said bluntly. I think this separation method still has a lot of room for operation. Lin Shen disagreed with Tian Qingyu's opinion. Tian Qingyu said patiently. The basic theory of the separation method is to separate your body from the finger force you send out, so that you lose control of the separated force. Let's not talk about whether this operation can be completed. Even if it can be completed, your finger sand is so fast that it no longer needs to be controlled after it has been sent out. What's the point of cutting it off at this time? You understand it this way, but I have another understanding. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, what if the separation method wants to separate? Is not the connection between me and the finger sand? But to separate the finger sand itself? What do you mean? Tian Qingyu and Tian Buluo didn't understand Lin Shen's meaning. What is separating the finger sand itself? They didn't understand. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen thought about how to explain his point of view to the two people. After being silent for a while, he said, the nirvana level can produce power with attributes, which is the power of nirvana. Do you know what the essence of the power of nirvana is? The attribute of nirvana is the attribute in which the body absorbs the nirvana egg or the power of the land of transformation, transforms its own power particles, and makes them possess the power of nirvana. Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen and continued, this is the most common. I understand, Brother A. Tian's understanding is different? There is no difference, it's just a matter of the way of explanation. The own power particles are attached with nirvana attribute particles, which means that the power particles have nirvana attributes. In fact, this is the fusion of the two particles. The more times of nirvana, the more the two particles. The higher the degree of fusion. If they are completely integrated and the power particles are completely integrated with the nirvana attribute particles, then one party may be assimilated by the other party. If the power particles are completely assimilated by the nirvana attribute particles, then the human body will be completely transformed into nirvana and become a genetically modified creature without flesh and blood. On the contrary, if the nirvana attribute particles are completely assimilated by its own power particles, then nirvana will be lost. Attribute, I no longer have the ability to control attribute particles, and practicing it is equivalent to not practicing it. The best result is naturally to find a balance point, so that the two can be perfectly integrated without affecting each other's characteristics. Tian Qingyu nodded when he heard this and said, your statement is very clear. Nirvana is achieved again and again. What is ultimately pursued is the perfect integration of the two. However, it is very difficult to achieve this. The number of nirvana, the more particles there are, the stronger the nirvana attribute particles will be. After the degree of fusion deepens, the possibility of assimilation of the particles of one's own power will become higher. This is why after the number of nirvanas increases, the nirvana person will mutate into the nirvana creature and eventually become a nirvana creature. For inhuman reasons. That's right, so before reaching perfect fusion, the power particles and the attribute particles are actually not completely integrated. When the number of nirvana is small, the attribute particles and the power particles are even attracted to each other and are not fused together. Lin Shen pointed to some text in the video and said, this separation method actually separates attribute particles and power particles. Tian Qingyu and Tian Buluo were stunned when they heard this. How is this possible? Who can separate attribute particles and power particles? Tian Buluo didn't believe that such a thing could happen. Because attribute particles and power particles are extremely tiny, ordinary people cannot see a single particle with their naked eyes. Only when the particles gather together to form a larger substance can they be seen. It's like someone telling you that he can take apart the nucleus and the electrons outside the nucleus with his bare hands. Who can believe it? It's not impossible. Lin Shen had realized the secret of the true evil killing divine light before. That thing can split the nucleus of an atom, making it easier to separate two particles that attract each other. Of course, you must practice the true evil killing divine light to be able to complete such an operation. Lin Shen is not at the nirvana level, and he has never practiced the true evil killing divine light, so he definitely cannot do it. But separating attribute particles and force particles is not as difficult as removing the atomic nucleus and extranuclear electrons with bare hands. According to the theory of separation method, it is necessary to activate one's own power particles to a certain extent, and then use one's own active power particles to trap the opponent's attribute particles, to achieve the effect of separating the opponent's power particles and attribute particles. 83 Chinese website latest address. When the power particles and attribute particles are not completely integrated, the effect of the separation method is still very obvious. Is this just a theory? I don't believe that anyone in Fey Upgrade can really complete this operation. Even a nirvana person would have a hard time doing it, right? Unless he has the corresponding innate ability. Tian Boluo said in a deep voice, according to this, there is a theory. I remember that the Phoenix clan has a mutated nirvana attribute called Phoenix Yin Divine Light, which can erase other people's nirvana attributes. It may be a similar principle. But people who can practice the Phoenix Yin Divine Light are in the pure blood Phoenix clan. It is also a rare nirvana attribute that has not been seen in thousands of years, and it is impossible to master it without the Phoenix blood. Without the corresponding genetic transformation talent and matching evolution technique, it is really difficult to imagine how to complete the separation method by relying on your own skills. It is indeed difficult, but if you can do it, you can indeed restrain the sand between my fingers. Lin Shen nodded. Whether it is the sand between my fingers or the 28 punches, they are essentially the same as the power of nirvana. Only by using one's own power particles to combine with another particle in the space can one create space-distance power. However, this combination is only temporary, unlike the power of nirvana, which is a permanent combination. The fist is more easily separated by the separation method. Once separated, the air force will immediately lose its effect. It can be said that the separation method can overcome the sand between my fingers. If that's the case, the person who made this video has really mastered the separation method, and he is also a player participating in the flying upgrade ranking battle. If he challenges you, the sand between your fingers will be useless. Boluo realized the seriousness of the problem. Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen and smiled. Brother Tian, you should have thought of a countermeasure. Right? I haven't thought about it yet. If we really encounter it, we can only use the sand between our fingers. Lin Shen thought for a while and then said, but I can also try to study this separation method. In the future, when I face nirvana, maybe there will be wonderful effect. It's difficult, too difficult. How do you practice this? The person who made the video only talked about a concept, which is not even a theory. What you just did was analyzed by yourself from his concept. There is no corresponding talent, no actual operation method, and formula, and no direction at all. Tian Qingyu shook his head. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Let's study it. Even if it doesn't work, it won't be a loss. Do you want to join us? Lin Shen was just a little interested in the separation method. He didn't care whether he could practice it or not. Tian Buluo and Tian Qingyu shook their heads quickly. If they had the corresponding talent and skills, they would still be willing to give it a try. It's much more difficult to come up with a separation method with only a concept than to create a top-level technique. What's more, we don't even know whether the concept of separation method can come true. Maybe it's just a fantasy idea and it's not feasible at all. Brother Tian, the particle combination theory you just mentioned has greatly inspired me. I will go back and study Air Bakwan again, maybe I can gain something. Tian Qingyu said goodbye and left. Instead of wasting time on such vague concepts, she might as well go back to practice Air Bakwan. Tian Buluo chatted with Lin Shen about the ranking battle for a while and left soon. Lin Shen continued to study the separation method at home alone. He suspected that he had seen a similar ability to the separation method before, when the black cap mushroom could make the base mutation power disappear. It was very similar to the skill of the separation method. 83 Chinese website latest address. There are still 10 days before the ranking match begins. The most mainstream guess is that there is such a long time interval between the knockout match and the ranking match is to give time for those injured in the knockout match to recover. Lin Shen does not need to recover, so his time is basically spent on studying the separation technique. Unfortunately, the separation technique is not so easy to practice without the secret method to activate one's own power particles. There is no way to attract the opponent's attribute particles. Lin Shen tried many methods, but he could not activate his power particles to the theoretical state. It seems that without detailed operation methods, it is really difficult to succeed. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that he could not do this method for the time being. However, Lin Shen thought again that if he wanted to separate the two particles, he did not have to use this method. The power like the true extreme evil slaying divine light, let alone separating the two particles, can even directly cut the particles. The reason why the true extreme evil slaying divine light is so strong is that his power particles are small enough and strong enough. Lin Shen's finger sand follows a similar path. If the finger sand can be made small enough and strong enough, it can also separate the two particles, or directly penetrate the particles. However, there are several problems. How can one make the finger sand small enough to split the power particles? If it is really small to that extent, the lethality of the finger sand itself will become extremely small, and it will be difficult to hit the target. It is like when realizing the true extreme evil killing divine light, the particles of the true extreme evil killing divine light directly pass through the body of the creature, or even the entire planet. That is because the true extreme evil killing divine light is too small. The seemingly tightly arranged matter is similar to the sea of stars for the particles of the true extreme evil killing divine light, and the hit rate is frighteningly low. There are two ways to solve this problem. One is to increase the density of the particles, and the other is to find a method that can accurately hit. Increasing the density of particles is a relatively easy method to achieve, but it is not so easy to hit accurately. The amazing thing about the true extreme evil slaying divine light is that it can accurately hit the target in a vast space like the universe without increasing its density. The separation method can be released over a large area, because this method does not require hitting or condensation. The larger the area, the higher the possibility of attracting particles. Lin Shen does not have the conditions to complete these two methods for the time being, so he can only try the method of increasing density. this method also has an advantage. He can compress his own power particles, making the two temporarily combined power particles become more compact. If it can be compressed to a certain extent, it may not be induced to separate by the separation method, which can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Lin Shen repeatedly shot out the sand between his fingers, trying to make the sand between his fingers smaller. Because this was the original path, it was relatively smooth at the beginning. He controlled the sand between his fingers and gradually compressed it from needle-shaped to granular, just like real sand. The name of the sand between his fingers is also worthy of its name. But it is not so easy to continue compressing. Lin Shen tried again and again, but the effect became less and less obvious. 83 Chinese website latest. Address: Lin Shen hates boring practice. As he practices, he tends to do some small moves. Sometimes he shoots sand between his fingers by snapping his fingers, and sometimes he shoots sand between his fingers by pistol posture. As he practices, Lin Shen uses his hand as a gun and throws out a sand between his fingers. Lin Shen suddenly seems to have discovered a new world, and his eyes can't help but widen. He feels that the sand between his fingers he shoots out is not shot out in a straight line like before, but the trajectory has become an extremely exaggerated arc. Lin Shen looks at the sand between his fingers that hits the bullseye along the arc, and then looks at his pistol-shaped palm, muttering to himself with a strange look, "Hand, gun, is it also a gun?" Lin Shen was extremely happy about this discovery. He didn't expect that he could actually start the gunfighting technique and shoot out arc sand between his fingers in this way. Thanks to the tolerance of the fire seed ability, Lin Shen felt that this thing was becoming more and more unscientific. Lin Shen was in a playful mood, using his hands as guns to shoot various arc finger forces. Although he was unable to continue to compress the sand between his fingers, he was very happy with the effect. Since he could not compress the sand between his fingers, Lin Shen changed to controlling the sand between his fingers, so that the sand between his fingers could be transformed into the most suitable form, making it more difficult to be discovered and closer to the state of being calm. Lin Shen found that only when the sand between his fingers was used in a pistol posture could the gunfighting technique take effect, so he could only use this posture to shoot arcs. After practicing for a while, Lin Shen found that he did not need to practice to the point where the separation technique could not be separated, and he could still temporarily solve the problem of the separation technique. The separation technique requires the activation of one's own power particles to a certain degree before it can trigger the effect of tempting the separation of power particles. If the ascender wants to use this technique, it should be difficult for the whole person to be in that state, and it is even more impossible to stay in that state all the time. After all, activating the power particles itself consumes a lot of energy. In other words, if Lin Shen could make his opponent unaware of when he would use the finger sand, or where his finger sand would go, even if the finger sand would be restrained, he would not be restrained. You can break my technique, but mine is still unsolvable. After playing for a while, Lin Shen knew that his method should work. However, he still had to continue to study how to suppress the finger sand, because this move should be very useful against the separation of the ascenders, but if the Nirvana uses the separation, it may be able to keep the particles active for a long time, and then he can only choose to fight head-on. Therefore, it is very necessary for Lin Shen to develop his own version of the separation as soon as possible. There was a big quarrel on Skynet. Some people thought that even without the blessing of the battle song, Lin Shen was still a top ascender. In addition to Dais, there were not many people who could threaten his first position. Some people also thought that without the blessing of the battle song, Lin Shen might not even be able to enter the top 10. Some people think that Lin Shen's weakening skills are also effective in individual battles, while some people think that there are ways to restrain the weakening skills. Once the weakening skills are ineffective, Lin Shen's combat effectiveness is far inferior to those other top ascenders. The Nirvana level bosses of various races, and even the immortals, have secretly studied something against Lin Shen, and quietly taught or pointed them to the younger generations who participated in the Battle of Ascension. There are two main directions in their research. One is how to deal with the pistol's long-distance killing skills, and the other is how to solve the problem of weakening skills. 83 Chinese website latest address. In just 10 days, Lin Shen's skills were almost exhausted, and various methods to restrain Lin Shen emerged one after another, and Lin Shen himself was enjoying watching them. However, most of the techniques that can really restrain Lin Shen will not be announced. When the ranking battle started, Tian, accompanied by Tian Songyun, lay on a beach chair on the island in the clouds, watching the picture scroll in the starry sky. Songyun, do you think that boy can withstand the test? Tian asked, casually. Tian Songyun knew what Tian meant. The emergence of a powerful genius or a new technique is not terrible. There is no truly invincible technique in the universe. Once someone emerges, he will be studied by the strong in the universe and find various means to restrain him. Many newly created techniques, or geniuses, who amazed the universe, are invincible at the beginning and almost unstoppable. But later they gradually became silent because they were studied thoroughly by others. They could not adapt to this targeted environment, so they could only become mediocre. Only those who can withstand this test and go against the current in such an environment have the opportunity to become a real strong man. Every famous strong man in the universe has gone through this stage. If you can't cross this stage, it is the so-called genius envied by God. In fact, it is not that geniuses are envied by God, but that those geniuses cannot bear the pressure that geniuses should bear. If they don't withstand the test, they are just ordinary people who are better. Like Dais, he has withstood such a test. No matter how others study him or target him, as long as they are not crushed by the level, no one and no technique can suppress him. Dean Tian is determined and flexible, so he should be able to withstand the test. But now the whole universe is studying against him, and it is inevitable to experience some setbacks. As long as the heart of Tao is not broken, he will eventually stand out. Tian Songyun said, guessing the thoughts of the Emperor of Heaven. He knew that the Emperor of Heaven admired Lin Shen very much now, but the Emperor of Heaven did not necessarily hope that Lin Shen would have smooth sailing in this ranking battle. Maybe Lin Shen would think that the Emperor asked him to defeat Christine because of some grudges. But based on Tian Songyun's understanding and speculation of the Emperor, he thought this might be a test from the Emperor to Lin Shen. If Lin Shen could not cross this threshold and became mediocre, he would not be worthy of being valued by the Emperor, let alone enjoying the cultivation of the Emperor. The Emperor was looking for a strong man who could rebuild the Tianchi Academy, not a flash-in-the-pan genius. Lin Shen could lose, but he could not become mediocre. That kid is indeed not someone who gives up easily. Let's see what kind of interesting performance he will have in the targeting of various races. The Emperor was in a good mood because Enrong was not nagging in his ears. When the ranking battle began, the scroll of light and the light and shadow elf appeared in front of him again. Respectfully, the contestant won the first place in the elimination round. Your super starting ranking in the ranking battle is the first in the flying upgrade level. You can choose your home planet. The light and shadow elf pointed his finger on the starry sky scroll. And 10 planets gradually came from the distant starry sky and became larger and larger. This is the planetary battlefield of the top 10 flying upgrade rankings. As the first in the flying upgrade ranking, you have the right to choose first. Then the light and shadow elf introduced the differences between these 10 planets. Each planetary battlefield has its own special environment. In fact, for ordinary ascenders, the impact of the planetary environment is relatively small, not as obvious as that of Nirvana. 83 Chinese website latest address. However, for Lin Shen, the worse the environment, the more beneficial it is to him. Evolution can allow him to quickly adapt to the bad environment, but his opponent may not be able to adapt so quickly. The bad environment can also enhance the super basic talent, which is also a huge help. After listening to the introduction of the light and shadow elf, Lin Shen directly chose one of the planets. Are you sure you want to choose the evil language star as your main battlefield planet? The light and shadow elf asked again. Sure. Lin Shen answered very affirmatively. The environment of the evil whisper planet is quite powerful. For Lin Shen, there are terrible hurricanes blowing on the evil whisper planet at all times. The terrible tornado storms are like pillars of heaven, constantly moving between heaven and earth, and lightning roars and flashes in the gloomy sky. Thunder and lightning, and the wind is whistling. The thunder and wind are as terrifying as the devil's spell, so this planet is called the Evil Whisper Planet. If you are caught in the terrible tornado, or hit by lightning, even if it is not fatal, it will never be easy for the ascender. Of course, the planetary battlefields that appear in the ranking battles of the ascending level are all bearable for the ascenders, and there will be no planetary battlefields where the ascenders cannot survive. The harsh environment of the Evil Whisper Planet can not only bring Lin Shen a home advantage, but also cover up the fluctuations of his use of the finger sand, making the finger sand more difficult to be discovered. It is simply a place chosen by heaven. The main battlefield planet, the Evil Whispering Star, confirms that the ranking battle rules are as follows. There is no time limit. You can only challenge opponents who are ranked 10 places higher than you, and you can only be challenged by opponents who are ranked 10 places lower than you. The ranking battle ends when no one challenges you within 24 universe hours, or no one can complete the challenge. The top 10 at the end can enter the next round of cross-level ranking battles. The light and shadow elf repeated the detailed rules again, and then brought Lin Shen into the scroll and came to the Evil Whispering Star with rolling thunder and howling wind. Lin Shen had just arrived at the Evil Whispering Star when he was almost blown away by the howling hurricane. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and in the dark clouds covering the sky, the lightning flashed like a spider web. The roaring thunder seemed to explode in the ears, one after another, overlapping and turning into rolling thunder. Between heaven and earth, huge tornadoes were moving everywhere. The dark clouds in the sky were sucked into the tornado, forming a gray tangible tornado that looked like a movable pillar that could reach the sky. Lightning was introduced into the tornado from time to time, crackling inside the tornado, and flashes of lightning spread over the tornado. Even if there was no contact with the tornadoes and lightning, the hurricane that was blowing all the time made flying very difficult. The speed of flying against the wind was obviously much slower, and it was easy to lose control of the speed and force of the flight with the wind, and the body shape and posture were easily deformed. This place is really amazing. Listening to the thunder and whistling wind, Lin Shen felt that his ears were about to be deafened. In such a place, if someone could still find him using finger sand, it would be really amazing. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was still observing the environment of the Bad Whispering Star when he discovered that a space portal opened. And a figure walked out. Challenges that comply with the rules cannot be rejected, but you can choose to abandon the battle. If you abandon the battle, you will admit defeat, and your ranking will be replaced by the opponent. Those who can challenge Lin Shen are all top 10 ascendants, and most of them are very powerful. The reason why I say most of them is because there are too many variables in this ascended elimination tournament. Many truly top ascendants have not even been able to reach the top 100. Dios was even worse, ranking directly at over 90 million, and almost failed to reach the list of 100 million people. This was simply unimaginable before. But Dios didn't feel anything at all. He could keep challenging, and he would eventually rise. Dios did not originally intend to obtain a high ranking and participate in the race ranking battle. He mainly wanted to compete with several interested opponents. As long as he can achieve this goal, he doesn't care about the ranking. Originally, the opponent he wanted to fight the most was the undefeated king, but now it has become Lin Shen, so Dios will definitely charge forward. Dios can only improve 10 positions at a time. God knows how long it will take for him to reach the top 10. I originally thought it would take a long time, but after Dios successfully challenged 100 times in a row, he triggered the leapfrog challenge rule and could directly challenge ascendants within 100 places higher than him. This also accelerated his rapid rise in the rankings. Christian's situation is better than Dios, but his ranking is still behind tens of millions of places. Like Dios, he is struggling to climb the rankings. On the contrary, many of those at the front were unknown ascendants. For example, the person challenging Lin Shen now is a little-known ascendant. Not even from one of the great clans of the universe. The only fame he has comes from competing in the Ascended Elimination Tournament. Kebal, from a race that no one has ever heard of, the geocentric tribe, seized the opportunity during the knockout rounds and used his sharp tongue and good organizational skills to establish an early he formed a large-scale team and collected most of the stolen resources into his own hands. In the later period, he had a clear idea and took the initiative to join Lin Shen's team, saving his points and not being found by Dios to share his points equally. Kebal, who was not famous at all, suddenly became one of the top 10 ascendants in the universe. Although it was only temporary, it was enough to make him excited. Originally, with his strength, it was still unknown whether he would be able to enter the Izu list. How could he dare to think of being in the top 10? Kebal knew that he would definitely not be able to maintain his ranking, so he challenged Lin Shen first and did not give others the chance to challenge him. "Boss, don't do anything, we're on our own," Kebal yelled as he came up. This confused everyone watching. He and Lin Shen were not of the same race. There was no one of their own in the race rankings. They were of the same race. And they would not challenge their compatriots. Lin Shen was also a little confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Lin Shen couldn't even remember who he was after seeing him once or twice. What's more, he had over 1 billion ascended people under his command at that time, so how could he remember this Kebal? Kebal quickly shouted, "Boss, I will follow you in the knockout round." Only then did Lin Shen know why Kebal called him boss, but after looking at him for a while, he still couldn't remember which one he was. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. Keble had already walked over, shouting as he walked, "The noise here is too great, boss, why did you choose a planet like this?" Without giving Lin Shen a chance to speak, Keble continued to shout, "I came here just to say thank you to you, boss. Without you, with my strength, let alone entering the top 10. In the rankings, even if I am, it's very difficult to get into the Izu list. Thank you so much." Keble walked up to Lin Shen excitedly, stretched out his hands, and wanted to shake hands with Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Keble and stretched out his hand. Keble immediately held Lin Shen's hand enthusiastically and said, "It is the honor of my life, Keble, to be able to meet the first ascended person in the universe. Here. I, Keble, have been obsessed with it all my life. Regarding the research and development of aircraft, we are committed to carrying forward the aircraft that have been passed down by our family for thousands of years. We have continued to improve and innovate for hundreds of years. Recently, we finally produced the latest light chaser aircraft, which is of high quality, powerful power, and first-class control." Lin Shen looked at Keble, who was holding his hand and yelling at the top of his lungs, feeling a little dumbfounded. The Light Chaser brand aircraft allows your life to follow the footsteps of the light. The human walking machine is still there, and one aircraft is passed down to 3 generations. Boss, remember to come back to me. I have prepared the most advanced light chasing aircraft for you, free of charge gift. After Keble finally finished shouting, he bowed to Lin Shen, said thank you, and chose to give up the fight. Everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. Such a weird thing would happen in the top 10 battles among the ascendants of the universe. Haha, that Keble is really a genius. Tia laughed so hard that tears came out. It's because Lin Shen did so many things that a person like this got into the top 10 of the rankings. Catherine was also a little bit dumbfounded. Life is full of uncertainties. Tia smiled even happier. Just after Keble left, another portal appeared, and a new challenger came in again. The spectators were afraid that it would be another weirdo like Keble. After a closer look, they saw that the person who came was a member of the Chaos clan, and they knew that such a farce would not happen again. In front of everyone, Lin Shen turned Wumian into ash with one finger, which was considered to have offended the Chaos clan to death. When a Chaos clan contestant meets Lin Shen, it will definitely be a fight to the death, unless Lin Shen is willing to give up. Can't you break the Chaos God Bell with one finger? Break another one for me to see. This Chaos clan member named Wumian directly summoned the Chaos God Bell life base, protected his body, and rushed towards Lin Shen. Because the Chaos clan did not even have facial features, they all looked similar, and their life bases were the same. Lin Shen could not tell the difference between Wumian and Wumian. At first glance, he thought Wumian was resurrected. Although Lin Shen had the ability to break the Chaos God Bell life base of 10 revolutions with one finger, he would not waste it on him. Seeing Wu Lian rushing up, he casually threw out a wave-treading triple punch. The force of the punch hit the Chaos God Bell like a huge wave, and directly shook the Chaos God Bell and Wu Lian inside out. Lin Shen had the bonus of double life bases, and the blessing of the infinite power contract of the die-hard fans, so the power of one punch was far beyond the 10-turn ascension. His casual triple punch blasted the Chaos God Bell back. The Chaos God Bell was indeed a defensive artifact, and such a punch could not leave any trace on the Chaos God Bell. However, the Chaos God Bell flew back like this, and was blown by the hurricane. Wu Lian could not control his body at all, and actually crashed directly into a tornado. Boom! Boom! Thunder and lightning happened to explode in the tornado, and there was a crackling sound, lightning and thunder. 83 Chinese website latest address. No one thought that the environment on the planet of malice would be so harsh. Although they had known that there would be tornadoes and thunder and lightning, but because of the physical strength of the ascenders, ordinary tornadoes would not have much impact on the ascenders, and it would not be a big deal to withstand a few lightning strikes. It's a problem, just a minor injury at most. The Chaos Tribe is famous for their strong bodies, and coupled with the protection of the Chaos God's Bell life base, ordinary thunder and lightning will not do much harm to them. But when Wu Lian was involved in the tornado, under the constant bombardment of thunder and lightning, not only was he unable to escape, the Chaos Divine Bell was split in the blink of an eye with cracks everywhere, and the cracks were like red-hot iron drops of iron juice. Wu Lian was so frightened that he directly chose to abandon the battle, not even daring to waste a moment. The moment the Chaos Divine Bell was exploded, he teleported away from the planet battlefield. Everyone watching was shocked when they saw the Chaos Divine Bell being exploded and splashing like magma, and being instantly drawn away by a tornado. The environment on the Whispering Star is so harsh that it's beyond everyone's expectation. Even the Chaos Divine Bell can't hold on for a few seconds. Once an ordinary ascendant is sucked in and bombarded by thunder and lightning, he might not even have the chance to give up the fight. No. Wu Face, who returned to his home planet, turned even paler. He originally wanted to avenge Wu Face, but he didn't expect that his life base was exploded. His own strength was greatly reduced, and he might not even be able to maintain his current ranking. As expected, someone soon challenged Wu Lian, hoping to take advantage of the fact that his life base was destroyed and his strength was compromised to win him and break into the top 10. Wu Lian's strength was unexpected. Even with his life base destroyed and his body injured, he still defeated a 10-turn ascendant from a wealthy clan and retained his ranking, relying only on his own natural ability and skills. The 10-turn ascendant couldn't even break through Wu Lian's defense. This also illustrates how bad the environment on the bad Whispering Star is, which makes many ascendants who were originally planning to challenge Lin Shen hesitate. Not only because of the harsh environment of the evil star, but also the full attack of the 10-turn ascendant could not repel the injured and lifeless Wu Lian. Lin Shen blasted away the faceless body guarded by the Chaos Divine Bell with one blow, and he was also able to punch through the air. The second one showed how terrifying Lin Shen's power was from the side. Even without the blessing of Zhansong, he was still top-notch. The top among them, if coupled with the weakening skills, they had to weigh whether they could withstand Lin Shen's attack. Of course, this is information only known to players who have time to use their watches to watch Lin Shen's game. Lin Shen, who originally thought he would be constantly challenged, suddenly became idle at this moment. No one within the top 10 dared to challenge him. There were several high-level warriors who were ready to challenge Lin Shen. After watching the battle and witnessing Lin Shen's power, their previous plans were suddenly disrupted. They were all prepared to deal with the pistol's air-to-air killing skills and weakening skills, but suddenly found that those preparations seemed to be useless at all. Lin Shen could suppress everything with absolute power. I have known for a long time that even without the blessing of Zhansong, Lin Shen is still invincible. The punch just now was not only powerful through the air, but also had the skill of stacking waves. The punches were stacked on top of each other, and the destructive power produced was more than 100%. He is twice or even 3 times as powerful as a top ascendant. An average top ascendant can't even punch him head-on, so how can he fight him? You must be stupid. You have been studying pistol killing skills and weakening skills for so many days, but you can't even catch a punch. What are you studying for? Don't they all say that Lin Shen is invincible in battle and can fight against a soft-footed shrimp alone? This is different from what he said before the ranking battle started. There are only a few techniques that can hurt people from afar. Which one did Lin Shen use? Why does it feel so different from those world-famous techniques? This is a double skill with fists and fingers. How can you let others play it? 83 Chinese website. Latest address. People who were optimistic about Lin Shen on Skynet began to ridicule those who were looking down on Lin Shen before the start of the game seemed to have suddenly disappeared. On the Nirvana-level battlefield, Lin Shen, who was ranked more than 8,000, was constantly challenging, quickly defeating opponents one after another. No one can withstand the endless impact of the torrent of petals. The only difference is to hold on a little longer. After winning consecutive battles, Lin Shen also triggered the jump challenge rule, and could directly challenge the rank of 100th place. Lin Shen directly chose U100 to challenge, but this time the opponent was different from the previous one. N99, a Nirvana from the Celestial race, who ranks among the top 100 in the N family ranking, is no longer comparable to Nirvana from other small races. N99 turned out to be a person with the life base of the Archangel Sword, and his attack power was almost top-notch among Nirvana people. The moment Lin Shen appeared on the battlefield, the Archangel's sword came to him like a stream of light with a bright sword light. Quick! It's so fast. Even some Nirvana people only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes and did not see clearly what it was. People under Nirvana don't even react. So when everyone thought that Lin Shen had no time to deal with it and would be severely injured even if he was not killed, they found that the stream of light transformed by the Archangel's sword suddenly stopped. The tip of the Archangel's sword was only a dozen centimeters away from Lin Shen's throat, and the bright sword light on the tip was almost touching the skin of his neck. But the Archangel sword was held by Lin Shen's 2 fingers. No matter how much it trembled, it could not move forward even an inch. N99 controlled the Archangel sword and wanted to make it retreat, but the Archangel sword could not move and could not be retracted at all. Petals made of white particles fluttered out from Lin Shen's body, wrapped around the Archangel sword, and completely wrapped it in the petals, as if it had turned into a petal sword. Lin Shen released his hand holding the Archangel sword, but the Archangel sword was still out of N99's control. The Archangel sword wrapped in the petals slowly turned around and flew in front of N99, with the tip of the sword facing down and the hilt facing up, floating in front of N99, and then the petals dispersed and disappeared in an instant. I have always respected the heroes of the Celestials. I just saw the rankings and didn't know that the noble heroes were here. I'm sorry for the offense. I'm leaving now. Lin Shen calmly chose to give up the battle and withdraw, and the challenge failed. Although Lin Shen failed in the challenge and was even so humble, no one dared to look down on him. Everyone knew that the undefeated king who could forcibly control the Archangel sword was not defeated by N99, but because his brother was developing in the Celestials, he would rather give up the battle and retreat. Handsome, elegant, capable, and so loyal, brother Lin is really a perfect dream lover. Many young girls were so fascinated by him that they were fascinated by him. 83 Chinese website latest address. Christine wanted to break into the top 10, and all battles were quick wins. After winning 100 consecutive games, the jump challenge rule was triggered, and she could challenge up to 100 places. Then there was another 100-game winning streak, which once again triggered the leapfrog challenge rule, and you could challenge directly up to the 10,000th place. In the past, few top contestants would be ranked very low. This time it is too special. Many top ascenders like Christian and Dios are frantically rushing into the rankings. There are also a few humans who are silently impacting the rankings. Tu Xiaodao is not among them. He did not participate in the ranking battle at all and went directly back to impact the Nirvana level. Ouyang Yudu's ranking is not too high, so he can only push up a little bit. Although he is not as eye-catching as Christian and Dios, he has also met the rules for triggering a leapfrog challenge and continues to challenge the front. The Ascendant. Sui Qinglong is also impacting the rankings, but his ranking is actually quite high, and his starting ranking has entered the top 10,000. This is because Sui Qinglong also formed a team in the early stages of the knockout round, and under his command, this team was not annexed by Lin Shen and Dios and lasted until the end of the knockout round, so his points are already considered its relatively high. That is to say, the proportion of points he distributes to the players is relatively high, otherwise the ranking should be higher. Sui Qinglong's ranking is relatively high, but his speed in reaching the ranking is not as fast as Ouyang Yudu's. The main reason is that his fighting style is not as domineering as Ouyang Yudu's. Secondly, it is also because there are still more top-level ascendants within the 10,000 ranks. Yes, it's not as easy to rank as the later ones. When Ouyang Yudu triggered the first-level challenge rule, Sui Qinglong had only won 3 duels. Sui Qinglong calmly fought through the battles one after another. He had tried his best, but after all, he was only a rank 6 ascender. He felt powerless to reach such a point. If he hadn't relied on his outstanding talent and fighting ability, coupled with the movement skills taught by Lin Shen, he would have been defeated long ago. Among his 3 opponents, 2 were 9-turn ascendants and 1 was 8-turn ascendant. This was the result of his careful selection. However, among the 10,000 people, most of them were 10-turn ascenders. He could find these 3 ascendants. It is already a great luck for someone to challenge. If Lin Shen hadn't messed up the situation in the ascending knockout tournament, it would have been almost impossible to have an ascending master below rank 10 among 10,000 people. Seeing that the people in front of him were all 10-turn ascendants, and those behind him were also 10-turn ascenders, Sui Qinglong, who had suffered many injuries, shook his head helplessly, and chose to give up instead of continuing to challenge. Forfeiting is different from giving up the battle. To abstain is to give up participating in the ranking battle directly and will not be ranked again. Sui Qinglong knew in his heart that he had tried his best, but his strength was indeed far behind, and there was no point in continuing. After leaving the battlefield, Sui Qinglong couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw Lin Shen, who was still at the top of the list and no one had challenged him. 83 Chinese website latest address. Okay, I finally have a top-notch strong person among humans. Sui Qinglong felt very happy in his heart. His compatriots single-handedly suppressed countless top powerhouses in the universe, which made him feel extremely excited and at the same time proud. His compatriots have proven that human beings are no worse than the strongest of any race in the universe, and he just needs to keep working hard. Sui Qinglong went to Skynet and watched the videos of Lin Shen's previous battles. When he saw Lin Shen's punch from the air sending Wu Lian into the tornado, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Could it be that Lin Shen is the Great Red Bull Knight? Sui Qinglong had mixed feelings in his heart, and he laughed after a while. No matter whether he is the Great Red Bull Knight or not, since I have received that skill, I cannot live up to others' expectations. I must practice. It's a pity that the time is too short. If I were given more time to participate in the ranked battle as a 10-turn ascendant, maybe I would have the opportunity to go up to him and ask him personally. Ask him if he is a big Red Bull Knight. Christian has gone crazy with fighting. As long as the ascended ones challenged by him don't give up the fight, no one has been able to force him to use the second sword so far. Among so many top climbers who were crazy about ranking, Christine was the first to complete the feat of 3 consecutive leapfrogs, the first to trigger the third leapfrog challenge rules, and the scope of the challenge was directly expanded to the millionth place. Almost. Christine looked at the rankings in front of her and saw that she was getting closer and closer to Lin Shen. Kristen's condition is not right. Catherine looked at the Starry Sky scroll and frowned. What's wrong? I think he's in very good condition. Even in Qingji, the famous ascendant from the Celestial clan, was frightened back by his sword and gave up the fight. Isn't this state of mind very good? Tia looked at him doubtfully. With Catherine, you don't understand. The evolution technique that Christine practices is the ultimate devil. It is a very evil evolution technique. You need to turn your own evil thoughts into a devil, control yourself with the most evil way, and make it ruthless. And ruthless. If you gain the ultimate concentration and fearless determination, your spiritual practice will be greatly blessed. This kind of evolutionary technique is a forbidden technique that only a few people in my clan can practice. The main reason is that extracting one's own evil thoughts and transforming them into a devil is equivalent to raising an extremely evil devil personality in one's body. It is easy for the devil personality to replace the main personality and become a devil with only extreme desires. Catherine stared at Christine and said, from my observation of Christine's state, it seems that he can no longer control the devil personality. Since it is practiced with the help of the devil personality, then, after the practice is over, can't the devil personality be erased? Tia said naively. That's not that easy. In history, I have only heard of people who practiced extreme devil and were dominated by the devil personality in the end. I have never heard of anyone who can erase the devil personality. Catherine smiled and said, you are still young and don't understand the horror of evil thoughts. Will Christine really become a devil? Tia said with some concern. Although she is not very familiar with Christine, she doesn't want him to become like that. It shouldn't be that bad. Yet he became a disciple of our clan Sword Saint Sophia, who taught him the Sword Saint way of using sword to nourish the heart, making his heart like a holy sword that can cut off extreme desires. Although in this state, the effect of the extreme devil will be greatly reduced, suppressing his growth rate, but with this holy heart sword as a gate, the devil personality will hardly make any waves. But if he continues in this state, the holy heart sword should be activated soon. Once the holy heart sword is triggered, the devil personality will be weakened, and his strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, it will be difficult for him to compete with top ascenders such as Lin Shen and Deers. Catherine sighed. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen originally thought that there would be many ascended people to challenge him, but it took a while after. Having no face, before another challenger finally entered the bad whispering star. I'm Hong Xian from the ape tribe, please. Give me some advice. The challenger was tall and hairy, looking like an ape. As soon as he finished speaking, he put on the carapace, and the particles in his body surged, turning into a glove to wrap around his left hand. The carapace all over Hong Xian's body seemed to be woven from black gold wire, and his boxing gloves were made of black gold. Combined with his tall physique, he looked majestic. Roar! Hong Xian let out a roar, and his body swelled up as if he had blown air. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a height of 7 or 8 meters. He looked full of strength, but not clumsy. Lin Shen struck with a wave-riding triple fist strike. Hong Xian did not dodge and received Lin Shen's blow head-on. The glove collided with Lin Shen's punch. Wave after wave of punch power was forcefully blasted away by Hong Xian. The power of his punch was not inferior to Lin Shen's, and even exceeded it. After punching away Lin Shen's punch, Hong Xian immediately rushed towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen stood still and fired out the wave-treading fist again, one punch after another. Although Hong Xian was not weaker than Lin Shen, he couldn't get in front of Lin Shen. He only passively resisted Lin Shen's punch power, which was basically against Lin Shen. There is no threat. Hong Xian struck again and again, and was repulsed by Lin Shen's punches again and again. Even though he had the courage to be invincible, it was useless if he couldn't get close. In Huakai Palace, Kong Chuan and Tian Fei were also watching the battle. On Lin Shen's side, "Brother, what do you think of Dean Tian's strength?" Concubine Tian asked, while watching. "Of course. He is extremely strong. There are not many people at the same level who can beat him. That kind of air distance punching power is really advantageous during the flying upgrade." Kong Chuan analyzed. Hong Xian can also be regarded as a top genius from an established family. His own skills and strength are top-notch, and he is very aggressive. But he can't even get close to him. But the Dean also has a problem. When using his air distance fist power, it should be extremely energy-consuming, right? If he cannot hit Hong Xian severely after a long time, he will definitely consume more than Hong Xian, but I don't know if he can. How long can it last? Kong Chuan thought for a while and said, I remember the very famous 28 punches in the universe. The users usually fight quickly and rarely use the 28 punches to fight with people for a long time. This shows that the power of punching through the air is probably a more serious power-consuming technique. Concubine Tian looked at Kong Chuan and said, Brother, you have followed Dean Tian for so long and have fought with him. Do you only know him this way? Kong Chuan said helplessly, didn't I make a mistake when he and I fought side by side for the first time? Later, I didn't have the chance to watch his battles, but I know that he is indeed very strong. You. Concubine Tian was a little helpless, but she had nothing to do with him. She could only say, Dean Tian has shown such strength, and he should be taken more seriously by the Emperor in the future. You must not neglect your work under him. Don't be disdainful just because his level is temporarily lower than yours. How dare I dig out a peacock's head? Do you think I want to do it again? Kong Chuan said with a bitter face. The concubine Tian showed a smile. Lin Shen forced Kong Chuan to dig out the peacock's eyes. It gave Kong Chuan some memory, which really couldn't be considered a bad thing. This man is extremely capable. He comes from a small clan, he has a clean background, and he can handle things himself. The Emperor of Heaven likes him very much. I am afraid that Tianchi Academy will really feel proud this time. If you follow him, you will not suffer any loss. Tianfei warned again. I know. Kong Chuan's ears were about to get calluses. 83 Chinese website latest address. Kong Chuanhuan is actually right. If he didn't use the super base text, it would be really difficult for Lin Shen to use the wave writing combo continuously for a long time. Hong Xian obviously possesses a variety of power-based skills. Lin Shen's 3 consecutive attacks of Wave Rider couldn't do anything to Hong Xian, which shows how powerful Hong Xian is. However, Lin Shen had no intention of dragging him down. He summoned a folding fan and waved it at Hong Xian twice. One shake is a shake, and a second shake is a break. The shake is used to reduce attributes, and the fold is used to reduce skills. The combination of the 2 moves is simply a nightmare for opponents with similar strength. Come on, finally forced out Lin Shen's weakening skills. Everyone's eyes lit up. So many people had analyzed Lin Shen before, but none of them were used. Now that he is finally back on track, everyone is waiting to see how Hong Xian will deal with Lin Shen's weakening skills. The 2 moves of shaking and folding were difficult for even Nirvana to block. Naturally, Hong Xian had no way to keep them out. He was still hit by the skill, and mysterious text marks appeared on his body, including clear and dark marks. After being struck by the shaking and folding postures, Hong Xian's strength dropped significantly. Lin Shen struck out with 3 consecutive punches of treading the waves. If Hong Xian had no countermeasures, even if he was not killed, he would be blown away and rolled up. If you enter a tornado, you may die. Or not. Roar. Hong Xian looked up to the sky and let out a roar, beating his chest with both hands. With each hammer blow, his body suddenly expanded in a circle. After several consecutive hammer blows, his size almost doubled again. It reached a height of more than 10 meters. Hong Xian's huge fist blasted out, forcefully knocking away Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches of Ta Lang. At this time everyone understood that Hong Xian's way to counteract the weakening skills was to enhance his own skills. If you weaken me and I rise again, it means that I have not been weakened. I just don't know how long Hong Xian's skill can last. The giant-like Hong Xian launched a fierce attack on Lin Shen, punching out one punch after another, and rushed forward step by step against Lin Shen's fist force. Hong Xian's boxing gloves have enhanced his strength, and the initial gigantic skill has also enhanced his strength. The subsequent furious huge ability should have strengthened and improved the 4 attributes, which roughly offset Lin Shen's weakening skills. It seems that he has not suffered any loss, but in fact he has suffered a hidden loss. Kong Chuan said, the Dean has not even used his base transformation talent yet, and his trump cards are almost played out. However, the Dean has the talent of the battle song, and he is indeed at a disadvantage when fighting alone, which is equivalent to having 1 less skill than others. Tianfei did not comment, but just watched the battle between Lin Shen and Hong Xian while sipping tea. Many people watching the battle have similar views to Kong Chuan. Hong Xian is indeed at a disadvantage, but he may not be without opportunities. It depends on what kind of talent Lin Shen will use next. Hong Xian was charging while waiting for Lin Shen to make a move. He still had one talent skill that he hadn't used yet, and that should be the moment to decide the outcome. Lin Shen looked at Hong Xian, who was getting closer and closer, and used the treading waves fist again, but this time it was not a 3-hit combo, but a more violent 4-hit combo. Hong Xian punched again, and felt something was wrong as soon as he made contact. He was horrified and quickly used his best talent skill. His fist suddenly swelled, and it was obviously twice as big as the other fist. It was like a giant hammer, and it hit Lin Shen's treading waves 4-hit combo. 83 Chinese website latest address warm. Reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Boom. Due to the collision between punch and fist, Lin Shen's 4 consecutive strikes were blocked again, and Hong Xian took 2 steps back before he could regain his balance. Hong Xian was horrified that Lin Shen was actually able to punch with even higher power, forcing out his last trump card with just his punch power. Everyone could see that Hong Xian had no chance. Even if Lin Shen's talents were auxiliary, he would have no chance. Besides, Lin Shen also had the ability to kill people in the air with a pistol, but it was useless. Hong Xian himself had already realized that he had lost. Your Excellency is indeed worthy of your reputation. I lost. Hong Xian arrived and gave up the battle without any thought of procrastination. Watching Hong Xian leave, Lin Shen sat on the stone next to him and retracted his carapace. Without the use of Chao Jiwen, the consumption of Talong's 4 consecutive punches was too great. Almost all the power in his body was drained out in one attack, and it took a certain amount of time to recover. When the spectators saw this situation, they immediately realized that Lin Shen's power consumption was very serious. As they had speculated before, the power of air punches was very energy-consuming, especially his last 4 consecutive punches of riding waves. It was obvious that Lin Shen's strength was about to reach its bottom. Many people felt sorry for Hong Xian. If Hong Xian could persist a little longer, he might be able to defeat Lin Shen, who was severely depleted of strength. While others were feeling sorry for Hong Xian, another challenger entered the Evil Star. This was an ascendant who had just broken into the top 10 from a ranking of hundreds. When Hong Xian challenged Lin Shen, she happened to rest for a while and recover. After Hong Xian gave up the fight, Lin Shen directly chose to challenge Lin Shen when he could be challenged. Although she didn't know Lin Shen's current situation, she just happened to catch up with such a point. Nadaga's luck is so good. She challenged Lin Shen just in time when Lin Shen's strength was exhausted. This battle has a good chance. Many people envy Nadaga's luck. Nadaga was slightly startled when she saw that Lin Shen was sitting on a stone to rest without wearing a carapace. It seems that your strength is severely depleted. I will give you time to rest, and we will fight again after you recover. Nadaga said to Lin Shen while standing in the storm. Thank you. Lin Shen actually sat there to rest and did not stand up to challenge. He didn't really need to rest, he just found it too much trouble to constantly accept challenges. The only person he really needs to defeat is Christine. He has just seen Christine's ranking, and he is still far away from him. Instead of fighting challengers one by one, it is better to rest for a while and wait for Christine. The ranking shot up. Nadaga waited very patiently. Lin Shen looked at Nadaga and saw that her upper body was a human and her lower body was like a python. She looked eerie and beautiful. I used the watch that came with the race ranking battle to check and found that Nadaga was now ranked 7th, coming from a race called Snake Girl. As far as Lin Shen knows, the Snake Girl race was also among the top 100 in the previous race rankings, and has not fallen out of the top 100 in the race rankings for hundreds of years. It is considered a powerful old race. However, Lin Shen didn't know much about the Snake Girl race, and he didn't know what kind of evolution techniques the Snake Girls were good at and what abilities they had. Nadaga thought that Lin Shen would rest for a while and stand up to challenge when he was in good condition. However, who knew that Lin Shen had been sitting there for an hour and had no intention of getting up to challenge. Even the people watching the battle were very impatient and felt that Lin Shen had gone too far. 83 Chinese website latest address. When others ask you to rest, you can just recover to the point of recovery. Do you really have to wait until your body returns to its peak condition? This would be too ungraceful. What do you know? This is called psychological tactics. Lin Shen is consuming Nadaga's patience. When Nadaga's patience is almost exhausted and she is impetuous, then she will take action. It will be difficult for Nadaga to win. Isn't it despicable to take advantage of other people's kindness and use such tactics? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Shen is not that kind of person. He should be compassionate and can't bear to take action against a beauty like Nadaga, so he can only delay time so that Nadaga can retreat. Can you wash it like this? Lin Shen doesn't look like the kind of person who would care about women. The debate on Skynet is much more exciting than the battle here. Lin Shen also saw that Nadaga seemed to be running out of patience, so he took the initiative and said, "Nadaga, fight with me. If you win, can you keep your number 1 position?" "I should do my best," Nadaga said seriously. "Okay, so now you win." Lin Shen said and chose to give up the battle, actually giving up the first position. Nadaga was teleported back to her home planet. Seeing that she had become the number 1 player, she was stunned for a moment, not knowing what kind of reaction she should have. Haha, let me tell you, Lin Shen must be compassionate and can't bear to take action against Nadaga. Let me go. It turns out that the hero really has a hard time with the beauty test, and the number 1 position was given up like this. Nadaga is in a dilemma right now. Now that she has reached the first place, should she repay the favor with her body in the future? Please stop bragging. Lin Shen is clearly overstretched and has no ability to fight anymore, so he has to give up the fight. What does Liang Xiang's Xiyu have to do with it? There are all kinds of things said on Skynet. But Lin Shen didn't know them. The reason why he chose to give up was not because of Nadaga, nor because he was unable to fight again. But he felt that Christine was too far away from him, and he didn't know how long he would have to wait for Christine to rush up. So when he was looking at the rankings just now, he suddenly had an idea: why not rush down so that Christine could catch up with him quickly? Nadaga's challenge had just ended, and someone else challenged Lin Shen. The Ascenders who were originally ranked in the top 10 and could not challenge Lin Shen were now able to challenge him. When Lin Shen saw the challenger coming in, he chose to give up the battle without saying a word, and sat there without any intention of standing up. Then Lin Shen fought and gave up one after another, and his ranking dropped rapidly from the first place, and soon he was hundreds of places away. Anyone who saw Lin Shen, as long as they could reach him, would choose to challenge him, which also caused Lin Shen's ranking to drop again and again. This operation stunned everyone. They didn't know what he was doing. Others were rushing up the rankings, but he was rushing down. Most people thought that Lin Shen's physical strength was really a problem, otherwise why would he give up the battles continuously? All the battles were lost, the loser rule was triggered, and the challenge limit was relaxed to the 100th place. When Lin Shen dived into the 1000th place ranking, the watch gave a prompt. 83 Chinese website latest address. While other top ascenders were frantically striving for rankings, Lin Shen was also diving frantically. This operation stunned everyone, and the corners of the Emperor's eyes began to twitch. That guy, couldn't he do it so obviously? The Emperor, naturally, knew what Lin Shen was doing, but he felt that this person didn't care about his reputation too much. In order to complete the task quickly, he didn't even care about the ranking. Song Yun, what did you say to him? The Emperor saw Song Yun on the side. And Song Yun hurriedly said, I told him to strive for the top 5. If it doesn't work, it's okay to defeat Christine. This is definitely not what I meant. The Emperor also knew that this should not be what Song Yun meant. Looking at Lin Shen, whose ranking was still diving rapidly, he snorted coldly, that kid can guess my heart, but it's a pity that he is only so smart. He must think that I have some personal grudges with Christine or the Emperor barbarians, so he did this. He underestimated me a little too much. How could I be such a person without pattern to let him? I participated in the competition just to give him real training so that he can stand on his own as soon as possible. It's really a waste of my efforts. Tian Song Yun didn't dare to say much, but the Emperor didn't let him go. He asked coldly, Song Yun, how do you think I should deal with that stinky boy who failed my good intentions? Your Majesty, I think that although Dean Tian used the wrong heart and failed to understand your painstaking efforts, he was able to disregard his own honor and disgrace and work for you wholeheartedly. This loyalty is really precious. Tian Songyun thought for a while and said, what you said makes sense. He is a little stupid, but his heart is always good. The Emperor smiled. Lin Shen didn't really not understand, but he didn't want to show it too perfectly. He always kept Lu's words in his heart. Suffering a loss is a blessing, and being too perfect may not be a good thing. Lin Shen's ranking dive continued. When others triggered the cross-level challenge rules twice, he also triggered the loser rules twice not long after. The challenge range expanded to 10,000, and the ranking plummeted even faster. Because there were too many people challenging him, Lin Shen's ranking dropped again and again, to the point where everyone could bully him. Not long after Christine triggered the third cross-level challenge rule, Lin Shen also triggered the third loser rule, and the challenge range expanded to 1 million. After the unremitting efforts of the two, their rankings were getting closer and closer. The spectators were stunned. With Lin Shen's strength, it was impossible for him to drop so much. Faceless, whose life was destroyed, was still in the top 100. He just consumed his strength and rested for such a long time. He was challenged for so long that he didn't even get up from the stone. He should have recovered a little. How could he be ranked so low? Lin Shen didn't care about that and continued to dive down. When Christine chose to challenge his opponent again, he suddenly found that the name of the human Tian appeared in his selection range. He thought he had seen it wrong, so he looked at it carefully again and looked at the top of the ranking list. Sure enough, he was not wrong. Lin Shen's ranking did fall. Christine was suspicious, but he still chose to challenge Lin Shen. However, in such a moment of distraction, someone else challenged him first, and he didn't get the chance. But it was only a moment, and Lin Shen, who couldn't challenge, could challenge again. Christine didn't care about that, and directly chose to challenge him. Finally, he successfully got the permission to challenge him and entered Lin Shen's home planet through the opened portal. When Lin Shen saw Christine coming in, he didn't choose to give up the battle this time, and finally stood up. 83. Chinese website latest address. Oh my god, after all this time, Lin Shen didn't want to play with those people, and swooped down to find Christine. I said, no matter what Lin Shen is, he can't be so weak. Lin Shen must not play himself to death. Christine is in great shape now. Many top ascenders can't resist the power of his sword. In the elimination round, Christine was hurt so badly by Lin Shen. If they fight, I'm afraid it will be a situation of life and death. Are you looking for me? Christine stared at Lin Shen and said coldly, I guess so. Lin Shen did not deny it. Very good, show your strongest power. The life-based sword in Christine's hand pointed at Lin Shen, but did not attack immediately. Okay. Lin Shen did not waste words, directly used the shell, summoned the folding fan, and used both positive and negative skills on Christine. The two mysterious light texts, light and dark, flew towards Christine. Christine ignored it and let the two light texts fall on his shell, forming a brand. A sneer appeared on the corner of Christine's mouth, and a dark golden strange symbol appeared on the gun-gray shell. Everyone stared at Christine, wanting to know how he could crack Lin Shen's weakening skills. But only the strange symbol appeared, and the mysterious light text on the shell was not erased. When everyone thought that Christine's cracking method was ineffective, they suddenly found that the same strange symbol appeared on Lin Shen's shell. What's even more strange is that along with those strange symbols, there is also Lin Shen's own mysterious light text, and the light and dark light texts are exactly the same as the ones on Christine now. Lin Shen suddenly felt his body sink, and he was stunned for a moment. He felt that all of his attributes were weakened, including his skills. What kind of ability is that? Can I use the shaking and folding styles to react on myself? Lin Shen was surprised. Theoretically, this is Lin Shen's own power, and he should be able to clear it, but he found that he couldn't clear the mysterious light text on his body. This is my innate ability, evil spirit possession. The negative power you use on me will also act on you. Now we are at the same starting point. Christine stared at Lin Shen and said coldly, very strong. Lin Shen exclaimed, don't waste time, put away your little tricks, and use the pistol to kill people from a distance. Christine was already a little impatient and wanted to break Lin Shen's famous technique. No hurry, I heard that your swordsmanship is very strong, I want to experience it first. Lin Shen flicked his wrist, closed the folding fan, and the feather-like light blade popped out and turned into a feather-like lightsaber. The people watching the battle were very surprised. They all thought that Lin Shen's life base was an auxiliary type, but they didn't expect that there would be such an attack state. Christine didn't answer, and directly stabbed with a sword against the wind. The sword broke through the wind, and the sword against the strong hurricane was still incredibly fast. It was almost in the blink of an eye before Lin Shen arrived. If he hadn't been hit by two weakening skills, this sword would probably be even faster, so fast that even the shadow might not be seen. 83. Chinese website latest address. Warm reminder, If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Shen neither defended nor dodged, and stabbed Christine with the lightsaber in his hand, which turned out to be a fight to the death. This shocked everyone, and they had no time to react, and the two swords stabbed each other's bodies at the same time. Almost at the same time, Lin Shen's lightsaber pierced Christine's body, and Christine's sword also pierced Lin Shen's body. The shells on the two people seemed to be useless and could not play a protective role at all. Because of the shaking and folding, their attributes were greatly weakened, and the hardness and toughness of the shells were only about half of the previous ones, which could not resist the life base that had not been weakened. Sui Qinglong, who was sitting and watching the game, suddenly stood up, his eyes almost popped out. Lin Miao was almost scared to death, and stood there blankly. What the hell is this? One sword strike, and both sides are destroyed? Do you have to be so tough? Do you have to fight so hard? Brother. This is a ranking battle, not a life and death battle. Is it necessary to play like this? Everyone was shocked. 2 top ascenders, both died in the first strike. What the hell is this? No one has ever seen such a game. They were stunned, but Lin Shen and Christine did not stop. They drew out their swords, stood in front of each other, and then stabbed each other's body. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The two people were like desperate men who were bloodthirsty. They didn't care about their own life or death, and just stabbed each other desperately. They were pierced with blood holes, but it seemed that because of the surge of adrenaline, they didn't feel the pain at all and ignored it completely. Looking at the two people facing each other, they were like two street thugs who didn't know how to fight. They were stabbing each other with swords, as if whoever took a step back and dodged a sword was a coward, would be despised, and would never be able to face up to the world again. Everyone was stunned. They had imagined many battle scenes between two top ascenders, but they could never imagine that it would be such a scene. This was not a fight between masters, it was simply a life and death fight to see who had a stronger life. But in a blink of an eye, both of them stabbed each other several times, and no matter how strong their lives were, they couldn't stand this kind of play. What kind of hatred and grudges must it be played like this? This is going to make both of us die on the spot. Tian Songyun's eyes were about to pop out. He won't die that easily. Tian Shidi snorted coldly. Tian. Songyun took a closer look and found out what was going on. The wounds on the two people were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds on the places where they were pierced at the beginning were almost invisible now, and even the scars on the shells were almost gone. Soon, not only them, but many people watching the battle saw the problem. They were stabbed so many times by the opponent, but no one fell down, and there was no blood splattering. The wounds on their bodies were also wrong. The previous wounds seemed to have disappeared. Oh my God, these two people have super strong self-healing ability, they are willing to kill each other with their lives. Haha, isn't this a coincidence? They all thought of the same thing. I guess they are both confused now. Why can't the opponent fall down after so many stabs? What's going on? It's such a tragic battle. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of humor? This self-healing ability is really too strong. Lin Shen's skills are exposed. It's actually self-healing ability. Christine is the same. Lin Shen is so weird. Others are all using some skills. To enhance combat effectiveness, what the hell is that? Battle song, self-healing, air-punching power, focusing on a monster, just to be unexpected. 83 Chinese website latest address. Who has ever seen two masters fight like this? For a while, I actually felt very happy to watch. This is really a sword that hits the flesh, not only the flesh, but also directly penetrates the body. Superbase recasting continued to repair Lin Shen's injured body and shell, but the speed of repair was obviously a bit slower than the speed of the opponent's piercing his body. He had already begun to retreat. Is this guy crazy? His self-healing ability is not better than mine, why doesn't he retreat? Christine had no intention of retreating at all, and became more and more crazy, and his sword was getting faster and faster, constantly stabbing at different parts of Lin Shen's body, as if he wanted to find Lin Shen's weakness and kill him with one blow. Dang! Lin Shen couldn't stand at first, and directly backhanded a sword to block Christine's stabbing sword. But when he blocked it, he immediately fell into a disadvantage, and Christine's sword seemed to be like a violent meteor shower, stabbing wildly. The folding fan in Lin Shen's hand opened and closed, and when Christine's sword passed through the gap between the fan bones, it was locked by the closed folding fan, the fan dance lock. Lin Shen twisted the folding fan, and Christine's hand holding the sword couldn't hold it, and the hilt of the sword fell out of his hand. When Lin Shen thought he had succeeded, Christine's body began to spin like a drill bit in the direction of the hilt's rotation. His other hand grabbed the hilt again, and with the force of the rotation, the sword began to spin. The folding fan was drilled open by the rotating sword, but Lin Shen couldn't hold the inheritance fan, and it slipped out of his hand. Open! Lin Shen shouted coldly, and the folding fan in the air instantly disintegrated and turned into a series of lightsabers, which seemed to be a stream of light all over the sky, interweaving and killing Christine. Christine held the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed out with each sword. Each sword was as fast as thunder and lightning. He slashed left and right, blocking all the lightsabers in the sky. Not a single lightsaber could get close to him. Because of his fast movements, he left a trail of afterimages, and it looked like Christine had become a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. For a moment, people were dazzled and could not keep up with the rhythm of the two. How could it suddenly turn from a stab between gangsters to such a strange battle? In the eyes of everyone, although Lin Shen retreated first when they stabbed each other just now, it seemed that he had the upper hand now. Lin Shen only fought with his life base and did not consume his own strength. Christine's slashing seemed very fierce, but it was consuming his own strength. He was definitely the one who suffered. Just when people were guessing how Christine would break the situation, they suddenly saw that while Christine was slashing the lightsabers in the sky, he actually had the strength to slash a sword in the direction of Lin Shen. Lin Shen was already dozens of meters away from him. When he slashed with his sword, a black crescent-shaped blade light flew out from the blade and instantly slashed in front of Lin Shen, who was dozens of meters away. What is that? Everyone was shocked. Fei Xingqiang has no long-range attack ability. Only a few people who have practiced strange techniques have the ability to hurt people from a distance. There is a very famous sword wind blade technique that can use a sword to slash out a wind blade to hurt people from a distance. But the sword wind secret technique has long been lost with the death of the wind swordsman, and no one has heard of inheriting that secret technique. What's more, what Christine slashed out was not a sword wind, but a power similar to a sword light. This thing seems to be something that only Nirvana can do. Lin Shen didn't have time to think so much, and directly used a 3-hit wave. Stepping attack to meet Christine's crescent blade light. Boom! The fist force was divided, and the blade light lost its luster after breaking through the threefold fist force and dissipated into the void. 83 Chinese website latest address. Christine slashed wildly, and black crescent blades flew towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and the sky full of light swords flew back in front of him, reorganizing into a feather fan of light like a peacock spreading its tail. The feather fan of light spun rapidly, like a huge wheel of light blocking Lin Shen. The crescent blades slashed on the wheel of light, but were bounced off, deviated from the track, and flew in other directions. Christine rushed forward while slashing out crescent blades quickly. Countless blades slashed on the wheel of light, but were bounced off by the wheel of light. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and in the roar of the wind, the crescent blades and the wheel of light collided wildly, shining and sparkling. People were fascinated by the scene. Such a battle was almost impossible to see in the flying upgrade. Christine had already rushed in front of Lin Shen, holding the sword with both hands and slashing at the light wheel. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to grab the center of the light wheel, and the light wheel instantly turned into a lightsaber, fighting with Christine. Crack! The light feather blade of the lightsaber was actually chopped off by Christine's sword, and the blade still slashed towards Lin Shen's body. Like a gust of wind, Lin Shen's body suddenly bounced back, with strange movements and incredibly fast speed, and he actually dodged this almost face-to-face slash. Christine held the sword and continued to rush forward, with a strange pink mist oozing out of his whole body. His strength was constantly increasing, and the speed of his sword was getting faster and faster. Lin Shen waved his folding fan while retreating, and the light feathers appeared on the folding fan again. But every time it collided head-on with Chris's sword, the light feathers would be chopped off. Lin Shen could only fight while retreating, and his retreat speed was even faster than Christine's forward speed. That Lin Shen's body movement is so strange. He retreats faster than he runs forward. Tia said in surprise. Humph, that's a body movement secret technique called shrimp slippery. It's a unique secret technique of in lieu of the celestial clan. Most people in the world only practice running forward, and only in lieu studies how to retreat. At the beginning, he relied on shrimp slippery and another secret technique of lateral movement, crab step, and was also unrivaled in the world. No one in the same level could hurt him. It is said that this secret technique, which he jokingly called shrimp soldiers and crab generals, he didn't even pass it on to the people of the Yin family, but he didn't expect to pass it on to Lin Shen. Catherine's knowledge is very broad, and she even knows and Lu's shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Lin Shen relied on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals' body movement to dodge all of Christine's attacks, but Christine's strength and speed are still rising rapidly. I don't know what skills he used, as if he can be infinitely enhanced. Lin Shen knew that this was not a solution. He just pierced Christine's acupuncture points with a lightsaber. But he didn't hurt him badly. This means that although the acupuncture points are Christine's weakness, his self-healing ability can make up for this weakness, so unless his acupuncture points are pressed, it is not easy to seriously injure him. Thinking of this, Lin Shen suddenly put away his folding fan and turned to fight Christine with boxing, trying to find an opportunity to shoot sand between his fingers and press Christine's acupuncture points. This guy's fighting power is stronger than Lin Shen imagined, and it seems that he doesn't know what fear is at all. He doesn't change his face even with the sword and the body, and it is difficult to shake his will. Lin Shen madly blasted out the wave-stepping fist, and Christine also slashed out the crescent blade. The fist force and the blade light collided and exploded in the air, and the shock wave made both of them retreat several steps. The fist force and the blade light kept colliding in the air, making it difficult for the two to get close to each other. And they could only keep blasting each other in the air. Is it really okay for Lin Shen to do this? His telekinetic punching power consumes a lot of energy, right? When he fought with Hong Xian before, he consumed so much energy that he could hardly maintain his shell. On an ancient planet, Yi Yuzhen looked at the man who was fishing by the river and said. The fishing man needed the bait in his hand and said, "Why? Do you care about his life or death? I have seen that kid and taught him a few tricks, but he is too stupid to learn at all and can't achieve anything big. Grandpa, he is also our fellow human being after all. He participated in the race ranking battle and fought for the honor of our human beings." How can you say that about him? Yi Yuzhen said angrily. 83 Chinese website latest address. Something is wrong. Yi Jingren said suddenly. What's wrong? Is Lin Shen in danger? Yi Yuzhen suddenly became a little nervous. I mean, you are wrong. Why haven't I seen you care about others so much? Do you have any relationship with that kid? Yi Jingren turned around, squinted his eyes, and looked at her, smiling. What do you care? Yi Yuzhen's cheeks turned red, and he turned his head to the side angrily. I can ignore other things, but if you are looking for a man, you must find someone who can inherit my skills, otherwise my good skills will be lost. That kid is so stupid, he is definitely not good enough. Yi Jingren said directly. Grandpa, is your eyesight not very good? How? Is he stupid? Don't you see how powerful he is? What kind of successor can be more powerful than him? Yi Yuzhen said with a pout. My eyesight is very good. His fist force consumes a lot of energy. The sword light of the boy who uses the sword comes from the power of his sword. After a while, when he has no strength, I am afraid he will be slaughtered. Yi Jingren laughed. Yi Yuzhen was not unhappy when he heard it, but laughed instead. What are you laughing at? Yi Jingren looked at Yi Yuzhen in confusion and asked. Grandpa, you probably don't know that when Lin Shen was on his home planet, he actually had a very famous nickname. Guess what it was? Yi Yuzhen said mysteriously. How do I know what his nickname is? Yi Jingren stretched out his hand and pulled the fishing rod up, but no fish was caught, and the bait was eaten. His nickname is Perpetual Motion Machine A Tian. Yi Yuzhen said proudly. TSK, he actually gave him such an uncultured nickname. He hasn't read a book. Yi Jingren said disdainfully. Grandpa, since you look down on him so much, let's make a bet. If his physical strength is overconsumed by Christine, I will listen to you and find you a grandson-in-law who can inherit the skills. On the contrary, you help me convince my mother to leave me alone. How about it? Yi Yuzhen said with a blink of his eyes. He said so much just now to prepare for this moment. Okay, you are waiting for me here, I won't be fooled by this. Yi Jingren said with a godly look. So, you admit that you have a bad eye, and all those bad things you said about Lin Shen just now were nonsense? Yi Yuzhen said calmly. The provocation is all my leftovers, and your tricks are useless to me, but I can give you a chance, purely for your sake, so that you can give up this idea. I will make this bet with you. It's a deal. Yi Yuzhen was overjoyed. Don't worry, this bet must be made, but it has to be changed. If he can beat Christine, I will talk to your mother. Jingren interrupted Yi Yuzhen. Grandpa, why are you cheating? Yi Yuzhen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Christine was too strong. And she couldn't be sure that Lin Shen would definitely win. If you don't want to bet, forget it, anyway. It's not me who needs you. Yi Jingren said indifferently. Grandpa. Yi Yuzhen pounded Yi Jingren's shoulders and acted like a spoiled child. Bet or not? Yi Jingren was completely unmoved. Bet. Yi Yuzhen angrily let go of his hand and stopped hammering his back. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen's body was already shining with the mysterious light patterns of shaking and folding. After opening the super basic text, it was not as conspicuous as usual. To others, it seemed that there were just more mysterious light patterns. With the opening of the super basic text, the violent world power around him poured into Lin Shen's body like a tide. The world power generated by the lightning and tornado around him was much more than that of ordinary places. Just by opening the super basic text, Lin Shen felt that his strength was increasing. That was because the absorbed world power was too much and could not be consumed at all, which had some good effects on his body. Christine's strength was also increasing, and the blade light he cut out was getting stronger and stronger. The 3 punches of stepping on the waves were obviously at a disadvantage. Lin Shen felt the surging world power in his body, which was almost overflowing, and he did not hesitate to hit the 4 consecutive punches of stepping on the waves. Boom! The fist force that had been suppressed actually smashed Christine's blade light and gained the upper hand. Lin Shen punched one after another, causing the blade to explode, and the force of his punches was actually pushed back. Who is saying that Lin Shen's telekinetic punch consumes a lot of power? I'm sincerely worried about you. You're playing me, aren't you? You said it consumes a lot of power and you can't hold on after 4 consecutive punches? You're an actor, aren't you? Actor Lin, the whole universe owes you an actor award. Okay, can I watch a performance of this level without paying? Please, Actor Lin, put away your acting skills. Can't we be more sincere? Your focus is a little wrong. Lin Shen obviously used his talent skills, which are obviously energy recovery talents. Battle, song, self-healing, and energy recovery, these 3 talents of Actor Lin are all sharp weapons on the battlefield. If he goes to the battlefield, he will be a battlefield killer. For a while, everyone watching the battle felt that they had given their hearts to the wrong person. Whether they were worried that Lin Shen's energy consumption was too serious, or hoped that Lin Shen would run out of energy quickly, they all felt stunned. After hitting Hong Xian with 4 consecutive punches, he was so tired that he couldn't even maintain his shell. He had hit so many punches. But he was like a normal person. Lin Shen pressed on Christine step by step. Although Christine's strength was increasing, it was not strong enough to resist another wave-treading punch. Suddenly, the life-based sword in Christine's hand, originally black, gradually turned into a dark gold. The blade light that was cut out also turned into dark gold. This sword blade actually cut off the fist force of Lin Shen's 4 wave-treading punch, and its momentum remained unabated, and it instantly cut in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen moved his feet sideways and dodged the dark gold blade light with an incredible posture. The dark gold blade light brushed his body and flew past, rushing into a tornado, and actually cut a hole in the tornado, causing a crackling sound in the tornado. Christine's life-based talent is a double life-based talent. Tia saw the door. Lucky indeed. Catherine frowned. 83 Chinese website latest address as soon as Christine's dual life base. Talent came out, Lin Shen immediately fell into a passive position. The dark gold blade light cut through Lin Shen's fist power like a knife cutting tofu. What a tough guy. Looking at the dark gold blade light flying over, Lin Shen could only increase the number of layers of the treading wave fist again and directly hit the treading wave five-fold fist. The five-fold fist's fist power was stacked layer by layer, and it forcibly withstood Christine's dark gold blade light. Although it was still a bit disadvantageous, after the dark gold blade light cut through the five-fold fist, the remaining power was not enough to threaten Lin Shen. Actor Lin, you are really daring to act. You pretended to be dead after 4 consecutive punches, and you beat me with 5 consecutive punches. Where is the most basic trust between people? I don't know why, but I always feel that actor Lin seems to be able to keep adding more. To be honest, actor Lin's boxing is really fierce. The more you stack, the stronger the power. Theoretically, as long as he has enough energy, he can stack it infinitely. Infinite stacking is impossible. Not to mention that he can't have infinite energy. Even if he has infinite energy, it takes time to stack the power. It's impossible. That other's knives are in front of you, and you are still stacking. The distance and time are not enough. I think 5 consecutive punches are already the limit. It should be the limit. Christine throws a sword, and actor Lin will throw 5 punches. It's amazing that actor Lin can hold on until now. They are right. The 5 consecutive punches of treading waves are indeed the limit. It's not because of insufficient energy, but because Lin Shen's punching speed can only be so fast. When Christine slashed with a sword, Lin Shen would throw 5 punches at the same moment. That is, the way of exerting force in the treading wave fist is special. It is not necessary to retract the arm and punch every time, but a high-speed shaking punch, which can shake out the fist force with a small amplitude. If he really throws 5 punches in a row, I am afraid that before he finishes the second punch, Christine's sword will have slashed his face. The two people fought in the air, and the collision of fist force and blade light, the shock wave generated by the explosion, disturbed the airflow around, making the nearby tornado more violent, and thunder and lightning roared more frequently between heaven and earth. Lin Shen has a super base text, and the world power is almost unlimited, but Christine obviously does not have such endurance. Although his strength has been constantly improving, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Christine's body has obvious signs of fatigue. What do you think, Grandpa? The nickname of the perpetual motion machine is worthy of its name, right? Seeing Christine showing signs of fatigue, Yi Yuzhen finally smiled. Until the end, the outcome is still unknown. Don't be too happy too soon. Be careful that the higher you float, the harder you will fall. Yi Jingren was unwilling to suffer a loss and quarreled with Yi Yuzhen. In the Diamond Tribe, Catherine's face suddenly changed. Not good, Christine's devil personality is going out of control. Just after Catherine finished speaking, she saw Christine, who had been unable to attack for a long time, emitting more and more pink mist, almost like spraying. The next second, Christine's original black shell was dyed pink, and even the magic sword in his hand turned pink. Lin Shen looked at Christine, who was dressed in pink, with a strange look on his face. He thought to himself, is this the legendary macho pink? The pink Christine moved, which immediately scared Lin Shen. The magic sword in his hand burst out with pink sword light, and he rushed over like a ghost. The 5 consecutive punches from Lin Shen were cut like paper. Lin Shen used his body skills to dodge, but he was unable to dodge completely. In just a moment, several wounds were cut on his body. Christian's speed and strength increased by more than one level, and his body twisted into various movements that humans could not imagine. The magic sword stabbed from various weird angles, leaving wounds on Lin Shen's body. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. Sure enough, actor Lin is more suitable for the battlefield. Christine is better at fighting alone. Actor Lin has already used all his skills. There should be no possibility of a comeback. There are no pets and spirit bases available in the race ranking battle, and there are no other equipment. He can only rely on his own strength. What's the situation with Christine? His swordsmanship is so weird. Why does it feel like he is not human? Can those movements be made by humans? This battle is really exciting to watch. All kinds of wonderful techniques are flying all over the sky. You come and I go. You break my techniques and I break your techniques. It's really interesting. It's a pity that actor Lin is one step behind. There should be no suspense in this battle. Pink Christine is really too powerful. On a high mountain of the Emperor Barbarians, the sword Saint Sophia, who seemed to be an ascetic, put down the work in her hands, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked at the scroll. In the sky. The devil's personality is out of control. It will take at most 10 seconds to activate the Sacred Heart Sword. If we can't win in these 10 seconds, then... Sophia's face showed worry. Lin Shen, who was beaten by Christine, couldn't stand it anymore and directly turned on the super basic form. The spectators only saw that Lin Shen's shell was shining like a silver crystal, and his speed and strength suddenly increased. He was not weaker than Pink Christine, and even better. Lin Shen violently suppressed Christine's crazy punches, and the wave-stepping fist was combined with the wave-stepping step. Each punch was stronger than the other, and each step was faster than the other. He oppressed Pink Christine and forced her to retreat. No matter how crazy Pink Christine was, she could not resist Lin Shen's violent punches. Bang bang. Crazy Christine only attacked and did not defend. She was hit by Lin Shen several times. Her shell was dented and she flew backwards. What's going on? The movie star actually has a backup plan? Hey! Hasn't he used up all his skills? What the hell is this? It's really fucking unsolvable. There's even a big move that improves all attributes. The movie star is really good at acting. The movie star, quickly stop your acting skills. If you have the ability, can you use it quickly? Why are you flying a kite here? You've had enough of shooting cold arrows whenever you have something to do. When people saw that Pink Christine was suppressed, those who thought the situation was settled just now felt like they were slapped in the face and felt a little tired. Christine, who was blown away, suddenly had a white sword-shaped mark on his forehead. Lin Shen, who was about to rush up to hammer Christine to death, stopped immediately, thinking that Christine had some weird skills to use. Most people had the same idea as Lin Shen, thinking that Christine had some secret method to use. Only some core figures in the Diamond Tribe knew that Christine was defeated. Christine is finished. The Sacred Heart Sword has been triggered. His strength has been greatly reduced. He can no longer compete with Lin Shen. Catherine sighed. As the sword-shaped mark on the forehead shone, the pink mist on Christine's body suddenly dissipated a lot, and the pink on the shell also faded. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen realized that Christine was not using any secret skills, but his skill time limit had expired and he could not hold on. It's not easy. I'm finally going to win. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this battle was finally over and he could finally hand in his work. The people watching the battle also thought like Lin Shen, thinking that this tortuous battle would finally end with the victory of the actor Lin. 83 Chinese website latest address. Suddenly, Christine's hand holding the sword was raised directly, and the tip of the sword was facing his forehead, and he stabbed it fiercely. The tip of the magic sword pierced directly on the shining sword-shaped mark, directly shattering it, and the tip of the sword penetrated into the shell, and blood flowed out along the blade. What is he doing? Catherine stood up suddenly. That was Christine, the most outstanding and talented person in the Diamond Tribe, who would definitely enter the ranks of immortals in the future. Even though Catherine did not have much interaction with him, she did not want the genius of the tribe to perish. Christine pierced the Sacred Heart sword himself, which was equivalent to completely liberating the devil personality. The consequence was that the devil personality would replace his main personality. Even if he could win this battle, he would no longer be the previous Christine. The body controlled by the devil personality is extremely evil, only killing and doing evil. It is impossible to make any contribution to the race, but it may cause a disaster. In the past, many Diamond tribesmen who practiced extreme devil would kill their relatives and friends first after being dominated by the devil personality. Originally, it was thought that Christine would not become a madman who only knew how to kill with the protection of the Sacred Heart sword, but he did not expect that he would destroy the Sacred Heart sword himself. Does winning or losing a duel really matter? Catherine muttered to herself, sitting down dejectedly. The die is cast, and there is no way to reverse it. Sophia looked at Christine in the scroll, with a strange look on her face, but she said nothing. The Sacred Heart sword was broken, and the pink mist on Christine's body gushed out again, dyeing his shell pinker. And pinker than the Death Barbie pink. Christine was completely crazy, pulling out the pink magic sword that pierced his skull, and killing Lin Shen again. It's just a battle, is it necessary to fight so hard? Lin Shen was depressed. He just wanted to complete the task easily and didn't want to expose so many things, but this Christine was too difficult. His strength and speed increased again, and his behavior became more and more unpredictable. Christine turned his back to Lin Shen and drew his sword, but it seemed as if he had eyes on his back. And there was no effect at all. The sword was as fast as the sword, and the pink sword light was earth-shaking, cutting the hurricane. On the contrary, Lin Shen was a little busy dealing with his various weird postures. Lin Shen, who had activated the super base form, couldn't take advantage of Christine at all. The two people kept flying and colliding in the wind, and the invisible fist force and the pink sword light kept fighting, causing terrible fluctuations and turbulence. Lin Shen found an opportunity and ejected a finger sand in the gap between the rhythm of the wave-stepping fist. The needle-like finger force pierced Christine's acupuncture points and directly pierced through the shell. Lin Shen thought it was finally over, but Christine's figure was not fixed. This is impossible. Lin Shen was shocked, but Christine still rushed up madly. Lin Shen had no idea that Christine was now controlled by the devil and his body was no longer under his control. Even if his hands and legs were cut off, as long as there was still a breath of life in his body, the devil's will would not let him stop. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen tried a few more times, but the sand between his fingers really couldn't hold pink Christine. Lin Shen had never encountered such a situation before. He had already confirmed before that the sand between his fingers could touch acupuncture points. He had also tried it on other creatures, and it must be possible. How could it be useless? Even nirvana creatures can be clicked. No matter how powerful Christian is, he is just a flying upgrade. He cannot be stronger than Night Crow. Even Night Crow can kill. Why can't he kill Chris? Ding? Is there a difference between acupuncture in the air and acupuncture with fingers? Lin Shen wanted to try using his fingers to tap on Christine's acupuncture points. It's just that Christine is like a ghost now, and his techniques are weird and unpredictable. It's obviously not easy for Lin Shen to hit his acupuncture points at close range. The two men fought crazily in the storm, and everyone who watched was dazzled. After trying many times, Lin Shen failed to get close. He suddenly became a little annoyed and flew to close the distance between him and Christine. He punched continuously and hit the waves with 6 consecutive blows. Although the environment of the evil star is harsh and the power of the world supplied is large, it is still far inferior to the direct explosion of Mars. Unless Lin Shen rushes directly into the tornado and uses the power of tornado and lightning to bless Chao Jiwen. But if you really want to rush in, you have to withstand the power of wind and lightning, which will cause considerable damage to yourself. If the 6 consecutive punches of treading the waves didn't work, he planned to activate the super basicization and rush into the tornado. With the help of the power of tornadoes and thunder and lightning, he used the power of tornadoes and lightning to forge his body, combine hyperbasing and superbasing recasting to create a powerful carapace, and then get the reinforcement of superbasing to take care of Christine when he came out. Although Lin Shen's body was not drained dry by the 6 consecutive punches of Talong, Lin Shen's offensive paused for a moment after the 6 consecutive punches, and his strength was somewhat out of control. Boom! Christine didn't even try to dodge, and used her pink magic sword to forcefully block Talong's 6 consecutive punches. A shocking shock wave erupted, sending Christine flying backwards. It was so powerful that she couldn't control her body for a moment. It just so happened that a tornado turned a corner at this time, swam over from here, and actually rolled Christine's body into it. Even Lin Shen was stunned for a while. He didn't expect to be so lucky. Everyone watching the battle was also shocked. After fighting for so long without a winner, Christine was unexpectedly involved in the tornado. Thunder and lightning exploded inside the tornado. For a moment, thunder exploded and lightning flashed. The originally gray tornado now looked like a giant pillar of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, shining continuously. Kristen won't just die like this. Seeing that Kristen was still unable to break out of the tornado, everyone couldn't help but have this thought in their hearts. The Chaos Divine Bell's defensive capabilities were so strong that it could not survive the thunder and lightning for a few seconds. Although Guristan was strong, he was not strong enough to withstand the beating of the Chaos Divine Bell. After being bombarded by lightning inside for so long, it's hard to stay alive. Heaven will help those who have gained the Tao. Lin Shen looked at the thunder and lightning tornado, thinking that Christine was definitely doomed, and gave up the idea of entering the thunder and lightning tornado to strengthen his body. At this time, the thunder and lightning in the tornado was full, which was many times stronger than when the Chaos Divine Bell was destroyed before. It was more terrifying than the explosion of the fierce Mars Flame Sea. If Lin Shen really rushed in, he didn't know if he could bear it. Live. 83 Chinese website latest address with Lin Shen's character. It's better not to try if he can. Everyone watched the terrifying thunder and lightning flashing continuously in the tornado, like a thunder and lightning dragon swallowing the sky with its head raised. After a while, the thunder and lightning in the tornado gradually disappeared, and occasionally a few lightning arcs danced in the tornado. It's over. Christine should be dead. It's impossible for an ascended person to survive such violent thunder and lightning. Almost everyone had this idea. Even Lin Shen had the same idea, but his eyes suddenly shrank when he looked at the tornado. I saw a figure slowly flying out of the tornado, and the figure gradually became clearer. It was not until after rushing out of the tornado that I saw clearly that it was Christine. At this time, Christian was still wearing a pink carapace, and the magic sword in his hand was still pink, but for some reason, he felt like something was different about him. Impossible. Catherine's eyes widened and she stared at Christine as if she had seen a ghost. She saw something, but couldn't seem to believe it. He actually succeeded. Sophia's face showed a look of relief, and she breathed a long sigh of relief. Self-destruct the Sacred Heart. Sword, release the devil's personality, expanded infinitely, and then recast the sword with the devil's personality. Heart, every step is a path to death, but he really made it happen. Lin Shen, I've kept you waiting for a long time. I'm here. The voice was still Christine's, but for some reason, it made Lin Shen feel like they were meeting for the first time. What do you mean? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Christine and said. Christine actually explained, the evolutionary technique I practiced is called Extreme Devil. When it is practiced to the extreme, it is like being possessed by a demon and losing one's nature. Although there are checks and balances, it is not a long-term solution after all, and it also greatly limits my own strength. So I let go of the restrictions and let it run rampant. Then I borrowed your power to completely activate its power and took the opportunity to truly use it for my own use. It will no longer be a constraint on me. I have to thank you. Without you, I may not be able to succeed. The me now is the real me. Let me get to know you again. My name is Christine, a disciple of the Sword Saint of the Diamond Clan. Christine looked at Lin Shen calmly and said. Lin Shen, human. Lin Shen replied. Our fight can finally begin now. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Christine said, putting the pink magic sword in her hand back into the sheath, and smiled at Lin Shen and said, please attack. If I attack first, you will have no chance. Lin Shen couldn't help but complain in his heart, you are not as cute as when you are possessed by the devil. At least you don't pretend when you are possessed by the devil. Lin Shen didn't care whether he was possessed by the devil or not. It was the same anyway. He directly blasted over with a 5-punch wave. His fists kept swinging out the fist force. The 5-punch wave treading formed a raging wave, and rushed towards Christine like a tsunami. Christine faced such a terrifying fist, but he just drew his sword and swept it lightly. Lin Shen sneered in his heart, I have 10 sets of 5-punch wave treading. What do you mean by sweeping with this sword? Do you look down on my fist power? But the next second, Lin Shen's face changed. Christine's light sweep actually eliminated his 10 sets of 5-punch wave treading without a trace. The terrifying punch didn't even stir up a wave, just like the Win stopped at any time, which was completely different from the previous defeat. Separation method. Lin Shen looked strange. He didn't expect such a coincidence that the person who posted the separation method on the internet would be Christine. 83. Chinese website latest address. What kind of ability is that, so terrifying? Many people were horrified. They had watched the battle for so long, and were already very familiar with Lin Shen's wave-treading fist. Just by looking at the fluctuations in punch power, you can tell how many stacks of treading wave fist there are. Although Christine was able to defeat Lin Shen's 5 consecutive punches before, it was not as easy as now. What's really scary is that before Lin Shen hit 5 punches in a row, Christine would use 10 blades to break him, but now Christian only used one sword to defeat Lin Shen's 5 punches in a row. It was all broken, and it was broken so easily, which was a bit too scary. One blade light can break through 5 consecutive punches. Even if it doesn't need 10 times the power, it must at least have 5 or 6 times the power. It is 5 or 6 times more powerful than a top ascended one, or even more. With such strength, ordinary Nirvana ones may not be a match for Christian. It's too strong, it's just too strong. The power that Lin Shen unleashed is already at the top of the ascended ones. Christian's sword completely defeated Lin Shen. It can even be said that there is no comparison. Chris with just this sword, Ding is qualified to fight the Nirvana one. There is no one in the ascending level who is worthy of fighting him, and I'm afraid it will be the same if Dios comes. Almost everyone thinks this way, even those who have reached Nirvana. If the combat power that Lin Shen and Christine had previously exploded could be considered to be on the same level as Dios, then Christine's sword seemed to be beyond the current level and comparable to Lin Shen's. Shen, Dios, and the others are no longer on the same level. Christine, such a strong person, such a strong sword. This time even Catherine had to admit that Christine was too strong. Lin Shen also thinks that Christine is strong, but others only know that Christine is strong, but they don't know what makes Christine strong, but Lin Shen knows it very well. The separation method he saw on Skynet, was actually used by Christine. After mastering this technique, let alone Lin Shen's wave-treading fist, even a Nirvana-level expert would still have a headache when encountering Christine. If the power particles and attribute particles of the Nirvana are not tightly combined, then the separation method can directly decompose their Nirvana power and directly turn it into intangible. It can be said that the separation method has a great restraint effect on ordinary Nirvana people. With this method, it is not impossible to overcome the lower level and overcome the upper level. It is not impossible to challenge the Nirvana person in the body of an ascendant. Lin Shen also studied the separation method, but unfortunately he did not succeed. We are all human beings. Why can he practice the separation method, but I can't? Lin Shen lamented in his heart. However, in the eyes of others, Christian is ridiculously strong, but in Lin Shen's view, he just has one more separation skill than the devil personality state, and is not said to be invincible. This is the power of knowledge. Lin Shen understands the separation method, so he thinks it's okay. Others don't understand. When they see Christine's sword being so powerful that it explodes, they will think he is ridiculously strong. I'll give you another chance to use your pistol to kill people in the air. Christian broke through Lin Shen's 5 punches with one sword. His self-confidence has reached its peak. Next, he will face the universe in front of him. Faced with all races, he destroyed Lin Shen's air-to-air pistol killing skills, and then told everyone that this was the separation method he created, the separation method that was still laughed at in the video. 83 Chinese website latest address, your sister, you know the separation technique. There is no difference at all to you when I use sand between my fingers and treading wave. Fist. You really know how to show off. You have to show off twice, for a bitch. That's enough. Lin Shen cursed secretly in his heart. In fact, everyone watching the battle also thought this way. The same technique of injuring people from a distance. The wave-riding fist and the pistol aerial killing techniques were both used by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's strength was only that strong, but his techniques were somewhat different. And it can no longer affect the overall situation. Some people even think that if Lin Shen simply surrenders and gives up the fight, he can still retain a trace of face. If he continues to fight, he will only be completely defeated, and his life may even be in danger. Christine's sword was a sword that almost reached the altar. Now some people on Skynet have begun to call him God-killing. Okay. Lin Shen is a person who is more obedient to persuasion. Since Christine asked him to use the finger sand, he will show it to Christine. Why bother? You are humiliating yourself. Although Catherine did not really think that Christine was much stronger than Lin Shen like others, she also knew that Christine had mastered a powerful skill that was one that can overwhelm or restrain Lin Shen. Under such circumstances, it is really not a wise decision for Lin Shen to continue. He should first fight, then study Christine's skills, find a way to break it, and then find a way to take revenge. Yi Yuzhen's mood was more complicated at this time. Christine's strength was so terrifying. She hoped that Lin Shen would give up the fight immediately and never take risks. But once Lin Shen gave up the fight, the bet she made with her grandfather would be lost, and it would be very troublesome in the future. Yi Yuzhen just thought this way. It didn't matter if she lost the bet, but nothing could happen to Lin Shen. She still hoped that Lin Shen would give up the fight. When Lin Shen didn't give up the fight, but instead raised his palm, Yi Yu's heart was racing and he wished he could run up and pull Lin Shen out. It looks like he's in a bad situation. Yi Jingren smiled and added insult to injury. If you don't admit defeat now, you may not even have the chance to admit defeat next time. He won't lose, Yi Yuzhen said stubbornly. Yi Jingren smiled and stopped provoking her. She looked at the Starry Sky scroll and waited for the final result. This attack is very important. Even if the winner can't be determined, it should be the key to determine the outcome. If Lin Shen can't come up with the same perverted skills as Christine, then he will have no hope. Seeing Lin Shen's hand clenched into a gun shape, everyone felt a little disappointed. Lin Shen's finger sand has been analyzed countless times by countless people, and even immortal-level strongmen have personally analyzed it. It can be said that the finger sand has been studied by others. Everyone knows that Lin Shen's finger sand is very strange and that the finger sand is indeed very strong, but compared with Christine's sword, it is far worse and is not at the same level at all. Lin Shen was going to use the sand between his fingers to counter Christine's sword. Even without watching, the ending was predictable. Lin Shen didn't care what they thought. He clenched his fingers into a gun shape, then made a gorgeous turn in the air. His arm also turned, and then his fingers shook violently, emitting sand between his fingers. 83 Chinese website latest address. The spectators were a little confused. They didn't know what Lin Shen was doing. Why did he have to spin in a circle before using the pistol to kill people from a distance? It seemed that spinning in a circle was useless except for being cool. They thought Lin Shen had a good mentality because he could still be cool now, but it was useless. After Lin Shen's finger sand was fired, Christine did not sense the fluctuation of finger force, but the angle of Lin Shen's pistol was there. Christine directly swung out a pink sword blade to block the angle where the finger force might fly over. His separation method was naturally good against the power of distance. As long as Lin Shen's finger sand touched his blade, or even passed near the blade, the combined particles would be separated and directly eliminated. The blade Christine slashed out, almost without any pause, and rushed directly towards Lin Shen. In Christine's view, Lin Shen's pistol, to kill people from a distance, had been eliminated by his blade with the separation method. His blade had blocked all angles. Unless Lin Shen did not shoot in his direction, he would definitely be blocked by the blade. If he really did not shoot in his direction, then Lin Shen's pistol killing technique would be useless and would not have any effect on him. The pink blade slashed out by the separation method almost instantly slashed in front of Lin Shen. Christine watched Lin Shen move his body sideways and avoid the blade. He slashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The pistol killing technique was broken, and it's nothing great. It's not as good as the magic sword light that comes with my life base. Christine was thinking this, but suddenly felt something piercing his left ear. His brain suddenly buzzed, and extreme pain hit his brain like a tide, making him feel like his brain was mixed into a paste. Christine couldn't help but hold his head with one hand, but immediately realized that something was wrong, and the other hand holding the sword was about to swing the blade backhand. But just as he raised his hand, Lin Shen's figure appeared in his pupils, which made Christine shocked and angry. He didn't know why Lin Shen's speed became faster again, and he appeared in front of him like teleportation. He endured the pain from his brain, and the hand holding the sword was about to chop Lin Shen, but it was too late. When he raised his hand, Lin Shen's finger had already touched the acupuncture point on his chest. Christine's body froze immediately, and he kept the posture of raising the sword, like an immobile puppet, and his body was about to fall down. Sure enough, it is still possible to touch it directly with your fingers, but it is still a bit difficult to touch the acupuncture point from a distance. Lin Shen didn't give him a chance to fall, and punched Christine with his fists and fingers, hitting him crazily, hitting Christine backwards in the air, and finally being hit by Lin Shen's explosive 6-hit wave treading attack, directly into the tornado. These actions are complicated to say, but they are very simple to the spectators. Lin Shen used the pistol to kill people from a distance, and Christine also used the terrifying sword technique. But Lin Shen dodged the sword light slashed by Christine, but Christine did not dodge Lin Shen's pistol killing skill. His ears were directly pierced from left to right, and blood spurted out from the right ear. Then Lin Shen rushed to Christine at an incredible speed, and beat him with his fingers and palms, leaving him without any resistance. The shell on his body was smashed by Lin Shen's fist, and his chest collapsed. I'm afraid his sternum was broken, and his internal organs were shattered into pieces. The last violent 6-punch combo blasted Christine, who was beaten into a broken sandbag, into the tornado. Looking at the crackling lightning in the tornado, everyone was stunned, and they couldn't react for a while. What happened in those few seconds just now? Christine, who seemed invincible like a god a few seconds ago, was beaten into that state by Lin Shen in such a blink of an eye. Christine's head was shot through, most of her carapace was shattered. Her chest was hit and collapsed, and if she was hit by the lightning in the tornado, she would probably Have no chance of survival. Impossible. Catherine stared at the Starry Sky scroll in a daze, and for a moment. It was difficult to accept what she saw. When Yi Yuzhen still couldn't believe it. 83 Chinese website latest address. What happened? I just lowered my head to drink a sip of water. How come God Ku is gone? Oh. My God, God Ku's sword that broke 10 punches just now, couldn't it be played by actor Lin? He deliberately punched without force, making God Ku mistakenly think that he was very strong, but he was tricked. Actor Lin's pistol killing technique is still powerful, and he shot God Ku in the head with one shot. That's not right. Actor Lin used the pistol killing technique against God Ku's front. Why did God Ku's ears get pierced and his head shot? I guess it should be related to the circle he spun before he shot. Is spinning in circles also a natural skill? Impossible. How many skills has actor Lin used? How could he have so many skills alone? See if God Ku is gone? The lightning and the tornado stopped, but no one came out. When people thought Christine was gone, someone found that Christine had returned to his home planet. Christine stood there with his sword propped up, his whole body was covered with blood, and there were burnt meat and broken shells everywhere, like a bloody man dug out of a fire. Although he looked miserable, he survived. Cushion is still strong, he survived. Cushion 666. He is not dead yet. Fuck, someone challenged Cushion at this time. This is to take advantage. It must be a player who secretly watched the game, wanting to take advantage. An ascender appeared in Christine's main battlefield. It was a 10-turn ascender of the Tianren clan. The Tianren clan and the Diamond clan had fought countless battles. It can be said that they were enemies for generations, and no one in the Tianren clan wanted such a terrible Diamond clan to survive. The 10-turn Tianren clan ascender was also quite famous, and was quickly recognized. Tian Beixing, a celestial being who has ascended to the 10th level, is actually going to take advantage of this. This is too shameless. There was a lot of curses on the internet, but Tian Beixing naturally couldn't see it. Even if he could see it, he wouldn't care. If we can kill such an emperor barbarian, many celestial beings will die less in the future. If we don't kill him now, we may not have a chance in the future. Tian Beixing didn't say anything and directly opened fire. An angel ring appeared on his head, and his combat power increased dramatically. At the same time, a shield-shaped golden life base appeared in his hand. Tian Beixing held the shield and rushed towards Christine, who was holding the ground with a sword and looked like a comet falling from the sky. As he rushed, a terrifying golden light accumulated on the shield, and the power became more and more terrifying. Sky Strike. Divine Shield, the famous shield strike method of the Celestials, is an integrated attack and defense method. In addition to being difficult to cope with complex battles, the straight-line impact can burst out unimaginable power, and it has strong defensive capabilities. It is generally used in battlefields, to attack cities and fortresses, or to break through the meteorite belt. Even solid castles and various meteorites are difficult to resist the impact of Sky Strike Divine Shield. It is conceivable how strong the impact of Sky Strike Divine Shield is. Christine, who was supporting the ground with a sword, stood there and looked as if he had no strength to dodge, but raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The pink blade light rose, although it was obviously much weaker than when fighting with Lin Shen, but when the blade light collided with the Sky Strike Divine Shield, it split Tian Beixing's shield life base and the person in half from the middle. 83 Chinese website latest address. There is no harm without comparison. Only when Tian Beixing, who used the Sky Strike Shield technique, was split in half by a sword, people can more concretely know how strong Christine is. Tian Beixing is already a very strong ascendant, but he couldn't even catch the severely injured Christian's sword. Lin Shen had fought with Christine for so long and received so many swords from Christine. Although he felt that Christine's sword was very strong at the time, it didn't seem to be that amazingly strong. It wasn't until a sword beam killed Tian Beixing that people had an idea of how strong Christine was. No one dares to challenge Christine anymore, and no one dares to challenge Lin Shen anymore. Just because Christine can survive in front of Lin Shen, it doesn't mean that others can survive in front of Lin Shen. But no one dared to try the weird headshot of the pistol's air-to-air killing technique. Lin Shen sat back on the stone to rest, thinking about whether to just compete directly. Anyway, his mission had been completed, and the upgraded ranking was of no use to him. The flying upgrade ranking cannot affect the racial ranking. After all, the racial ranking depends on the final ranking. After winning the flying upgrade ranking, you have to be ranked with the strong men at other levels. Without the strength of the top nirvana, it is almost impossible to break into the billions family rankings. But then I thought again, if I voluntarily give up the fight now, would it be too obvious to target Christine? He was just a laborer, and it would be a bit uncomfortable if the Imperial barbarians held a grudge against him and wanted to take his life, no matter what. Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt that it was necessary to act again, so as not to let others think that he was targeting Christine. Then, let's challenge a few stronger people. Which one is stronger? Lin Shen looked at the rankings. No one dared to challenge him now, and he had no way to dive down. I could only scan the top and found that Dios had not rushed up yet. If I wanted to fight him, I would have to wait for a while. Except for Dios, there are actually many strong men among various races. It's just that Dios is too famous, so people think that he is the only strong one. It seems that there is no strong man except him. It's a pity that Lin Shen didn't know which powerful people from each major race had ascended to the next level. He just looked at the names on the ranking list, and he really didn't know which one was strong enough. When he was hesitating who to challenge, Lin Shen suddenly saw a familiar name on the ranking list. Shiman Swordsman actually participated in this race ranking battle. Lin Shen discovered Shiman Swordsman's name after the last Yigui clan rebellion. Lin Shen specifically asked Tian Sun about Shiman Swordsman. Tian Sun only knew that Shiman Swordsman was fine and was still working for N 117. Shiman Swordsman is challenging others, not on his home planet. Lin Shen had no intention of challenging Shiman Swordsman. He wanted to try to see if the sand between his fingers could break his method of leveraging and offloading force. He could also go to him in private. There was no need to try it here. Lin Shen continued to search the rankings, and soon found another interesting name. Shan Clan San Shan. This name is a bit interesting. What race is Shan Clan? I have never heard of it before, and his name is San. San. Is his surname San San, or is his surname San Shan? Or is it just a nickname? Lin Shen was a little curious. He saw that the ranking of the third mountain was dozens of places higher than his own, and no one challenged him. Looking at the ranking of Dios, it was still some distance away from him. It will take a while to come up. Lin Shen chose to challenge the third mountain on a whim. 83 Chinese website latest address. This was the first time that Lin Shen challenged someone else and entered someone Elsa's home planet. People watching the battle found that Lin Shen actually took the initiative to challenge others, and they were very curious about what kind of strong opponent Lin Shen could take the initiative to challenge. But when they saw clearly that the person Lin Shen was challenging, they couldn't help but be slightly startled. He was a completely unknown passerby, and no one had ever heard of this passerby's race. What is Lin Shen trying to do? Challenge an ordinary passerby. Isn't this bullying? This third mountain is quite unlucky. How could it be targeted by Lin Shen? It's boring. If Lin Shen wants to challenge, he has to challenge the top expert. Lin Shen just wanted to kill some time. After arriving at the opponent's home planet, he found that the third mountain was a little different from what he imagined. I originally thought that with such a name, he should be associated with a man as majestic as a mountain, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a fat man who was almost spherical. She is about 2 meters tall, wearing a white combat uniform given by the race rankings, and her belly is bigger and rounder than the twin pregnant women. The third thing that differentiates Shan Shan from humans is his ears, which are like pig-like ears. In other places, he is no different from humans. When Shan Shan saw a challenger coming in, he sneered secretly in his heart, "Come on, come and die, let you scum know how powerful Lord Shan is." But seeing the appearance of the person coming clearly, Shan Shan was slightly startled. Lin Shen? Isn't he ranked first? What's going on? How can he challenge me? Can't he only challenge upward? The third mountain had been challenging before and didn't pay attention to other people's situation at all, so he didn't know that Lin Shen had dropped from the rankings. He even opened the ranking list to check and found that the number 1 was indeed not Lin Shen. And after a quick glance, his name was not even in the top 100. It's a headache, why would he challenge me? The third mountain suddenly felt very depressed. He didn't want to be noticed by others. He had more important things to do. Without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything, the third mountain directly chose to give up the battle and gave up this battle. Lin Shen was teleported back to his home planet and ranked to the original position of the third mountain. Lin Shen didn't care. He was just curious and wanted to see what this mountain tribe looked like. Now that he had seen it, it was fine. Originally thought it was just an episode. But things seemed to be developing in an outrageous direction. No one had noticed the third mountain before, but after Lin Shen challenged him, many people felt that there must be a reason why Lin Shen challenged the third mountain. And it couldn't be as simple as bullying the weak. So some people began to study the third mountain and looked up his previous records. You won't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. The third mountain actually rushed up from the 50 millionth place. He has also completed the third cross-level challenge rule. It's just that he is not famous at all, and the opponents he challenged are all selected from some small races. He didn't challenge according to the maximum challenge value, so basically no one noticed him. If Lin Shen hadn't come out to challenge him, no one would have noticed that there was such a strong passerby here. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. Because he gave up the battle with Lin Shen, the winning streak of the third mountain was also interrupted. He, who was already able to challenge more than 1 million people, fell back 1 level and could only challenge people who were ranked within 10,000 places higher than him. Shan Shan quickly chose another target and continued to challenge. If he could win another 100 consecutive victories, he would be able to trigger the million-level leapfrog challenge rules again. Shan Shan thought that if he gave up, no one would pay attention to him. He never expected that many people would pay attention to him just because Lin Shen challenged him. People soon discovered that in this third mountain, only ascendants from a small and unknown race were challenged. At first, some people thought that Sanshan was just picking on the weaklings, but after watching a few of his battles, they found that things were not that simple. Some of the minor race ascendants selected by the third mountain were unexpectedly strong. There was even a 10-turn ascender who had mastered the Soul Clan's evolution technique, Soul Sutra, and was almost killed by a slap from the third mountain. The Soul Clan's Soul Sutra, after being mastered, has extremely strong resistance to physical attacks. With the same level of destructive power, it is generally difficult to injure the Soul Clan. Third Mountain almost killed the Soul Clan with just one slap, which was a bit scary. Someone has also looked through his previous battle images, which is even more serious. The fighting power of the third mountain is not generally strong. Although he challenges the ascendants of small races, there are indeed many ruthless people among them, and their fighting power is not as good as those who have ascended. Ascendants from wealthy families are inferior. However, in front of the third mountain, everyone was only beaten. Basically no one could last a few rounds under him. The battle was basically settled with a few slaps, which looked very casual. Someone edited some videos of the battle at the third mountain and put them on Skynet, and named them. In the title, Lin Shen's challenge to the third mountain was not an act of weakness. Because of Lin Shen's reputation, many people watched the battle video of the third mountain and discovered the powerful ascendant of the small race. In the third mountain. This third mountain is really strong. No wonder Lin Shen would challenge him. I know that Best Actor Lin is not the kind of person who bullies the weak. It's a pity that third mountain chose to abandon the battle and did not dare to take the initiative. Many people began to pay attention to the third mountain because of this. It turned out that in addition to giving up the battle with Lin Shen, the third mountain started a winning streak in the subsequent battles, and it was an overwhelming and continuous winning streak. This made those who paid attention to him. There are more and more people. Lin Shen didn't know that he had chosen such a strange person for such a challenge on a whim. After this challenge, Lin Shen found that his loser rule had also been downgraded by one level, and only people with a gap of less than 10,000 people could challenge him. As a result, it would take a little longer for Dios to challenge him. Lin Shen thought about it and simply stopped challenging others. If he won again, he would only be further away from Dios. Now, Lin Shen is thinking about fighting Dios as soon as possible and finding an opportunity to retire. This kind of competition is too boring for him. The main reason is that no matter how he wins, it will not affect the human race in the universe ranking, so I find it very boring. The crazy winning streak of the third mountain has attracted more and more people's attention. Dios also continued his winning streak and finally reached a position where he could reach Lin Shen. Dios hesitated for a moment and chose to challenge Lin Shen. He had watched the battle between Lin Shen and Christine before. During that time, he gave up challenging others and watched the battle between the two people. 83 Chinese website latest address, so he hesitated just now, and finally chose to challenge Lin Shen. First between Christine and Lin Shen. Christian was seriously injured. Although his recovery ability is amazing, such a serious injury will still take some time. Dios planned to challenge Christine after the battle with Lin Shen was over. Lin Shen, who had been waiting for Dios, saw a portal appearing and realized it might be Dios, so he stood up. Sure enough, the person who came out of the portal was indeed Dios. Lin Shen, are you the biological brother of the undefeated king? Dios asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't know why Dios suddenly mentioned this matter. This can be regarded as God's will. Let us finish the unfinished battle between me and him, Dios said, and summoned his life base, dust. Dust is like an insignificant speck of dust in the universe. It doesn't look very eye-catching, and it doesn't match Dios' illustrious name. But his life base is just such an ordinary speck of dust. You have already defeated my brother, why are you still talking about the unfinished battle? Lin Shen asked with some confusion. Dios let the dust fall on his fingertips and said calmly, I took his move. But he didn't take my move. The battle was undecided, so naturally it cannot be regarded as the end. The undefeated king, he has reached nirvana, and there is no possibility of continuing that battle. You can only take my place in his place. Lin Shen looked at Dios blankly, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Originally, he just wanted to have a casual fight with Dios, so that he could understand Dios' strength and find a chance to withdraw from the game. But when Dios said this, Lin Shen couldn't deal with it so easily. Since Dios regards him as the fourth brother's representative, if Lin Shen loses like this, wouldn't it discredit the fourth brother's reputation as the undefeated king? Lin Shen looked at the dust life base on Dios's fingers. The carapace emerged, and at the same time, the super base form was turned on. The super base text and the ultra base recast were also opened at the same time. The carapace on his body was blooming with brilliant brilliance. In that case, come on, I will take your blow on his behalf. Lin Shen looked at Dios and said in a deep voice, my name is Dust. When I was born, it was with me. It is one with me. It is me and I am it. It is a dust in the universe, and I am also in the universe. A speck of dust. Dios did not take action immediately. He looked at the dust life base on his fingertips and said something that was inexplicable. Sorry, I haven't read enough books and I don't understand what you want to say. Lin Shen frowned and said, I'm sorry, I thought you were the undefeated king. Although we are brothers, we are not the same person. After all, and our temperaments are also much different. Dios laughed dumbly and continued, my move made the dust settle. Although it is generated by the life base, it condenses all the power of me, and you must be careful. I'm not my brother. In fact, you really don't have to say so many words to me. Just take action. Lin Shen said helplessly. He was really not used to Dios's way of speaking. Okay. Dios nodded slightly, clasped his middle finger and thumb together, and popped the speck of dust towards Lin Shen. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. Lin Shen had seen Dies use this move before, but he saw it in the video. At that time, he didn't think this move was so powerful, but when he faced it himself, his heart sank. To others, it was just a speck of dust, but in Lin Shen's eyes, the speck of dust was rolling bigger and bigger like a snowball. It wasn't that the dust's life base became bigger, but that the speck of dust seemed to have swept away the energy in the space, like a snowball, rolling all the energy in the space on it. Lin Shen even felt that the world power absorbed by his super base text suddenly decreased a lot. When Dies' dust came out, the original world power surged into his body like a tide, but now it seemed to have become a trickle, and most of it was missing. Lin Shen suddenly understood why everyone said that Dai's was strong, and the strength of others was limited to their own strength. But Dai's strength was no longer as simple as his own strength. His casual attack could attract the power of the universe to attach to him. This was simply cheating. No matter how strong one is, it is difficult to transcend one's own level, but this move of his can trigger the energy in the space to snowball, which is a blow that can truly transcend the shackles of one's own level. The energy of the evil star is strong, and it gives Dai's infinite blessing to this blow. It was originally Lin Shen's home court, but now it seems that it has been chosen for Dai's. Lin Shen knows that he can't sit and wait for death, otherwise the snowball will roll bigger and bigger, and when the dust reaches him, I'm afraid that even the nirvana level may not be able to catch it. If it were normal, Lin Shen could choose to dodge this attack, but he had already said that he would take this attack on behalf of his fourth brother. If he dodges now, not only will he slap himself in the face, but also his fourth brother's face. I can only try it. Lin Shen's heart moved, raised his right hand like a gun, and shot the finger sand at Dai's again. This finger sand did not have the effect of gunfighting, nor did it have the power of the heavenly sacrifice halo. The sand between the fingers shot out, which was a little different from usual. The sand between the fingers, which was originally invisible and shadowless, actually shone with brilliant light. This time, rushing towards the dust life base like a stream of light. Christine was watching this battle, and when he saw the finger force emitted by Lin Shen, his eyes widened immediately. Others could not see the difference between Lin Shen's finger and the one used on him, but Christine could see it clearly. Because Lin Shen's finger actually had the effect of his separation method, which made Christine's face green. It was like the beautiful girl that he had chased after with great difficulty, and suddenly found that there were other men who could use it. Impossible. How could he have the separation method? Christine found it difficult to accept. He had researched the separation method. The reason why he dared to announce the concept of the separation method on Skynet was because he had absolute confidence. Except for him, no one else could practice the separation method. If you want to practice the separation method, it doesn't mean that you are strong enough and work hard enough to succeed. The separation method requires talent. The so-called talent is the combination of Christine's innate ability and life-based talent. Others do not have his innate ability and life-based talent. No matter how strong they are, they cannot use the separation method. This is like iron can be made into steel. If you want to make steel, you must first have iron and other metal ores. No matter how hard you try to make a piece of wood, it can only burn into ash, and you can't make steel. 83. Chinese website latest address. So Christine couldn't believe that Lin Shen could use the separation method. In fact, the separation method used by Lin Shen is somewhat different from Christine's separation method. Just as Christine thought, Lin Shen did not have Christine's base change talent and life-based talent, so he couldn't do the separation method before. Until the battle with Christine just now, Christine used the separation method. After Lin Shen personally experienced the separation method, he felt that this method was only Christine could use. But when he saw that the dust of Dias had settled again, he suddenly had an inspiration. The essence of the separation method is to separate two combined particles. You only need to peel off one of the particles to destroy the opponent's power system and directly cause it to collapse. Lin Shen does not have the talents of Christine, so it is difficult to induce particle peeling. However, the snowball-like dust settling of Dai's made Lin Shen suddenly realize that he might not be able to separate other people's power particles, but he might have a chance to use the theory of the separation method to break Dai's snowball-like absorption technique. The dust settled and swept away the energy in the space, making the world power absorbed by the supergiven very little. In other words, the supergiven actually has the ability to absorb the energy rolled up by the dust settling, which meets the basic requirements of the separation method. The energy snowball rolled up by the dust is looser than the combination of power particles and attribute particles, and it is easier to separate. So Lin Shen had an idea and wanted to attach the supergiven to the sand between his fingers to achieve the effect of the separation method. The hypertext cannot be used on others, only on himself, so Lin Shen can only try to see if he can attach the hypertext to the sand between his fingers. If he fails, he can only use the heaven sacrifice aura to break the attack of Dai's. Fortunately, it succeeded in one try. The superbase text was attached to the extremely condensed finger sand, and Lin Shen's previous research on the separation method made the finger sand have an effect similar to the separation method. However, this effect is actually different from Christine's separation method. There is no way to separate those power particles that are more closely connected, and it is impossible to restrain the power of nirvana like Christine. It can only be regarded as a pseudo-separation method. But it is enough to deal with the loose dust settling like a snowball. When the finger sand touches the terrifying energy rolled up by the dust life base, it is like a red-hot iron rod directly inserted into the snow, melting all the snow it touches. No matter how strong the energy snowball rolled up by the dust is, it can't stop the finger sand. The finger sand penetrates the snowball-like energy outside and hits the dust life base in the center. People who know Dai's, seeing that Lin Shen actually took Dai's dust settling head-on, instead of choosing to save the country in a roundabout way like dealing with Christine, all think that Lin Shen is afraid of a big loss this time. As long as Dai's is given enough space and time, even the nirvana people dare not take this move of dust settling. No matter how strong Lin Shen is, he is only an ascendant. How can he take this attack? But when the finger sand hit the dust, the energy snowball rolled by the dust collapsed in an instant, and the dust life base was blown back by the finger sand. Lin Shen himself did not expect that this pseudo-separation method would have such an effect. Not only because the pseudo-separation method can decompose the opponent's power system, but also because of the addition of the superbase text, the finger sand can absorb the decomposed world power like the dust settling, giving the finger sand a blessing. It can be said that the finger sand of the pseudo-separation method has both the characteristics of separation method and dust settling. 83 Chinese website latest address. Ordinary people cannot see how powerful Lin Shen's attack is. Only a few people who know how powerful dust settles can see how terrible Lin Shen's attack is. Ordinary people will only think that Dai's is just SOSO, far less terrifying than the fighting power shown by Christine. I took your attack. Should you also take my attack? Lin Shen said to Dai's. Of course. Dai's nodded. Lin Shen raised his hand and pointed at Dai's like a gun, and used finger sand again without hesitation. A needle-shaped stream of light shot out from Lin Shen's fingertips and went straight to Dai's face. During the flight of finger sand, it was a bit similar to Dai's dust settles, which, directly, absorbed the power of the world on the finger sand, making the power of the finger sand stronger and stronger. But it was not as fast as dust settles. After all, it did not have the characteristics of snowballing, but just continuously absorbed the power of the world. Even so, this finger sand, because it subsequently absorbed the power of the world, also broke through the limit of Lin Shen's explosive power, but it was not as exaggerated as the dust settled. However, the dust settled also has its flaws, that is, it can only work when using the dust life base, unlike the finger sand, which can be used anytime and anywhere and is not limited to the carrier. Lin Shen thought, Diers is at least the most recognized as the strongest ascender in the universe. I took his attack without using the life base. He won't be embarrassed to use the life base to take my attack again. Just thinking about it, I saw Diers' middle finger and thumb forming a ring and flicking at Lin Shen's finger sand. Then I saw dust rolling an energy snowball and rushing towards the finger sand. It collided with the finger sand and suddenly erupted with a terrifying shock wave, shaking the bodies of both people back continuously. Lin Shen cursed in his heart, what about the full-strength attack of the dust settling? What about the full-strength attack of the life base and himself? Isn't this deceiving my feelings? The attack just now by Dies was obviously a random one. And he didn't use his dust life base at all. Didn't you just say that the dust settling was a full-strength attack of you and the dust life base? Lin Shen couldn't help but directly questioned Dies on the opposite side. Yes. Dies nodded seriously. Then why did you not use the dust life base in your attack just now? But you played the same effect? Lin Shen stared at Dies and continued to ask. Didn't I say at the beginning that my life base is a speck of dust in the universe, and I am also a speck of dust in the universe? I am it, and it is me. Any dust in the universe can be regarded as my life base. Dies explained seriously. Simple it, I don't like philosophy. Lin Shen frowned. To put it simply, dust life base is the dust that can be found everywhere in the universe, and any dust can be my life base. Dies explained again. You mean, any dust is your life base? You can use them as life base? Lin Shen felt that Dies was fooling him. How could such a thing happen? Yes. Dies nodded very affirmatively. So, there are dust everywhere in the air, and they are all your life bases? Since they are all your life bases, you should be able to control them, right? Let me see. Lin Shen curled his lips and said. 83 Chinese. Website latest address OK. As Dies' voice fell, Lin Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The dust that was originally imperceptible in the air and almost difficult to see with the naked eye actually shone one by one. Countless dust, as if responding to Dies, kept flashing various colors, as if colorful stars were spread all over the space. And for a moment Lin Shen had the illusion of being in the galaxy. Dies stretched out a hand, and the dust as bright as the stars immediately gathered in his hand. It was really like the stars flowing backwards. It kept condensing in his hand, and turned into a folding fan, which was exactly the same as the style of Lin Shen's inherited fan. Your life base is a folding fan, so you should be good at fanning. Then let's fight with the fan. Dies said to Lin Shen while holding the folding fan condensed from the dust. Lin Shen felt cold sweat on his forehead. This guy can actually use the ubiquitous dust as a life base? Dust is everywhere. Dies can turn dust into a life base, which means that he is surrounded by Dies' life base at any time, and even the dust inhaled into his body will be controlled by Dies and become a lethal weapon. Facing a person who can attack you from all directions at any time and anywhere, both inside and outside. How can you fight? Now Lin Shen finally understood why there were so many powerful people and so many strange and mysterious techniques in the universe, but only Dai's was recognized as the strongest. This is more than strong, it is simply abnormal. Dai's, worthy of being a human race born in nirvana. The Emperor of Heaven praised him rarely. The universe loves Dai's too much. Catherine also sighed. Christine looked at Dai's, without saying a word, with a burning look in her eyes. Lin Shen was able to defeat him, which was somewhat tricky. If he fought with Lin Shen again, Christine didn't think he would definitely lose, but Dai's just showed his life-based ability, which made Christine feel a huge pressure, and he couldn't think of a way to break it for a while. What is the real invincibility? Of the same level? It's probably this kind of despair. Someone sighed unconsciously. No one could have imagined how Dai's could lose. Many people thought that a certain strong man could be comparable to Dai's before, but until this moment, everyone knew clearly that no one was qualified to be compared with Dai's. He was a godlike existence, truly invincible. At the same level. Unless the body can withstand the ubiquitous continuous attack of the omnipresent dust life base, it would be useless no matter who comes. Only absolute strength suppression can defeat Dai's. Dai's can only be upgraded now. And there are still nirvana and immortal levels that can suppress him, but what if Dai's is promoted to nirvana and immortal levels? Who can suppress him with absolute strength at that time? Maybe, the universe will finally usher in a new realm king. Many terrifying strong men in the universe couldn't help but have murderous intentions at this time. But thinking of Dai's origin, they could only suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. If the Supreme Clan wants to point to the sky and draw a boundary to become the realm king, it seems that they don't need to wait until Dai's is born. Lin Shen looked at Dai's and did not summon the inheritance fan, because it was meaningless. It was like Dai's was using machine guns and cannons and fighting you in close combat with a dagger. Even if he won, what was the point? 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen did not consider using the Heaven Sacrifice Halo. Using the attribute blessing of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, he could crush deers with absolute strength and win. But such a victory would do Lin Shen no good. However, even if he did not use the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, Lin Shen would not necessarily lose, but he would need to fight with all his strength, and the outcome would be difficult to predict. In the state of superbase form, superbase recasting, superbase text and superbase transformation, his body has no defects. Even if the dust life base causes an all-round attack on his body, or enters his body to attack him, it will not make any difference to him. But in that case, he would have to gamble whether he could survive until the superbase transformation is completed. If he could survive until the superbase transformation is completed, all the attacks of deers on him would become his help. And then he could suppress deers with absolute strength. If he could not survive until that moment, his body would be destroyed by deers, and he would naturally die. If it was really a race war, fighting for the first place, Lin Shen would fight to the end, no matter what. It's a pity that humans can't even enter the billion race rankings now, so what's the point of him winning? I lost. Lin Shen admitted defeat with a smile. And then chose to give up directly and withdraw from this racial war. Although everyone felt that Lin Shen's choice was justified, they were inevitably disappointed. They didn't get to see the full fire battle of Dai's, which made them feel a little unsatisfied. It's a pity. If it weren't for the existence of Dai's, who is so unsolvable, Lin Shen should have a chance to impact the ranking of the first ascender. Lin Shen is already very strong, but it's a pity that he was born in the wrong era and met dies. Does it mean that the era of heroes competing for the top is about to end, and the new king will ascend the throne? That may not be the case. It depends on whether dies can live to immortality. Just as people were sighing, a figure walked into Dai's planetary home. The spectators were all stunned. In this situation, there were still people challenging Dais. People looked at the challenger and found that it was another human. The human was holding a jade umbrella and looked handsome, as if he had walked out of a painting. Why are there so many good-looking people among humans? The undefeated king is already very pleasing to the eye, and this human is no less than him. Tia's eyes lit up. Catherine was speechless about her sister who was obsessed with appearance. She couldn't understand what the young people nowadays were thinking. In her era, strength and masculinity were the criteria for measuring whether a man was attractive. Of course, appearance was also very important in that era, but it couldn't be ranked first. The human man walked slowly towards Dais. With an umbrella, graceful and elegant, like a beautiful woman. His beautiful face that no race could find any fault with made many people admire or even envy him. Everyone thought that this human man should not have watched the battle between Lin Shen and Dais just now, so he wanted to challenge Dais. Lin Shen left the battlefield and returned to his residence, and then saw Ouyang Yudu actually challenge Dais, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. What does Ouyang Yudu want to do? Lin Shen felt that it was unnecessary for Ouyang Yudu to challenge Dais, and there was no benefit whether he won or lost. Let's do it again. Ouyang Yudu walked to the opposite side of Dais and said, "What do you mean by one more time?" Dais looked at Ouyang Yudu with some doubts. He was a little disappointed now. He originally thought that Lin Shen might cause him some trouble, but who knew that Lin Shen would give up directly, which made him very disappointed. If he had known this earlier, he would not participate in the ranking battle. Let's do it again with the trick you used on Lin Shen just now. Ouyang Yudu looked at Dais and said. When he said this, everyone knew that Ouyang Yudu had watched the battle between Lin Shen and Dais. 83 Chinese website latest address. After watching that battle, he still came to challenge, which was a bit too sensational. Many people thought that this human named Ouyang Yudu was probably crazy about becoming famous. Why? Dais frowned and asked. Not everyone is qualified to make deers take real action. The reason why he showed his true strength to Lin Shen was because he thought Lin Shen was qualified. But he didn't think he had any need to fight with this human being whom he didn't know at all, and even wanted to give up and go home. Prove one thing. Ouyang Yudu said. Prove what? Deers asked. Prove that Lin Shen didn't lose, he just didn't want to win. Ouyang Yudu's words made the whole universe in an uproar. Lin Shen, who had just sat down and drank a sip of water, directly spit out all the water. Oh my God! Ouyang Yudu! What the hell are you doing? Lin Shen felt that something was wrong. Ouyang Yudu was going to make trouble. What the hell? Is this an actor hired by Lin Shen? I don't dare to fight deers. Is this interesting? I originally thought Lin Shen was quite graceful, but now it seems too low. If you lose, you lose. This is a bit too much to lose. Don't waste time talking to deers, just kill him directly. It's a bit disgusting. How? To prove it? Deers finally felt a little interesting and asked Ouyang Yudu. Do it again with the one you Used just now. Ouyang Yudu said. Deers understood what Ouyang Yudu meant, and the dust in the sky flickered like a galaxy again, turning into a fan of inheritance in his hand. You want to compete with me in this? Deers looked at Ouyang Yudu and asked. He wanted to make sure whether Ouyang Yudu really understood what really forced Lin Shen away was naturally not the folding fan he condensed with dust, but the dust that was everywhere. Yes. And no, go ahead. Ouyang Yudu shook his head and said. This time, Deers finally confirmed that the human in front of him was not joking, he really understood. Deers no longer hesitated, casually threw the folding fan away and threw it at Ouyang Yudu. The folding fan disintegrated in the air, turning into countless flickering dust, like a galaxy pouring down, rushing towards Ouyang Yudu. Although it was just a casual attack, it was already so terrifying that it was unimaginable, and it was similar to Lin Shandong's petal torrent. Everyone thought that the human would be turned into nothingness in this terrifying dust galaxy, which was not a force that the Ascenders could stop. Ouyang Yudu faced the dust galaxy, but he just lowered the jade umbrella in his hand and slowly closed it. A strange scene happened. The dust galaxy that rushed towards Ouyang Yudu seemed to be attracted by some force and rushed into the slowly closing jade umbrella. When Ouyang Yudu completely closed the jade umbrella, the dust galaxy that was shining like a galaxy was actually collected into the umbrella without any drop left, and failed to cause any power vibration, and disappeared silently. You are very powerful, better than me, but you can't even beat me with this move. Lin Shen is much stronger than me, and it is impossible for him to lose. Sure enough, he just doesn't want to win. Ouyang Yudu gave up and left directly after saying that. The people watching the battle in the entire universe were briefly dazed, and Deers was also stunned there. Lin Shen felt that his blood pressure soared, and he was about to have a cerebral congestion and a heart attack. 83 Chinese website latest address. Brother, if you want to show off, just show off, but don't take me with you. Lin Shen's eyes twitched, and his heart was blocked. Ouyang Yudu has the means to absorb energy, which can absorb the energy of the dust. He doesn't have such ability, so what can he use to break it? Moreover, Lin Shen also saw that Ouyang Yudu was actually a little reluctant to take it, and in the end, the Jade Bone Demon umbrella almost didn't close. And this level of attack was actually just a casual attack by Deers, using only the part of the dust that condensed into a fan, instead of fully triggering the cosmic dust. Even so, Ouyang Yudu had already taken it reluctantly. Lin Shen knew it, but others didn't know it. Ouyang Yudu had come so hard, and now many people felt that Lin Shen had the ability to fight, but chose to avoid fighting. Is this true? That Ouyang Yudu actually took on the attack from Deers. Oh my god, did actor Lin show off his acting skills? Again? Acting skills are only part of it. He definitely didn't have the confidence to beat Deers, so he withdrew directly. The person who previously thought that Ouyang Yudu was here to whitewash Lin Shen became more active again. Ouyang Yudu is already so strong, so he said that Lin Shen is much stronger than him. Maybe Lin Shen is really capable of competing with Deers. But some people insist that Ouyang Yudu is here to whitewash Lin Shen. Maybe he is not weaker than Lin Shen. That Ouyang Yudu is not bad. He should have participated in the battle of Fiery Mars with Lin Shen, right? Tian pondered. Yes, Your Majesty. Tian Songyun answered from the side, since entering The universe, the human family that Ouyang Yudu belongs to, has been attached to the fiery Mars family under our Tianren clan. Because of the dispute with the Diamond clan, the few Nirvanas of the Ouyang family have almost died. Ouyang Yudu participated in the duel with the Diamond clan and saved the Ouyang family's industry on fiery Mars. This person is not bad. The Tianchi Academy needs manpower for future development. Dean Tian also needs someone who can do things under his command. Transfer him to the Tianchi Academy. Tianshu Emperor said lightly. Your Majesty, what position should he be given? Tian Songyun understood Tianshu Emperor's thoughts. For people of small races like this, who have no territory of their own, no top masters, and can only rely on the wings of others, as long as they are given a little benefit, they can be made to work hard. They are obedient, less troublesome, and strong. They are not as demanding and troublesome as the geniuses of their own race. It doesn't matter if they die. They are very useful. Let Dean Tian decide for himself. Tian Shidi said lightly, talents like this should be given more opportunities to serve our clan. Yes, I will inform Dean Tian right away. Tian Songyun replied. Deers came back to his senses. With a strange look in his eyes, those two brothers are really strange. If there is a chance, I should go and meet them. When people were still talking about Ouyang Yudu and Lin Shen, Deers actually chose to abstain and withdraw from the race ranking battle. As Deers and Lin Shen withdrew from the competition one after another, Christine also withdrew from the competition soon. However, their withdrawal did not affect the intensity of the Battle of the Ascenders. Many strong men from various races are still fighting for the ranking. 83 Chinese website latest address Qinglong, come and sit. The leader of the Sword Alliance smiled and asked Sui Qinglong to sit next to him. Leader, what do you want? Sui Qinglong saluted. Star-Lord saw your performance in the ranking battle and sent an order to summon you to the Green Guard. You should prepare and go there today. The leader of the Sword Alliance said solemnly. This is your chance. The resources that the Green Guard can access are not comparable to ours. If you can gain a foothold there, it will not only be of great benefit to you, but also to the development of our Sword Alliance. Please rest assured, leader, I will not let our Sword Alliance be ashamed. Sui Qinglong said. Child, be careful in what you say and do, and be careful in everything. If you need anything, you must tell me as soon as possible, and we will do our best to help you. You can only go on your own in the future. Your generation is better than us. The leader of the Sword Alliance patted Sui Qinglong on the shoulder and said, don't worry about going out. Don't worry about the family. I will protect them. Lin Shen lay on the sofa, feeling that he was hollowed out. He was too weak to get up. The battle in the Starry Sky Scroll continued. Lin Shen was watching the battle of his fourth brother while browsing the news on the Sky Network. The fourth brother's fighting power is unexpectedly strong. It has only been a short time since he entered Nirvana, but he has already rushed into the top 10 million of the Nirvana rankings, and is now ranked over 9 million. Don't underestimate this ranking of over 9 million. Those who can enter the ranking of the 100 million races are at least first-class Nirvana. It is not easy for a newly promoted Nirvana to maintain his ranking. 4. Someone like Lin Shandong, who can rush into the top 10 million from such a low ranking, he can be considered a very strong existence in the Nirvana level. Lin Shen watched several battles of the fourth brother and was somewhat surprised to find that the reason why he was able to rush to such a high position was actually relying on the same move, as if he only knew this move. If it was before, Lin Shen couldn't see. Anyway. But after the battle with deers, Lin Shen himself also made the pseudo-separation method of finger sand, so when he looked at Lin Xiangdong's move of petal torrent again, he saw some problems. Lin Xiangdong's move clearly had the shadow of Dai's dust settling. His petals could roll up the energy in the space. It was not like Lin Shen's super basic absorption energy, but it was really like Dai's dust settling, which could roll up the energy like a snowball. Did fourth brother know this move originally, or did he learn it from Dai's later? Lin Shen was a little curious. If it was the latter, then fourth brother could learn it, and maybe he could also make a real dust settling. After Lin Xiangdong rushed into the tens of millions, he did not continue to challenge, and rested in his own planet's home court. Now his ranking has the opportunity to allow humans to rush into the billion race rankings. Because the immortals on the immortal rankings did not reach 100 million, and there were still tens of millions of vacancies, when the final ranking was made, it could only be filled by the races with Nirvana rankings. Lin Xiangdong's current ranking should be able to enter the race ranking steadily, but the ranking should not be too high. Lin Shen looked at the battle of the immortals again, and could not see anything at all. In his eyes, the immortals' every move seemed like teleportation, and once they moved, their shadows could not be seen. Moreover, the battles of the immortals were all in the starry sky. Their power was too harmful to the planets, and some planets were even blown up. The battles of the top nirvanas were also terrifying. Lin Shen watched several battles. For the top 10, the terrifying strength of those nirvanas was far inferior to that of the ascendants. Dai's strength was already very strong, but in front of those top nirvanas, he would probably be crushed. 83 Chinese website latest address. Tian Songyun came to Lin Shen's residence again. Lin Shen, who was watching the ranking battle, had to take Tian Songyun to the living room. Dean Tian's talent and ability are really amazing. Tian Songyun complimented. Lin Shen sighed, it's a pity that Christine's vitality is too tenacious, and he couldn't be killed. Tian Songyun smiled and said, it's enough. The emperor showed mercy and gave Tian Renyuan 10 director-level positions, which are affiliated with the Special Service Department, and allowed you to recruit personnel independently. General Manager Yun, you also know that I come from a small race. What does this director-level position mean? Lin Shen asked. It means that you can find 10 of your own people to enter Tian Shiyuan as director-level positions, which are affiliated with the Special Service Department. Moreover, these 10 positions are newly established and do not conflict with the previous positions. Their various welfare benefits are all financed by Tian Shiyuan, and you don't need to pay for them yourself. Tian Songyun explained. Lin Shen's face fell when he heard this. It sounds good too. Arranged 10 of his own confidants to enter the Tianyuan division, but entering the Special Service Department is a department that only does dirty and tiring work, and 9 out of 10 people have to complete tasks. If he arranges his own people to go in, they will be treated like donkeys. It is said that the Tianchi Academy's finances are used, and he does not need to pay for it himself, but the current finances of the Tianchi Academy are not paid by the Tianren clan's finance department, but by the Tiandi's own accounting department. Now he can make money for the Tiandi, and the Tiandi gives them this money. When he can't make money for the Tiandi, will the Tiandi still give them this money? The Tianchi Academy owed wages for so long before, and it was not because the Tiandi didn't want to support these idle people in the Tianchi Academy for nothing. The only benefit is that you can enjoy some welfare benefits. Some planets with better resources in the Tianren clan require a certain status to enter, and there are various controlled resources that also require a certain status to buy. There are also various evolutionary techniques and skills, etc., corresponding ranks, and corresponding libraries. Only when the status is reached can you go to see and learn. Tian Songyun naturally knew what Lin Shen was thinking, and smiled and said, Dean Tian, the Emperor, is very satisfied with your performance this time, and there is something to reward you. As he said, Tian Songyun took out a card and handed it to Lin Shen. The ability certificate of Tianren Star? Lin Shen recognized this thing. He took one last time, but it was taken away after leaving Tianren Star. From now on, you can come and go freely in Tianren Star. The Emperor has given you Buyuju to live in. This is an honor that no one has ever obtained except members of the Emperor's family. Tian Songyun said. The Emperor's grace. Lin Shen thought to himself, finally, there is good news. Living in Tianren Star is indeed very helpful for cultivation, and it can also save a lot of resources. The previous special service minister was inactive, and the Emperor has ordered him to be transferred to other departments, and a new minister has been transferred to you to help. Tian Songyun continued. Who is the new minister? Lin Shen actually knew in his heart that the new minister should be Kong Chuan, the eldest brother of Tianfei. It is estimated that Tianfei has made another effort to deal with Tianshu Emperor. This person is your old acquaintance. You should be very familiar with him. It will be much easier to do things in the future. Tian Songyun kept it a secret, and then revealed the name of the person, Ouyang Yudu of the Ouyang family of Li Huaxing. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard it, and looked at Tian Songyun in confusion and asked, Isn't it Kong Chuan? Tian Songyun smiled and shook his head. Kong Chuan has also been transferred, but not to the Special Service Department, but to the Vice Dean. I wonder which department Vice Dean Kong is in charge of? Lin Shen asked. This is up to you as the Dean to decide. But Kong Chuan is the brother-in-law of the Emperor of Heaven. What kind of status is that? It's not good to let him perform those dangerous tasks. It's better to give him a job with more money and less work. Tian Songyun said. Lin Shen thought to himself, good fellow, the heavenly concubine was not able to deal with the heavenly art emperor. Although the vice president is one level higher than the minister of special service, if he is not given responsibility for the business, it is equivalent to a sinecure without any real power. Lin Shen thought this was good, and he did not want to use Kong Chuan, but the heavenly art emperor did not give a direct order, but let him take the blame. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart, could it be that the heavenly art emperor was reincarnated without being involved in the pot? Lin Shen had to take the blame, and he was not willing to let Kong Chuan be the minister of the Special Service Department. The Special Service Department would definitely be the most important department for the Tianchi Academy and Lin Shen in the future. If Kong Chuan pretended to obey him but acted on his own, it would be unbearable. After Tian Songyun left, Lin Shen moved directly to Tianren Star, where sleeping could increase the base mutation rate and allow the life base to reincarnate, which was much better than here. Just when he arrived at Buyuju, he saw Tiambuluo in Buyuju, as if he was thinking about something, and his expression was changing. Emperor, why are you here? Lin Shen looked at Tian in confusion. At this time, he should be participating in the ranking competition. Deers and Christian both gave up. There is no point in continuing to participate, so I also gave up. Tian said, Brother Tian. No. Brother Lin. After watching your battle with Deers, I know that my own strength is not enough. It is still a bit too difficult to beat him. But my Tianyushin Renshu has not been able to break through, so I want to go to the source of the Chaos River. Are you willing to go with me? Chaos River? What is that place? Lin Shen had never heard of this name. The reason why Tianren Star is rich in so much energy is that its source is the Chaos River. The place where we live now, including Buyuju, is near the tributaries of the Chaos River. Tian explained the situation of the Chaos River in detail. The energy near the tributaries of the Chaos River is relatively stable and suitable for nourishing the body, while the energy in the main river is not so stable. Although the energy is much stronger than here, it is not conducive to human absorption and may even cause damage to the body. However, if you can adapt to the chaotic energy of the Chaos River, it will be extremely beneficial to your own growth. However, Tian wanted to go to the Chaos River not for this reason. The place he really wanted to go was the source of the Chaos River, Luojia Snow Mountain, where the emperors of the past dynasties rested. What are you going there for? Lin Shen looked at Tian in surprise. That place was equivalent to the cemetery of the ancestors of the Tianren clan. Tian went there. Did he want to dig up his own ancestral graves? It is said that the gods and the Emperor of Heaven sat in Luojia Snow Mountain. I want to see his immortal body with my own eyes. Maybe I can get some insights that can help me break through the art of heaven and gods. Tian said. Emperor's son, think twice. This is not in accordance with etiquette, right? Lin Shen said hesitantly. If this matter is discovered, Tian is the Emperor's son, and the Emperor of Heaven may not do anything to him, but I, an outsider, actually disturbed the rest of the ancestors of the heavenly race. If I can't finish it, I will have to bear the consequences. Maybe I will even lose my life. 83. Chinese website latest address. Tian saw Lin Shen's thoughts, and said with a smile, Brother Lin, you are mistaken. Although we are both members of the celestial race, our celestial race has always been dominated by the capable. There have been many emperors in history who succeeded to the throne of Heavenly Emperor. After a pause, Tian said again, besides, I heard that the gods and emperors are sitting on the top of Luojia Snow Mountain and have not entered the mausoleum, so it's okay to just go and have a look. I see. After hearing this, Lin Shen had a doubt in his mind and asked, characters like gods and emperors must be immortals. Since they are already immortal, how can they become immortals? Tian explained, the bodies of the so-called immortals are indeed almost immortal, but their lifespan is still limited. In fact, there are ways to extend the lifespan. What really makes the immortals die is actually the calamity of death. Tian gave Lin Shen some popular science knowledge about immortals. The bodies of immortals are indeed difficult to destroy, and their lifespans are generally very long. If there are any special means, they can live for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. There are also many immortals. In addition to finding ways to extend lifespan, the most difficult thing for immortals to survive is to face death. Ordinary people cannot sense the calamity of death. That is a problem that only immortals will face. Every once in a while, the immortals have to face the trouble of death disaster. Many immortals in the celestial race have left descriptions of death disasters. Judging from their description, the calamity of death is a kind of light. When the calamity of death comes, a beam of light will shine on the immortal. I don't know where the light comes from, and I don't know where it ends. Nothing in the world can stop that beam of light from coming. Even if you are hiding in the star core, or using immortal-level materials to create a secret room comparable to a planet, that beam of light can still shine on the person who is to be robbed. On the immortal. The immortals call that beam of light the light of death, and only the immortals can see and feel the light of death. When the death disaster comes, even if others are around the immortal, they will not be able to see or sense the existence of the death light. But in the light of death, the body functions of immortals will decline rapidly, and they may even die directly. The immortals who can survive the calamity of death are all extremely terrifying existences. But the death disaster is not just once. Once you become an immortal, the death light will come again every once in a while, and it will be stronger every time. No matter how powerful the immortal is, he will eventually be killed by the death ray. Those immortals who have lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years have survived countless death tribulations. Immortals like that rarely bother about things in the universe anymore, because they are either going through the tribulation of death or preparing for it. At their level, the death ray has become unimaginably terrifying, and they need to make a lot of preparations to survive the next death disaster. According to legend, the gods and emperors sat on the Luojia snow mountain because they had not survived the calamity of death. For some reason, the god and the emperor were unable to enter the cemetery, and his body remained on the top of Mount Luojia. Tian has never been to Luojia snow mountain, so he doesn't know if these things are true. But this is what is recorded in the clan's classics. After confirming that going to Luojia snow mountain did not violate the rules of the celestial race, and Tian insisted on going, Lin Shen thought about it and agreed to go with him. Walking up this branch of the waterfall, Lin Shen could clearly feel that the energy in the air was getting stronger and stronger. When I saw the main channel of the river of chaos, which was as wide as the sea and had almost no end in sight, the energy in the air had actually formed a mist visible to the naked eye. This kind of fog can only be seen where the energy of a few tributaries such as Buyuji gathers, but it is everywhere here. It's just that the energy here is obviously very violent. After being inhaled into the body, it is difficult to be absorbed directly. Instead, Lin Shen feels as if his respiratory tract has been cut by a knife. This is even after he has already used the carapace. If he inhales it directly into his lungs, he is afraid that his lungs will rot. No matter how good something is, if it is overdosed, it will have some bad effects unless the body is strong enough. Lin Shen's health was very good. With the theory of evolution running automatically, the rate of genetic mutation actually increased. If I can stay here for a while longer, my genetic transformation rate and the number of reincarnations of my life base will soon increase. Lin Shen was happy in his heart. Brother Lin, are you okay? Tian stopped and looked at Lin Shen worriedly and asked. 83, Chinese website latest address. It's not bad. Lin Shen nodded. This kind of place is really suitable for him. If the super basic text is turned on, the power of the world that can be absorbed will be unimaginable. The two of them walked up the main river. The higher they went, the thicker the fog became. Later, the fog was so thick that they could not see their fingers. Continuing to walk up, the light can no longer penetrate, and everything is pitch black. Tian took out a spiritual base similar to Aladdin's magic lamp. After the spiritual base lit up, it illuminated a small area nearby. The area near Luojia Snow Mountain is shrouded in chaotic fog all year round. It is almost impossible to reach Luojia Snow Mountain without special means of guidance. The two had given up flying. Tian led the way in front and said, "This Mingshan lamp in my hand is one of the few flying upgrade spiritual bases that can illuminate the chaotic fog. Without it, we can't reach Luojia Snow Mountain." Lin Shen was about to say something when the watch on his wrist vibrated. He found that his base change rate had increased by 1 point. It had only been a short time and it had increased by 2 points. After walking for a while, Lin Shen was shocked to find that outside the range illuminated by the Mingshan lamp, the black fog was like a copper wall and iron wall. When he touched it with his fingers, he felt it was extremely hard. If the Mingshan lamp went out now, they would immediately solidify in this substantial chaotic fog, and they would not even have a chance to escape. Now Lin Shen regretted it a little. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he should not have come. Tian also became obviously cautious, and it seemed that he was not as confident as before. Fortunately, the two of them arrived at Luojia Snow Mountain without any danger. Although there was a dark iron wall-like chaotic fog all around, Luojia Snow Mountain seemed to be protected by an invisible cover and was not affected by the chaotic fog at all. Moreover, the white snow on the mountain was glowing, like a white luminous mountain in the dark night. "Take this incense stick. When the incense is exhausted, we must go down the mountain, otherwise there will be a worry about our lives. On the way up the mountain, the incense must not be left in hand, let alone extinguished, otherwise there will be a disaster of death." Tian took out a box from his backpack, carefully pulled out 2 crystal-like incense sticks with strange fragrance, lit them with the Mingshan lamp, and handed one of them to Lin Shen. "Emperor, tell me honestly, is it really okay for us to come into Luojia Snow Mountain?" Lin Shen suspected that he was deceived by Tian. "As long as we don't commit suicide, there will be no problem. You have to believe me," Tian said sincerely. "How about I'll wait for you here. I won't go up." No matter how Lin Shen looked at it, he felt that this guy was not very reliable. This is already the restricted area of Luojia Snow Mountain. It doesn't matter whether you go up or not. Tian realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly explained, "Don't worry, there is no rule that prohibits entering Luojia Snow Mountain. You can see that there is not even a guard here, so you know I didn't lie to you." "I don't believe you. Do you need guards in a place like this?" Lin Shen was speechless, knowing that he had been tricked by him. Who let us be good friends, just accompany me up. To be honest, I am still a little panicked when I come to such a place alone." Tian pleaded. Lin Shen said helplessly, "Then go up. He has come here. If he tells others that he did not go up, I am afraid that others will not believe it. Then let's go quickly. The time of incense is limited. We have to hurry back before the incense is gone." Tian was overjoyed and quickly pulled Lin Shen up the mountain. Lin Shen followed Tian up the mountain, but he didn't find anything special. After halfway up the mountain was covered with thick snow and glaciers, just like a normal snowy mountain. The two of them soon reached the top of the mountain. Tiambuluo looked around, but didn't see the bodies of the gods and the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen also looked around, but also didn't find any bodies. Could it be that the records and the classics are wrong, and the bodies of the gods and the Emperor of Heaven have been moved? Tiambuluo muttered to himself, or are they buried under the snow? Let's look for it. Lin Shen looked at the incense in his hand. It was only less than a quarter burned, so there was still some time. The two of them searched around the top of the mountain. When they saw a pile of snow, they dug it open with their hands and looked, but they didn't find anything. As they walked, Tiambuluo, who was searching in front of them, suddenly shouted in surprise, "Brother Lin, we have it here, come and see if it is the body of God and Emperor of Heaven." Lin Shen thought, "You let me see, what can I see? I am not a celestial being, and I have nothing to do with God and Emperor of Heaven. It would be a miracle if I knew him." Although he thought so in his heart, Lin Shen still walked over. It is estimated that there is no one else who can sit and die in such a place, except God and Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen walked to the side of Tiambuluo and looked at the place he was staring at. There should have been a pile of snow there, but Tiambuluo dug a small part of it and revealed a figure. Lin Shen did not see what the figure looked like, because he saw a thick mosaic on the figure. What the hell? There can be mosaics on the body. Lin Shen felt creepy just thinking about it. He didn't want to sleep with the body in his arms. 83 Chinese website latest address. Tian Boluo looked at the corpse in the snow and said with some uncertainty, "Is this the corpse of the gods and the Emperor of Heaven? Why is there no aura of heaven and gods and human skills at all?" "You don't know, how could I know?" Lin Shen shook his head. He couldn't even see what the corpse looked like, and he didn't even have a chance to judge. Even if the sky doesn't fall, he can't be sure whether the corpse in front of him is a god or emperor. Lin Shen is thinking about a question, whether this god and emperor is a man or a woman. In theory, it should be a man, but he is not in the body of a man. Saw Tinder. It's just that you can't tell Tiambuluo. After all, people are here, so you can't tell Tiambuluo that he can't see it. Let's look again. Maybe there are other bodies. Since nothing was found, Tiambuluo had no choice but to continue searching, and Lin Shen could only follow him. The two men searched the top of the mountain but could not find the second body, and finally returned to the body. "Don't you have any images of gods and emperors in your clan?" Lin Shen could only go around in a circle and ask the question. The years measured in billions are too long. Many things will be lost in the long river of history. The reason why a few words remain is because the civilization of our celestial race is relatively advanced and there are no major gaps. "The sky does not fall," said. "Will there still be gaps in such an advanced civilization?" Lin Shen was a little confused. With the technological level of the Celestials, the media that stores resources should not be destroyed so easily. Tiambuluo smiled and said, "You humans have not changed dynasties, there has been no civil war, you have not rewritten history, and there have been no things that discredit the previous dynasty?" "Of course it does." Lin Shen sighed. "Not only does it happen, but it happens very frequently. The history of the celestial race is said to be tens of billions of years. In fact, we don't know how long it is because we have experienced too many wars and civilizational gaps. Even within The celestial race. There are many different civilizations and races, such as the current N and Chi, the three surnames. Tian and Tian are actually just inherited surnames from different races in ancient times, but in terms of bloodline, the relationship may not be very big. Tian Boluo paused and continued, the time between the gods and the emperor of heaven is too far away, just because places like Tianranxing and Buyuju have been preserved, and basic evolution techniques like Tianqingju have spread throughout the world. Only after entering the universe did his name become known to people. In fact, there are many emperors of heaven whose names we don't even know. Even for some emperors with names, we don't know whether they really existed. If it was such a distant era, how could a wooden building like Buyuju be preserved for so long? Lin Shen asked with some confusion. Didn't you notice? Tianren planet is different from other planets. There are almost no new creatures growing here, and things here are rarely corroded. Tian Boluo said. When you say that, it seems that it is indeed the case. Lin Shen recalled that he had lived in Tianranxing for 3 months before, and the scene near Buyuju seemed to have not changed at all. Ordinarily, with the abundant energy of Tianranxing, plants should grow wildly, but the plants nearby were basically the same when they left. Could it be said that the celestial star has the effect of stopping time or slowing down the flow of time? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that something was wrong. If time stopped or the flow of time was slow, it should be different from the time in the outside world. This is not the case with human star. 83. Chinese website latest address Tian Boluo said, although I don't know why the Tianren star has such an effect, the main reason why the heavenly emperors of all generations chose this place as a place of practice and destination, in addition to the extremely rich energy of this planet, is that you can delay youthful aging here, and your body will not change much after death. So, is this God an emperor of heaven? Lin Shen sighed. Theoretically, it should be. After all, that's what the records say, but in such a long time, who can guarantee that nothing happened in the middle, such as someone coming here to do ancient research or something, or which emperor or emperor's son? Just like us. Tian Boluo was also helpless. The key is that there is no breath of heaven and magic in this corpse. Buyuju is just the residence and place of enlightenment for gods and emperors, so it is so strong. Daoyun exists. If this is his corpse, why is there no breath at all? Then it's not God and the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen thought, and felt that he might have a chance to get the fire from this corpse. If this is the body of a god and emperor of heaven, it is estimated that the celestial race will definitely not let anyone touch him, and there will be no chance of sleeping with him. If not, there might be a chance to get the body out, and then his chance would come. It was naturally impossible to sleep on the corpse now. The incense in his hand had a limited burning time, not to mention taking a nap, not even enough time for a nap. That's not necessarily true. Let me study it carefully first. Tian Boluo said, but seemed a little hesitant and embarrassed. I wish I had brought Sister Qingyu over. Junior went to look through the clothes of a female senior's body. Not very good. Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this. It turned out to be a corpse with a female surname. Could it be that the god and the Emperor of Heaven turned out to be a female celestial being? If it was a female surname, then there is a possibility that the fire in this corpse was a rebellious one. Big. Tian Boluo hesitated for a moment, but decided to start. Before he started, he bowed to the corpse solemnly, and then cleared the snow behind the corpse. No. This is not the corpse of God and Emperor of Heaven. Tian suddenly stopped and shouted. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. Didn't you see? This corpse has no wings. How could it be? The Emperor of Heaven without wings? Even if the historical records are unreliable, it is impossible for an alien race to become the Emperor of Heaven. Tian pointed at the corpse and said. Is it possible that the wings are injured and damaged? Lin Shen really couldn't see what the corpse was like, the mosaic was too tight. Damages. Of course possible, but the direction of her spine is obviously different from that of a celestial being. Tian pointed at the back of the corpse and said. Who is she then? Why is she here? Can you tell by the clothes and items on her body? Lin Shen couldn't see anything, so he could only keep asking questions. Let me see. Since she was not the celestial emperor, Tian Buluo's psychological pressure was not that great, and he reached into her pocket. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen didn't think Tian could really find anything. This corpse had been here for who knows how many billions of years. If there was anything, it would have been plundered by the predecessors long ago. How could it be their turn? While he was thinking, he saw Tian hand reaching out of his pocket and actually taking out something. When the thing left the corpse, there was no mosaic covering it. Lin Shen saw that what Tian took out was a black jade talisman. There were some words clearly engraved on the jade talisman. Tian held the jade talisman straight and saw the words on it clearly. God and. This is the identity jade talisman of God and Emperor of Heaven. How could it be on her body? Tian was shocked and angry. This woman was obviously not a celestial being, but the identity jade talisman of God and Emperor of Heaven was found on her body, so there was only one possibility left. Tian suspected that this woman might be a foreign gang that invaded Luojia Snow Mountain and stole the bodies of the gods and emperors who had passed away on the top of the snow mountain. She didn't know why she died here and was not taken away by her accomplices, or her accomplices originally wanted to use her to replace the bodies of the gods and emperors, so they killed her and left her here. No matter which possibility it was a blasphemy against the celestial race. Don't be angry first, search her to see if there is anything else on her body, and see if you can find out her identity first. Lin Shen also thought of this and reminded. It's really unlucky. Tian snorted coldly. He actually kowtowed to this woman just now, and it made him uncomfortable just thinking about it. Tian reached into another pocket and quickly took out another thing. This time, it was a card that looked like a bank card, but the whole body was like crystal jade, and there was nothing on it except a pattern of a celestial being. Is this a bank card? Lin Shen asked Tian No, this should be an ID card from a certain period, and it should have the function of storing information, but the era is too long ago, and the interface and structure of this card are different from now. I don't know if it can still be read. Tian flipped through it again, and didn't find anything else. It's almost time, let's go down the mountain quickly. Lin Shen looked at the incense in his hand, which had burned more than half, and he couldn't stay here to take risks. Tian had to leave Luojia Snow Mountain with Lin Shen in a sullen manner. Before leaving, Lin Shen looked back at the location of the female corpse, thinking in his heart how to get rid of the fire on her body. Since she is not a god or a heavenly emperor, and she is also an alien, it is much simpler. As long as he finds A way to let Tian Shidi know that there is such a person in Luojia Snow Mountain. Maybe Tian Shidi will let people get her body out. After all, it is the place where the emperors of the Tianren clan rest in peace. How can he tolerate an alien to settle there? On the way back, Lin Shen was already thinking about whether to go to the emperor of Tianshu to apologize, which was equivalent to going to tell the secret and expose Tianbuluo's affairs. After the two returned to Buyuju, Tianbuluo took the card to study it. He tried to use the communicator to scan and read the contents of the card, hoping that the interface and structure could be universal. 83 Chinese website latest address. When the two were watching very nervously, they suddenly heard Tianbuluo's communicator say, "The storage card was read successfully." The storage card was damaged and the identity information could not be found. After reorganizing and restoring, 3 videos in ancient mode were found. Holographic projection could not be performed. It has been parsed into the latest image format. Do you want to project it? Project. Both of them were overjoyed. Tianbuluo immediately ordered the communicator to project the video image. Both of them stared at the projected holographic image, but Lin Shen was stunned. He could see that the projected image was a person, but he could not see what the person looked like. The person projected by the holographic projection was actually covered by a thick mosaic. It's that woman. Tianbuluo, who was standing by, had already revealed the identity of the projected figure, the corpse they had seen on Luojia Snow Mountain. The projected video had no sound, only the woman was making all kinds of weird movements. Although Lin Shen could only see mosaics, he could still make out the general movements. In Lin Shen's opinion, the woman's movements looked very strange. Just like the movements of the shadow puppets in the shadow play, which was both weird and familiar. No. 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 This is not the Heaven and God Man art. It can't be the Heaven and God Man. Tianbuluo looked at it for a while, his expression gradually became weird, and finally he even murmured. After hearing what Tianbuluo said, Lin Shen suddenly realized why it looked a little familiar. When Tianbuluo practiced the Heaven and God Man art, his body seemed to be pulled by a string, but his movements were relatively natural, and there was almost no problem. But the woman's movements were obviously like being pulled, and the feeling of a puppet was particularly obvious. Isn't this the art of Heaven and God? Why does it look a bit like it to me? Lin Shen said. It does look a bit like it, but it's also a bit different. It's very strange, but I can't tell what's strange about it. In short, this woman can't have mastered the art of Heaven and God. That's a secret method that only our Tianren clan can master. Tianbuluo denied Lin Shen's statement. Until the end of the video, no sound was heard from the video. Only the woman was making all kinds of weird movements. Many of the movements were extremely distorted and were not movements that normal people could make. It was as if she was possessed by a ghost. The first video stopped abruptly, and the communicator automatically projected the content of the second video. Lin Shen was speechless. He still saw a mosaic. He knew it was still the same woman, but this time, she was not making those weird movements. Instead, she sat in front of a table and spoke to the camera. Because the video was restored, some parts were not restored so perfectly. The sound at the beginning was very stuck and not very complete. It sounded creaky, and could not be heard what was said. When the sound was finally clear, the first sentence they heard was, "The research on the art of heaven and gods and humans has failed again." What kind of existence are those? Where are they? Where do they come from? Why can they control everything? Are there really gods and ghosts in this world? The woman talked to herself in front of the camera. Tian Buluo was puzzled when he heard this and said angrily, "What does she mean? Did she research the art of heaven? And gods? No, it's obviously my clan's gods and the Emperor of Heaven who figured out the art of heaven. And gods. What does it have to do with her? She is plagiarizing." 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen, who was standing next to him, also understood that this woman was probably recording the process of studying the art of heaven and gods. I guess that this woman wanted to practice the heaven and god art created by the god and the Emperor of Heaven, but she couldn't practice it and couldn't get any results from her research. In the end, just like you, she wanted to go to Luojia Snow Mountain to see it. The corpses of gods and emperors were hoped to be helpful in researching the art of heaven and gods, but they died there. Lin Shen boldly hypothesized. After hearing what Lin Shen said, Tian Boluo's expression became a little better, and he nodded and said, "That's it. I don't know what kind of race this woman is, but she is so bold. She only learns the magic of heaven and gods, and she dares to sneak in to steal the corpses of gods and emperors in forbidden areas is damning." The video continued, and the woman was still describing the problems that arose during the research. Tian Boluo listened and was a little surprised to find that this woman's research was actually quite in-depth, and there were many problems that he had also encountered. Moreover, there are some problems that women have actually solved, and there are many ideas that Tian Boluo has never thought of. This woman has actually studied the art of heaven, gods, and humans to such an extent. Tian Boluo looked a little weird. The other party's understanding of the arts of heaven, gods, and humans was obviously several levels higher than his. She mentioned them many times. What exactly do they refer to? Lin Shen asked Tian Boluo, beside him. They probably refer to the natural laws of heaven and earth. When heaven and man are in the realm of unity, they are comprehending the natural laws of heaven and earth, thereby complying with the natural laws of heaven and earth, and every move is in accordance with the laws of nature. Tian Boluo said. Why do I feel that she is talking about some kind of real creature, rather than an abstract concept? Lin Shen felt that it was not the same thing. Really? Tian Boluo listened carefully again, and sure enough, it did sound like it was referring to a specific existence, not an abstract natural law of heaven and earth. Maybe it's the anthropomorphic narrative style she's used to. Tian Boluo thought for a while and said, "Is it possible that the natural order of heaven and earth is actually controlled by some kind of creature? For example, in the mythology of my hometown, thunder and lightning are controlled by the two gods. Thunder god and lightning mother." Lin Shen pondered for a moment and continued, "If the initial communication between heaven and God and human art is not actually the laws of order of heaven and earth, but a being who controls the laws of order, then wouldn't it be easier to explain why the subsequent realm is called God? In a ghost state? I have also thought about this problem. Even if there is a thunder god and lightning mother you mentioned, it is still the name of the thunder and lightning rules. The so-called god and ghost realm should be able to use the ability to control the thunder and lightning rules in turn, but I have never had it. I want to understand how I can control the rules in reverse. Tian Boluo is indeed a genius of the celestial race, and his ideas are very close to the essence of the celestial and divine art. The reason why he couldn't figure it out was not his own problem, but that he couldn't see the thin lines of void appearing on his body. If he could see those thin lines in the void, he should be able to understand at once how to control the things that control the rules. Of course, you know what you know, but whether you can do it is another matter. Lin Shen didn't mean to point it out. It might not be a good thing to point it out now, so let him realize it on his own. The video only lasts for more than 10 minutes. There is another section at the end that is missing again. It sounds squeaky and I don't know what it is saying. The second video ended, and the projection automatically played the third video. 83. Chinese website latest address. The third video had just been projected. After Tian Boluo took a look, his face suddenly filled with anger. Lin Shen actually saw the content of the video clearly for the first time. In a room, a woman from the Celestial clan had chains on her wrists, ankles, and wings. Her body was suspended in the air in a rice-shaped shape without a single thread on her body. Judging from the state of the female celestial being, she seemed to have passed out. Although her body seemed uninjured, for some reason, it always made people feel as if she had been subjected to inhuman torture. That bastard! Tian Boluo looked at him so hard that his teeth almost broke. Does the appearance of that house look familiar to you? Lin Shen said, looking at the scene in the video. Only then did Tian Boluo notice the place where the female celestial being was imprisoned. The more he looked at it, the more surprised and suspicious his face became. That's Buyuju. Tian Boluo looked at the scene in the video and the place where they were now, and finally said it. Although the furnishings in that scene were a little different from now, the layout of the houses, the wooden houses, and some details, even the dark spots on the walls, were very similar. Impossible. Buyuju is the residence of gods and emperors, and it is her place of enlightenment. The emperors of the past dynasties have taken good care of this place, and there are even many emperors and emperors who have come here to observe and comprehend heaven and gods. Human skills. Tian Boluo didn't want to admit it, but the more he looked at it, the more it looked like him. He suddenly jumped up and glanced at the beam, and his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. That was where the chain was fixed in the video. Now you can also see the ring with a locking chain on it. Lin Shen also saw it, and his expression became a little strange. I don't know how many years ago, there was a female celestial being imprisoned here, which is the position in front of him. The room in the second video is very similar to the one I live in, except that the furniture and furnishings are a little different. Lin Shen comforted him. Which race hasn't had a few tyrants? It should be that a tyrant found that woman to study the art of heaven and gods, and used his own people as experiments. When Lin Shen said this, Tian Boluo felt that it made sense. Tianren Star was a place where only the Emperor of Heaven and the royal family could come. Without the permission of the Emperor of Heaven, outsiders could not enter at all. The foreign woman was able to come in either because of the Emperor of Heaven's instruction or because of the actions of a royal family in the past. After the Emperor of Heaven ascended to the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, he did not allow royal family members other than the Emperor's son and concubine to enter Tianren Star. In the past, many relatives of the Emperor of Heaven were qualified to come in, and it might be that one of them did something wrong. When the two were thinking about it, the woman appeared in the video again. She walked to the hanging female Tianren, stretched out her finger and tapped the female Tianren's forehead, and the female Tianren woke up immediately. The female celestial being was still a little confused at first, but the woman rubbed her temples twice, and she immediately became completely awake. The female celestial being looked at the woman and suddenly said a few words, which made Tian's eyes widen, as if he had seen a ghost. "Lord Tiandi, please let me go. I really can't stand it." 83 Chinese. Website latest address. Lin Shen suddenly felt like he had been slapped in the face, and his previous guesses were all wrong. The female celestial being actually called this woman the Emperor of Heaven, which made Lin Shen confused for a moment. The woman is obviously not a celestial being. How could she be the Emperor of Heaven? Tian also had a look of shock on his face and couldn't speak for a long time. No, she definitely can't be the Emperor of Heaven. It must be that the female celestial being was tortured too severely, or was under the spell of ecstasy, so she mistook the woman for the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen continued to give the most reasonable explanation. Yes, that must be the case. Tian also came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. But the following conversation between the two instantly shattered their outlook on life, leaving them both stunned. Have you forgotten? You are the Emperor of Heaven, and you are the king of the celestial tribe. The woman pinched the female celestial's chin and said indifferently. Lin Shen no longer knew how to understand these words reasonably. Will this female celestial being be the emperor of the celestial tribe? Will the heavenly emperor of the celestial race be locked here and become like this? Lin Shen's mind was spinning around and around at a speed comparable to that of an F1 car. But he just couldn't get out of this corner. Envy Tiandi, tied up, can't bear it. Various harmonious pictures appeared in Lin Shen's mind. The sky does not fall and all three views are shattered. He can't even say anything at all. He doesn't believe that these are true. Rather than believing this, it is better to believe that this is a pirated movie and has nothing to do with the celestial race. You are the Emperor of Heaven, I'm not. Please, let me go. I really can't stand it anymore. The goddess cried and begged. The woman was unmoved. She pinched the goddess's chin with her hand and forced her to raise her head. You are not the Emperor of Heaven, so your family members are not relatives of the Emperor, and your children are not the sons of the Emperor. Since they are in heaven, what the human race has done, if you were not the Emperor of Heaven, would they still be alive? The goddess was trembling, and she didn't dare to look at the woman at first. After hearing this, her eyes finally suddenly focused. She looked at the woman, and shouted loudly, if you dare to touch them, I will never let you go. Am I the one who won't let them go? It's you who won't let them go. You are not the Emperor of Heaven, they are just worthless people, street rats, that everyone shouts to. Beat, scum that countless people want to kill and kill, you if I can't protect them, what does it have to do with me if they die? It's you who are incompetent and it's you who sent them to a dead end. It's you who killed them, not me. The woman retracted her finger that lifted Envy Tianren's chin, ruthlessly. Said. I. Envy Tianren didn't know what to say for a moment. I press this button and you can be freed. You decide whether to go or not. The woman walked to the wall and pointed at a button. The female celestial being was silent. Judging from her expression, there was probably already a war between celestial beings and human beings in her brain. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. The woman said and stretched out her finger to press the button on the wall. I am the Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being cried out in tears, preventing the woman from pressing the button. What? I didn't hear it. The woman looked at the female celestial being coldly and said, I am willing to be the Emperor of Heaven. I am the Emperor of Heaven. I know I am wrong. I can persist. I can really persist. The goddess begged like a dog. 83. Chinese website latest address, you are who? The woman looked at the female celestial being and asked. I am the Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being said quickly. Who are you? The woman asked again. I am the Emperor of Heaven, I am the God and the Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being shouted loudly. This sentence completely stunned Lin Shen and Tian, and their brains were about to burn out. They originally thought that this female celestial being was at most the Emperor of Heaven during a certain period of division of the celestial race, but this sentence, I am a god and the Emperor of Heaven, completely penetrated their brains and turned them into brain-dead fools. Gods and heavenly emperors. The Tianqing Ju that created one of the 5 basic evolutionary techniques in the universe, which has benefited countless races and is still praised by people today, is a great emperor of the celestial race. It turned out to be like this. Lin Shen really never dared to dream. What you did was outrageous. I didn't hear you. Please speak louder. The woman was still dissatisfied. I am the God and the Emperor of Heaven. I am the God and the Emperor of Heaven. I am the God and the Emperor of Heaven. The female celestial being roared at the woman like a wild beast. A smile finally appeared on the woman's face. That's right. As the Emperor of Heaven, you should look like the Emperor of Heaven. You must master this art of heaven and God. When she heard the words heaven and gods, the woman's body visibly trembled. Come on, let's try again. You can do it. You are a god and a heavenly emperor. It's just a technique. It's no big deal. The woman's fingers traced across the skin of the goddess, and as her fingers passed, strange bloody lines were drawn on the body of the female celestial being. Those bloody lines gradually formed a strange pattern. When the complete pattern was painted on the entire body of the female celestial being, a strange scene happened. The suspended body of the female celestial being was suddenly pulled up like a puppet on strings, suspended in the air in an extremely weird posture, and then, like a shadow puppet being controlled, she did all kinds of weird things. Posture. The blood-red pattern drawn by the woman emitted a strange red light, which gradually penetrated into the body of the female celestial being, turning her eyes blood red, and the wings behind her also turned blood red, as if stained with blood. The female celestial being, who looked like a blood angel, suddenly rose upside down with her black hair. Her eyes were completely filled with blood, as if possessed by a devil, staring straight at the woman. Suddenly, the holographic projection disappeared, and Lin Shen and Tian Buluo both felt as if they were stepping into the air. The gap in their hearts made them a little difficult to accept, and the strange blood-red eyes of the female celestial being still remained in their minds. After the 3 videos were played, their minds became even more confused, because these 3 videos were too weird. The God and the Emperor of Heaven was a female celestial being, but she was hung in the Buyu residence by a foreign woman and forced to conduct experiments on the heaven and God technique. She also said that the woman was the Emperor of Heaven. If all these were true, then Lin Shen's guess was completely wrong, and it was very wrong. Emperor, I think this video should be a low-budget movie shot by a movie lover, based on the story of God and Emperor Tian. Lin Shen said with a light cough. Yes, that's the case. Those who make movies Should die. Tian Buluo nodded heavily and said viciously. But he couldn't deceive himself in his heart, because he could feel that the art of heaven and gods shown in the video was real. 83 Chinese website latest address. No, I have to go to the Emperor Father to make this clear. Let's go. Tian Buluo pulled Lin Shen to go to the Emperor of Tianshu. Lin Shen originally wanted to say that Tian Buluo could go to the Emperor of Tianshu himself. How could he get involved in such an imperial family matter? On second thought, Lin Shen swallowed his words and followed Tian Buluo. However, when Lin Shen arrived outside the imperial palace, only Tian Buluo was called in. There was no summons from the Emperor of Tian, so he could only wait outside. Lin Shen didn't know whether he was right or wrong, but Enlu repeatedly reminded him that he should not think of deceiving the Emperor of Tianshu in anything. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had to admit it. If he admitted it, he would be punished. If he didn't admit it now, it would be discovered by the Emperor of Tianshu in the future, and it would not be a matter that could be resolved by punishment. Will the Emperor of Tianshu punish me? How will he punish me? I don't have money, and I can't give my life. Will the Emperor of Tianshu pull out the corpse of that woman and whip her? I wonder if there is still a chance to sleep the fire back. Lin Shen waited and waited, and it was almost midnight, but Tian Buluo still didn't come out. Lin Shen thought to himself that it was not good. If even Tian Buluo, the son of the emperor, was punished, he would be punished more severely. Just when he was worried about gains and losses, the door of the imperial palace creaked, and Tian Songyun walked out. Dean Tian, come with me, the emperor is waiting for you. Tian Songyun said expressionlessly. General Manager Yun, where is the prince of the emperor? Lin Shen stretched out his hand to stuff something into Tian Songyun, but Tian Songyun directly held his hand and didn't let him take out the thing at all. Dean Tian, you and I just need to do our best to serve the emperor, don't think too much about other things. Let's go, the emperor is still waiting for you. Tian Songyun said and led the way in front. Seeing Tian Songyun like this, Lin Shen knew that this matter might be a bit difficult to handle. He followed Tian Songyun and came to the study of Emperor Tianshu. Your Majesty, Dean Tian is here. Tian Songyun whispered. Outside the door. Just reply outside the door, you can go down. The voice of Emperor Tian came from inside the house, and the voice was full of majesty. Tian Songyun responded and left the bedroom directly. The study door was empty, and only Lin Shen was left. Tian, do you know your crime? The cold voice of Emperor Tian came from the study. Know your crime. Lin Shen said while thinking, this Emperor Tianshu, why does he like to play this game, first asking others if they know their crime, like acting, the next sentence will not be to tell me, what crime have you committed? Tell me, what crime have you committed? The next words of Emperor Tian made Lin Shen feel very strange. I shouldn't have entered Luojia Snow Mountain without permission, and I shouldn't have taken His Royal Highness, the Prince with me. Lin Shen remembered Enlu's instructions. Suffering a loss is a blessing. And he has to take the blame. Humph, since you know it, you still knowingly violate it. You do something. And become arrogant. Do you really think that the rules of my Tianren clan can't kill you? Lin Shen heard the sound of heavy things being thrown in the study, as if something was broken. Lin Shen men said outside the station, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with His Royal Highness, the Emperor. Please punish me. You are still responsible. You know you have to admit your mistakes. The tone of Emperor Tian was obviously much softer. But he still said with a cold heart, "This is a big mistake. If you are not punished, I don't know what kind of disaster you will cause in the future." 83 Chinese website latest address. Well, since you caused the disaster, the responsibility of burying the gods and the Emperor of Heaven will fall on your head. If you do a good job, this matter will be over. If you don't do it well, I will not forgive you when I come back. As soon as the Emperor of Tianshu finished speaking, someone pushed the door and walked out of the study. Lin Shen saw that the person who came out was Tian, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Tian had been dealt with by Emperor Tianshu, and it seemed that he should be fine. After Tian came out, he closed the door from the outside, turned his back to the door, smiled silently at Lin Shen, and then handed a book to him, and then said, "This is the method of burying the Emperor of Heaven. You must bury the gods and the Emperor of Heaven in the cemetery according to this method, and you must not miss anything." Yes. Lin Shen reached out to take the book, and saw the 3 words, Heaven Burial Sutra, written on it. Until this matter is done, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Buluo, you must also be confined to Yanyu Tower for 3 months, and let Qingyu take care of you. If you dare to walk out of Yanyu Tower for half a day during the confinement, your legs will be broken directly. Come on. Take the son of Buluo to Yanyu Tower. The voice of the Emperor of Heaven came again from the study. Someone came to take Tian away, and soon Lin Shen was the only one left in front of the study. The Emperor of Heaven did not ask him to leave, and he had no way to leave. Your name on the mother planet is Lin Shen? The voice of the Emperor of Heaven became much softer. Yes. Lin Shen replied. Since you have come to my celestial clan, don't use your previous name. The name Tian is very good, it fits my celestial clan and this emperor. The celestial emperor paused and continued, do you know everything about the gods and the celestial emperor? If the emperor needs me to know, I will know. If the emperor doesn't need me to know, I will know nothing. Lin Shen replied. It's good to know what to do and what not to do. You are very good. You should be punished for your mistakes and you should not suffer in vain. Follow the will of heaven and do things well. Those who get the way of heaven will be helped by heaven. The celestial emperor seemed a little tired. Go, read the Heaven Burial Sutra more, and be sure to be decent. Yes. Lin Shen took the Heaven Burial Scripture and left. He saw Tian Songyun outside the palace, and Tian Songyun sent him out of the palace. Back to Buyuju, Lin Shen opened the Heaven Burial Scripture and saw a sentence written on the preface, Heaven created all things to nourish people, and people buried their bodies to repay heaven after death. Looking through the contents, they were all the rules and etiquette for burying the heavenly emperor. However, if he followed the above etiquette, let alone him alone, even if he was given 1,000 people, it would be impossible to complete the funeral in a short time. But the Emperor of Heavenly Arts only gave him a copy of the Heaven Burial Scripture, that is, he did not give money or people. It was impossible for him to bury the gods and the Heavenly Emperor according to such standards. Moreover, the woman was not a celestial being at all, and should not be a god or the Heavenly Emperor. The celestial beings had not buried him in the Luojia Snow Mountain Cemetery, which must be related to this. Lin Shen turned back to read the handwritten preface and immediately understood. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts did not ask him to bury the gods and the Heavenly Emperor. He simply asked him to deal with the woman's body, and it would be best if he could destroy the body. Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. Why had no one from the celestial clan done this for so many years? The Emperor of Heavenly Arts did not do it himself, but pushed it onto him instead. Lin Shen knew there must be a reason, but he just couldn't figure it out. But this was also good for him. He would go alone to deal with the corpse, and the fire should not be able to escape. But before he went, he had to prepare some things, otherwise he would not be able to enter Luojia Snow Mountain at all, let alone survive. 83 Chinese website latest address. The race ranking battle is still going on. The first place in the immortal level is not from the Supreme clan, but a person named Feng Lu from the Phoenix clan. The second place is the Supreme clan, and the following are basically the former powerful clans. The immortals of the Celestial clan are still ranked 16th and have not yet entered the top 10. The highest ranking human at present is the undefeated Heavenly King. In addition to the undefeated Heavenly King, there are actually a few humans who have entered the billion clan rankings in the Nirvana level ranking battle this time. However, their rankings are relatively low, and they should have no chance to enter the final overall ranking. After preparing the things, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts also ordered people to send the necessary items for entering Luojia Snow Mountain. The Mingshan lamp spirit base used by Tian before was sent to Lin Shen for use, unless there are 10 large incense sticks. Before, Tian and his team used fine incense to go up Luojia Snow Mountain. The burning time is limited. It can only burn for a few hours in total. Counting the time of going up and down the mountain, the time they can actually stay on the mountain is limited. Each of these 10 incense sticks is as thick as a thumb and more than 1 meter long. Each stick can burn for dozens of hours. After reading the Heaven Burial Sutra, Lin Shui finally understood why incense was burned on Luojia Snow Mountain. Before, Lin Shen thought it was to commemorate the dead. It turned out that it was not the case. This kind of incense is called guiding incense. Without this kind of incense, you will get lost on Luojia Snow Mountain. Luojia Snow Mountain is not actually very big. Lin Shen didn't know how he got lost on it, but it was written in the Heaven Burial Sutra. After sorting out his things, Lin Shen went to the source of the Chaos River again and reached Luojia Snow Mountain alone with the Mingshan lamp. After lighting the incense sticks, Lin Shen began to climb the mountain. When he came to the top of the snow mountain again, he found that the body was covered by snow again. When did it snow? Lin Shen was a little confused. He looked at the sky. The outside of the snow mountain was full of dark fog like iron. He didn't know how it snowed here. Lin Shen had to dig up the snow again. Sure enough, there was still the body covered by mosaic inside. If it was a normal situation, the body should be carried to the back mountain of Luojia Snow Mountain. According to the Heaven Burial Sutra, where there is the entrance to the Emperor of Heaven's cemetery, and she should be sent to the grave from there. But if he came alone, it was impossible to send her in according to the Emperor of Heaven's burial specifications. Besides, the Emperor of Heaven did not give him the things he needed for burial, and it was obvious that he did not really want Lin Shen to bury her. Since it cannot be buried in, where should the body be taken? Lin Shen pondered this question. The simplest way should be to destroy the body, but the body of the immortal and the power of the ascender may not be able to destroy it. The Emperor of Heaven should not want me to make too much noise here. He asked me to Come, it should not be as simple as destroying the body. If it is not destroyed, and it cannot be buried in the Emperor of Heaven's cemetery, what should I do? The Emperor of Heaven did not make it clear, and always let others guess. He was not tired, but others were very tired. While thinking, Lin Shen first cleared the snow next to the body to make it completely exposed. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to find a place to bury the body. Since it couldn't be destroyed and couldn't be put in the cemetery, he had to bury it. 83 Chinese website latest address. I want to help you bury the body. I'm sorry, don't blame me. Lin Shen reached out and picked up the body, and then walked to the back mountain. The upper half of Luojia Snow Mountain is all snow, and there is soil in the lower half. If you want to bury the body, you can only go to the lower half. As long as you don't go to the cemetery, find a place outside to bury her, and she won't be easily discovered. There should be no problem. Of course, after Lin Shen found a good place, he planned to hold her to sleep first. Although it felt a little weird, the fire-starting ability couldn't be lost. After a while, Lin Shen went down below the halfway point of the mountain, found a relatively hidden mountain corner, put the body on the ground, and dug it out with his hands. After digging a few times, he found that there was only a thin layer of soil more than 1 foot thick outside, and the hard rock below was hard to dig at all. The same thing happened in several places. The soil layer was too thin, and the rocks below were not diggable by Fagia. Lin Shen had no choice but to restore the place he dug to its original state, and continued to walk down the mountain with the body in his arms, looking for a place to bury her. Every time he walked a certain distance down, Lin Shen dug once, but the results were the same everywhere. The soil layer was too thin to bury the body. He reached the mountain stream, but still couldn't find a place to bury the body. If we go further, we will reach the Tian cemetery. Lin Shen looked around and saw a road next to the mountain stream. There were plants similar to pine and cypress planted on both sides of the road. At the end of the road was the entrance to the Tian cemetery. He couldn't go there, so Lin Shen carried the body to the mountain stream. There were some small hills near the mountain stream. Lin Shen planned to look for a cave or something like that, and seal the body in the cave. After a while, Lin Shen really found a cave. The cave is not big, and people need to bend down to enter. It is more than 10 meters deep, and there is a dead end at the end. There is nothing inside. Lin Shen thinks this place should be more suitable. As long as the cave entrance is sealed from the outside and some disguises are made, no one should be able to find this place. In fact, few people can come here. Who would look for this thing for no reason? After carrying the body into the cave and putting it down in a dry place, Lin Shen muttered to the body, "There are many poisonous insects and beasts in the cave. It would be bad if your body is desecrated. I will sleep with you here for one night to make sure that this cave has no owner, and then we will arrange a new home for you." After such a toss, Lin Shen felt that there was nothing to be afraid of the body. He ran around holding the body, which was not a problem. The fire was important. Lin Shen put the body down and lay next to the body, with one hand on the body. Although it felt that there was nothing to be afraid of, I still felt a little weird and a little creepy when I really slept next to the body. I couldn't fall asleep. The big incense stick next to it had only burned a short while. The Emperor of Heaven gave him 10 big incense sticks, probably to give him enough time to deal with the body, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough time. Is the female celestial being who was forced by a woman to practice the art of heaven and gods the real god and emperor? Did she finally master the art of heaven and gods? She said that this woman was the emperor. Is there a possibility that this woman is the real god and emperor? After all, according to the records of the celestial beings, the gods and emperors sat on the top of Luojia Snow Mountain, but there was only a woman's body on the top of the snow mountain, not the body of the female celestial being. If the records are correct, then the gods and emperors should refer to women. Lin Shen thought about it, and he was not so scared in his heart. He didn't know when he fell asleep. 83 Chinese Network latest address. When Lin Shen woke up, he felt refreshed, stretched his body, and then sensed that there was more information in his mind. It's really a rebellious beast, and it has become 10% more complete. It seems that it is easy to find a rebellious beast. The complete rebellious beast is just around the corner. Lin Shen was happy, but when he looked to the side, his face changed drastically. Why is it gone? Lin Shen got up suddenly, raised the Mingshan lamp and looked around the cave quickly, looking back and forth several times. It was such a small place, but there was no trace of the corpse. Lin Shen felt his scalp tingling, and goosebumps all over his body. He thought, no way? And there is a corpse? Lin Shen didn't believe in those ghosts and gods. But the corpse was really gone. It wouldn't be possible for someone to come and steal the corpse in the middle of the night? The corpse is not money, and it can't be eaten. Why steal that thing? Moreover, this is the area of Luojia Snow Mountain, and ordinary people can't get in at all. Who can get in so leisurely that they can steal a corpse? But other than that, Lin Shen couldn't think of any other possibilities. Could it be that she is alive? Lin Shen thought about it and felt it was impossible. Although the other party is an immortal, it is a figure who has lived for who knows how many billions of years. How could he still be alive? Turning his head to look at the big incense he stuck in the ground, the incense was still burning well, and it was almost half burned now. The incense is still there. If she really came back alive and ran away, she should need incense and lamps. Lin Shen got out of the cave and looked around, but still couldn't see any trace of the corpse. Unable to find the corpse, Lin Shen didn't know how to explain to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, so he had to look around with the incense. But Lin Shen searched the entire Luojia Snow Mountain, and searched back and forth many times, but he didn't see any trace of the corpse, nor did he see any other creatures or people appear here. What a freak! Where did the body go? Lin Shen was a little depressed. Emperor Tian asked him to deal with the body, but he ended up losing it. If Emperor Tian knew about this, I don't know if I can still save my life. Seeing that the incense was about to burn out, Lin Shen lit another stick of incense and carefully searched the area of Luojia Snow Mountain several times, not leaving out any grass or trees. Lin Shen searched all the corners and caves at the foot of the mountain, and even the cracks of the glacier, but still didn't find anything. The only thing left to search is the cemetery. Lin Shen had a bad premonition in his heart. If something happened to the cemetery, he really couldn't afford it. Fortunately, when Lin Shen ran along the road to the cemetery, he saw that the gate of the cemetery was tightly closed, and the dust on it was still there. No one had moved it, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, but why did the body disappear? Could it be that it really came back to life and ran away? Lin Shen had to consider this possibility. This kind of thing has happened to dead fans before. Dead fans came back to life after sleeping with him. But dead fans are genetically modified creatures, which are still different from humans. Lin Shen searched again and again, and finally had to give up helplessly and left Luojia Snow Mountain. 83 Chinese website latest address. In a sense, this can be regarded as getting rid of the body, right? I probably won't see her again in Luojia Snow Mountain. In the future. Can this be regarded as completing the mission? Lin Shen thought to himself. After leaving Luojia Snow Mountain, Lin Shen went to find the Emperor of Heaven to report. But he was unable to see the Emperor of Heaven. Only Tian Songyun came to tell Lin Shen that the Emperor of Heaven was traveling and would not be back in a short time. Before leaving, the Emperor of Heaven left a message for Lin Shen, asking Lin Shen to hand over everything to Tian Songyun after completing the mission. Lin Shen had no choice but to hand over the Mingshan lamp, the remaining incense, and the heaven burial scripture to Tian Songyun. After hesitating for a long time, he still did not tell Tian Songyun about the missing body. Tian Songyun also told Lin Shen that the Emperor of Heaven asked him not to run around recently, because he was now famous, and the hostile forces, who could not bear to see the good of the Tianren clan, might attack Lin Shen, so he must pay attention to safety issues, even in the Zenith Star. Lin Shen also knew that he had been too sharp recently, and it was inevitable that he would be envied. In addition, he was the dean of the Tianchi Academy, and there were probably many people in the Tianren clan who wanted him dead. Lin Shen originally wanted to hide in Tianren Star to practice, but according to the time, Ouyang Yudu should be coming soon, so he sent him a message, and Ouyang Yudu's message came back quickly, saying that he had reported to the Tianchi Academy. After rushing to the Tianchi Academy, Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu standing in the yard with an umbrella. Ouyang, you shouldn't have come. The water here is too deep, Lin Shen said to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, it's better to raise fish in deep water. If you stay on Mars, you will never have a chance to develop. That's right. What are your plans for the future? Lin Shen also knew that relying on the resources of one planet, it would never be possible to produce immortals. I am now the director of the Special Service Department, and you are the dean of the Tianchi Academy. I will follow you, and I will fight wherever you point me. Ouyang Yudu said seriously. Then take a rest first. I don't have anything to do now, Lin Shen said. The Emperor of Heaven is traveling, and it is unknown when he will come back. The Tianchi Academy serves the Emperor of Heaven. Without the Emperor of Heaven's order, they don't need to do anything. If it were in the past, when the Emperor of Heaven traveled, the Tianchi Academy would definitely be responsible for the Emperor of Heaven's safety and various matters. The current Tianchi Academy naturally does not have such capital. I heard that the Special Service Department has 10 director positions, and they can recruit them on their own, right? Ouyang Yudu asked. That's true, but we don't have anything to do now, and it's useless to recruit them. Besides, to be a director, you must at least be a Nirvana. I'm afraid there are no Nirvana people willing to enter our Tianchi Academy on Zenith Star, Lin Shen said. Leave this matter to me. You are the head of an academy now, and you must have some useful talents around you. And with your current reputation, there are too many people who want to plot against you. You need a few people with good strength to protect you. Ouyang Yudu said. My fame is also due to your contribution. Lin Shen said helplessly. Ouyang Yudu said with a smile, "Don't thank me. Look at my expression, do I want to thank you?" Lin Shen was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, an old man came running over and said to Lin Shen anxiously, "Dean, you are finally back. This matter can only be handled by you personally." 83. Chinese website latest address. Director Qi, what's the hurry? Lin Shen looked at the skinny old man in front of him in confusion. The feathers on the wings of this old celestial being named Qi Xinhua were almost completely gray, and some places were bald. He was very old and looked like half of his body was about to be buried in the ground. But he was the director of the security department of Tianchi Academy, that is, the head of the security work of guarding Tianchi Academy. Lin Shen doubted whether Qi Xinhua could still be defeated. Even if he was a nirvana, he probably didn't have much strength left at this age. I don't know whose pet ran into our yard and ate all the vegetables planted in the backyard. If we don't get rid of it, we won't have any vegetables to eat in the future. Qi Xinhua pulled Lin Shen to the backyard. Ouyang Yudu also followed to the backyard and saw a cat-like creature eating a cabbage. Lin Shen was slightly startled. That creature was obviously a silicon-based creature. How could it eat cabbage? Even if it is a real cat, it is a carnivore. No matter how hungry it is, it will not eat cabbage. Dean, we have to catch it quickly, otherwise we can't keep the vegetables. It's better to catch it alive. If someone comes to find us, we have to ask them to pay compensation. Qi Xinhua said. Isn't this your job as the security director? How can you be the security director if you can't even deal with a cat? Lin Shen wanted to say so, but looking at the bald wings behind Qi Xinhua, and thinking about the fact that there are no people in the security department, Qi Xinhua is also a commander without troops, so it's not his fault. Forget it, let me do it. Lin Shen flicked his fingers directly, and a finger sand flew silently to the point on the kitten's body. Originally thought that he should be able to catch the kitten easily with this remote acupuncture. Who knew that after he sent out this finger sand, the kitten seemed to laugh casually and accidentally dodged it, and the finger sand pierced into the soil silently. This little thing is really lucky. Lin Shen didn't take it seriously and fired another finger sand. As a result, the kitten rolled on the ground and dodged it again. This time, Lin Shen knew that things were not that simple. He couldn't help but frown slightly, and then rushed up directly, using the technique of thousands of people pointing at me, to hit the kitten. The kitten was very fast, obviously a flying upgraded creature. It turned and moved in the air, and actually dodged Lin Shen's finger attack again and again. Lin Shen tried his best, but he couldn't touch the kitten at all. What's more annoying is that the kitten didn't even run away. It seemed to be provocative. Once Lin Shen stopped, it stood opposite Lin Shen, tilted its head and looked at Lin Shen, and a human-like contemptuous expression appeared on its face. Where did this little thing come from? It's so unruly. Lin Shen was furious. He put on the shell directly and was about to activate the skill to increase his speed. He had to catch this kitten. Don't worry, Dean. We don't know whose pet this little thing belongs to. What if it belongs to one of our brothers? It would be bad if we hurt it. Let me, an old man, try. Qi Xinhua quickly stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought, why do you come to me if you can solve it? You come to me because you can't solve it? 83 Chinese website latest address. Just thinking about it, I suddenly saw Qi Xinhua move. Although the speed was not very fast, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the kitten in his hand. Lin Shen saw clearly that the kitten tried to escape as before, but for some reason, it couldn't escape and was simply caught. Director Qi, your technique is quite good. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Xinhua, cursing in his heart. This security director obviously has such a trick, but he had to call me here to embarrass me. He really has bad intentions. Just a little trick. If the dean is interested, you can take a look at this. If you don't understand anything, come and ask me. As he said, Qi Xinhua took out a book from his arms, stuffed it into Lin Shen's hand without saying anything, and then left with the kitten. Lin Shen couldn't help but be slightly startled. He naturally saw that something was wrong. It seems that the security director wanted to give this thing to you intentionally. Ouyang Yudu walked over and said. Lin Shen looked at the cover of the book, but there were 3 words, catching loaches, written crookedly on it. It seems that it should be. I guess they think that I, the dean, am not capable enough and want to help me. Lin Shen smiled and flipped through the contents. The content inside is a kind of catching technique, which is also written in those crooked words. Although the words are ugly, the more Lin Shen reads the content, the more he is shocked. This grappling technique called catching loaches is surprisingly strange. Not only are the moves strange, but if you can practice it to the extreme, you can also generate a kind of suction in the palm. Using that suction, the grappling technique is even more strange and unpredictable. I didn't expect that this security director, who usually likes to play cards and drink, and does nothing serious, actually has such a unique skill. Lin Shen was surprised. Although this technique is not a very powerful technique, it is unique and unexpected. The security director returned to the office, sat down at the mahjong table, and said to the other people, catching loaches is given to him. Whether he can practice it depends on his own ability. If he can't practice it, it's not my fault. Just try your best. Our dean's strength and talent are still good. After all, there are not many ascenders in our Tianren clan who can defeat Christine. The logistics director said while drawing cards. I don't think he can master it. After all, our Lao Hua's method of catching loaches was praised by the Emperor of Heaven. The previous dean also wanted Lao Hua to promote this method, but Lao Hua taught it for so long, and few people could learn it. Vice Dean and said. What do you mean few people can learn it? Not even one person can learn it. If it is so easy to learn, how can it be considered a unique skill? Qi Xinhua said proudly. Lao Hua, you didn't hide it at that time, did you? You can't hide it from our dean. We still have to rely on him to make money in the future. We must let him learn it. His technique is too simple. More techniques can cope with various situations. Vice Dean and said. Bullshit, am I that kind of person? I never keep secrets when I teach others. Qi Xinhua changed the subject and said, but after all, I learned how to catch loaches from the family secrets. The family secrets cannot be passed on to outsiders, so I removed the part involving the family secrets before. Don't worry, I gave our dean the complete version written by myself. If he can't practice it, it can't be blamed on me. Qi Xinhua saw that several people looked unhappy, and hurriedly explained. 83 Chinese website latest address. How do you plan to form a new team of the Special Service Department? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu to live in the place where he lived before. Now that he has gone to live in Tianren Star, there is no space there, so he will lend it to Ouyang Yudu for the time being. Recruitment. Ouyang Yudu said. Is it possible? Don't attract other people's informants, then. Lin Shen felt that Ouyang Yu was a little too optimistic. It doesn't matter whether you are an eyeliner or not, as long as you can do the job. Ouyang Yudu was very optimistic. After the recruited people join the Special Service Department, they will first go to the action team to experience, and their performance meets the standards, and then they will be considered for promotion to director. In that case, would anyone be willing to come? Lin Shen felt that few people would be willing to come with such recruitment. Aren't there still some informants who want to come in and get information? Ouyang Yu laughed. Is this okay? Lin Shen was a little doubtful as to how effective the Special Service Department organized in this way could be when it really needed help. Believe me, I can control it. Ouyang Yudu said seriously, if there are really good talents, it is not impossible to develop into a backbone. Since Lin Shen handed over the Special Service Department to Ouyang Yudu, he could only choose to believe in his ability. Anyway, Tianchi Academy is really short of manpower. Now, someone has to do the dirty work. They can't do everything by themselves. Let's do it. We have to recruit an assistant for you. Ouyang Yudu said again. What do I need that thing for? Lin Shen felt that he didn't need any assistant at all. Why did Ouyang Yudu say this? It's not for you, but for the Dean of Tianchi Academy. Ouyang Yudu said. Is there anything different? Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu doubtfully. Yes, you are the head of a hospital. You always have to have some aura when you go out to do things. This thing is useless to the people above, but it is useful to the people below. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, I will deal with these things as soon as possible. Once it's done, I'll let you come over and choose someone. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Lin Shen wasn't afraid that an assistant could get some information from him. He usually lived on Tianren planet, and the assistant couldn't get in at all. After settling Ouyang Yu's house, Lin Shen returned directly to Buyuju. There was not much work at Tianchi Academy, and he was too lazy to take care of the old people, waiting for new people to be recruited before making plans. After returning to Buyuju, Lin Shen studied the techniques of catching loaches while watching the ranking battle between Nirvana class and Fabian class. This technique is really a bit unusual. Although it is easier to practice suction than the 28 punches, it is not much easier. After practicing for a while, there was no effect. Lin Shen didn't want to practice anymore, so he lay down and looked at the pictures in the sky. The ranking battle for flying upgrades is becoming more and more interesting. After the favorites such as Dios, Christian and Lin Shen withdrew from the competition, more powerful ascendants have stepped forward. The combat prowess shown by some ascendants is no weaker than that shown by Christine and Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to admire that there were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the universe. There were so many geniuses from all races, and all kinds of magical abilities and techniques emerged in endlessly. In comparison, there are only a few geniuses among humans who can take action, and there is no comparison at all. These are those who participated in the race ranking battle. There are still many powerful people who did not participate in the race ranking battle. What Lin Shen never expected was that the third mountain would reach the top of the ascendant rankings. Lin Shen watched several of his battles. When fighting against some top ascendants, his body was like a big elastic ball of flesh. All kinds of attacks hitting him would be bounced back. A big meatball that hurts back. Beating him was equivalent to beating yourself. Sanshan just stood there and let others beat him. In the end, it was others who gave in. 83 Chinese website latest address. In addition to the rebound attack, the power of the third mountain itself is also very terrifying. When an ascendant challenged him, he called him a meatball and was slapped into a meat pie by him, with his internal organs spurting out. Third mountain firmly occupied the first position and accepted several challenges, but no one could pick him off. His own continuous fighting ability is also good, and he probably also has the skills to restore his vitality. The third mountain occupies the first position in the rankings, which makes people more certain that Lin Shen already knew how powerful he was before challenging him. The third mountain did not dare to challenge, because it must be afraid of Lin Shen. If Lin Shen had not withdrawn from the competition, the first position should be Lin Shen's. In the ranking of Nirvana level, the first one is also a Phoenix clan, and most of those at the top are also those wealthy clans. Lin Shangdong's ranking has not moved much. Some people have challenged him, but they have not been able to withstand his flower petal torrent. There are not many people challenging him. After all, his ranking is not high, and it is impossible for the top Nirvana to challenge him with such a low ranking. The various abilities and secret techniques used by Nirvana are far more interesting than flying upgrades. Watching this ranking battle gave Lin Shen a great insight. It's a pity that with his eyesight, he still can't understand the battle of the immortal level, otherwise it would be more knowledge. He was looking at it interestingly when he suddenly saw a dead fan like a red crystal rope crawling out and wrapping around his arm. The evolution is complete. Lin Shen was overjoyed, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Didn't the dead fans advance to Nirvana? Normally, Nirvana level pets cannot enter combat status without the activation of Nirvana power. Lin Shen quickly looked at the properties of the dead fan to see what was going on. After swallowing the ashes of reincarnation, there was no Nirvana. Mutated Death Crusher, Ultra-Base Nirvana Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 1620. Speed, 1620. Hardness, 1620. Resilience, 1620. Life Base. Super Base Smash Diary. Nirvana Attributes, True Evil Killing Deathlight. Basic Talent, Super Basic Devouring, Super Basic Evolution, Super Basic Armor Breaking Thorn, Super Basic Instant Speed, Super Basic 100 Refining, Super Basic Condensation, Super Basic Soul Harvesting, Super Basic Prison King's Eye. Lin Shen was overjoyed to see that after the Death Fan's Nirvana came the top attributes, and the Nirvana attribute he obtained turned out to be the true evil killing divine light. You must know that the true evil killing divine light is one of the most powerful offensive Nirvana attributes in the world. He has understood the meaning of the true evil killing divine light and knows how terrifying this thing is. The Death Fan possesses this Nirvana attribute, which is equivalent to a Nirvana weapon with unparalleled destructive power. Lin Shen uses it to fight the enemy. No one at the same level dares to take his attack. This thing may be more powerful than the separation method. The separation method only attracts particles to separate. The true evil killing God's light is a terrifying existence that can directly penetrate particles. That's wrong, this isn't the true evil killing divine light. Lin Shen looked at it for a while and suddenly realized something was wrong. It said the true evil killing death light, not the divine light. Is there any Difference between this death light and divine light? Lin Shen was a little confused. He left Buyuju and prepared to go outside to try out the difference. What made Lin Shen even more puzzled was that even though the death fan was already at the nirvana level, he, an ascended person, could still activate it at will. This was something he had never heard of before. 83 Chinese website latest address. Being able to use the nirvana level death powder is naturally a great thing for Lin Shen, as it is a top level nirvana combat power. With the death powder by his side, even if he encounters a nirvana person who wants to kill him in the future, the death powder will be able to protect him. When they arrived at an open place in the wild, he let the death powder try out the difference between its true extreme evil slaying death light and the true extreme evil slaying divine light. The red light beam shot out from the death powder, just a casual hit, cut a huge rock in half from the middle. The red light flashed over the boulder, and the boulder looked no different, but the death powder went over and gently whipped the boulder with its tail, and the boulder immediately split from the middle and fell to both sides, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. It seems that there is no problem with the destructive power, except for the different color from the true extreme evil slaying divine light. There is no difference in other aspects. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the destructive power is fine. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pulled, and the death powder's body stood straight and turned into a spear. He waved his hand a few times and stabbed out with a gun. The red light bursting out from the tip of the gun condensed into a point and silently penetrated the boulder that was cut in half. Lin Shen finally discovered the difference. The true extreme killing evil light is a force that can directly penetrate the nucleus of an atom. When used, it will cause a terrifying explosion. It is not an exaggeration to say that it can be used to rub an atomic bomb. However, this true extreme killing evil death light, although it has strong destructive power, did not cause an explosion. It simply cut and pierced things. Although the destructive power is very strong, it is obviously different from the true extreme killing evil light. Lin Shen didn't know whether this difference was good or bad. He only knew that the destructive power of the death powder was probably unbearable for ordinary nirvana. The death powder was soft and hard in Lin Shen's hand, like a whip or a gun. The whip light was like a red silk thread. When it was whipped on anything, it would be directly pulled in half. The destructive power was too terrible. After trying all the abilities of the dead fan, Lin Shen became more and more satisfied. This is simply an invincible magic weapon. With this thing in hand, even if the top nirvana comes, he can still poke a hole in him. If he encounters an opponent like Night Crow again, he will not be afraid of not being able to kill him. Now that the dead fan has been nirvana, there should be a high chance of capturing the three-headed dragon. Lin Shen felt that this was reliable and could not wait any longer. He took the dead fan to the crater planet to find the three-headed dragon. When they arrived at the crater where the three-headed dragon was located, they saw that the three-headed dragon was lying on the stone platform inside the mountain to rest. Its body is made of silver crystals, and the 6 dragon wings look extremely domineering. Lin Shen directly summoned the dragon hunter Kiwis, wanting to use him as bait to lure the three-headed dragon out. Otherwise, it would see the nirvana-level dead fan and turn back to dive into the cyan energy pool, and it would be difficult to find it again. Sure enough, as soon as Kiwis appeared, he was sensed by the three-headed 6-winged dragon. The 3 dragon heads immediately raised their heads and stared at the direction where Kiwis was. Lin Shen quickly controlled Kiwis to turn around and run. The three-headed dragon fluttered its 6 wings, and the green energy liquid on its body flowed. It rushed out of the crater in an instant. Despite the damage to it from the environment, it directly sprayed a green crystal shield and smashed it at the fleeing Kiwis. Standing on the crater, Lin Shen directly used the death powder as a javelin and threw it at the three-headed dragon in the air. The death powder was like a red lightning, instantly piercing the body of the three-headed dragon, causing the three-headed dragon to scream. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen's main purpose was to subdue the three-headed dragon, not to kill it, so the location of this attack was not the vital part of its body, so although the three-headed dragon looked seriously injured, it was not fatal. The death powder turned around and returned to Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen flew and pointed at the three-headed dragon, but the three-headed dragon still had no intention of surrendering. Lin Shen threw the death powder as a javelin again, and the 3 heads of the three-headed dragon roared at the same time, and the 3 shields of cyan crystal, silver crystal, and gold crystal flew out at the same time. The cyan crystal shield bloomed a cyan halo like a transparent bubble, and the silver crystal shield and the gold crystal shield also bloomed a silver halo and a golden halo. The 3 halos combined together, as if a transparent bubble protected the body of the three-headed dragon. The javelin-like death powder pierced the transparent bubble, and the transparent bubble shook for a while, but failed to penetrate it. Lin Shen was extremely surprised. Because he wanted to catch it alive, he did not let the death powder use the true extreme evil-killing death light, but even so, the power of the death powder itself was not something that a flying upgraded creature could resist. The three-headed dragon was able to block the attack of the death powder. Just this defensive skill was a bit surprising. It is worthy of being a rare 3-life-based creature, and its ability is a bit abnormal. Lin Shen wanted to subdue this three-headed dragon as a mount more and more. He flew up into the air, caught the dead powder that flew back, and used it as a whip. With the red whip light, he whipped the transparent bubble-like halo of the three-headed dragon. The whip light, transformed by the true extreme evil-killing death light, directly pulled away the halo bubble. The halo bubble that could withstand more than 1,000 power attribute attacks was as fragile as paper under the whip light. The whip light directly hit the green crystal shield, pulling off a corner of the green crystal shield, which immediately caused the three-headed dragon to suffer a great loss of vitality. Lin Shen whipped the silver crystal shield and the gold crystal shield again. The three-headed dragon did not dare to take it again and hurriedly took back the life base. Lin Shen whipped the three-headed dragon with a whip, leaving a scar on its body. This whip did not use the true extreme death light. The three-headed dragon turned around and wanted to escape back to the crater. Lin Shen threw out the death powder, which was incredibly fast and directly wrapped around the three-headed dragon's body. The red rope-like body actually stretched to an extremely long length, tightly tying up the huge body of the three-headed dragon and falling from the air. Don't you still surrender? Lin Shen frowned at the three-headed dragon. If it didn't surrender, the chance of surrendering would be very small. Such a guy who swore to die and refused to obey would never surrender again in the future. Just when Lin Shen was a little disappointed, he saw one of the three-headed dragon's heads opened his mouth and spit out a mini key carved from green crystal. Just when Lin Shen was overjoyed and wanted to go over to receive the pet key, he saw the middle dragon head also opened his mouth and spit out a pet key, which was carved from silver crystal. The last dragon head also opened its mouth and spit out a golden crystal pet key. What's going on? How can a pet have 3 pet keys? Lin Shen was a little confused, but he still took back all 3 keys, and then took back the dead fans, allowing the 3-headed dragon to regain its freedom. Watching the 3-headed dragon fly into the air, the 3 heads simultaneously raised their heads to the sky and roared, then flew down and landed in front of Lin Shen, stirring up dust all over the sky. The 3 heads stretched out in front of Lin Shen and opened their mouths. Lin Shen used 3 keys to turn the 3-headed dragon into a pet capsule with 3 keyholes. 83 Chinese website latest address. Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, mutated 10th turn ascension. Strength, 320. Speed, 320. Hardness, 320. Toughness, 320. Base transformation talents. Mutated Tyrannosaurus body, mutated dragon advent, mutated dragon blood boiling. Life base, mutated bronze holy shield, mutated silver holy shield. Mutated gold holy shield. Mutated bronze holy shield, round defense, bronze holy shield shield. Mutated silver holy shield, triangle defense. Silver holy shield shield. Mutated gold holy shield, four-sided holy shield, gold holy shield shield. After Lin Shen saw the attributes of the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, he was stunned. The attributes of the 10th turn 3 life base Holy Shield Dragon reached an astonishing 320. Lin Shen calculated that when he was 10th turn, the ordinary attribute was only 243. This thing is actually higher than his 10th turn attribute. The 3 life bases are real. However, its basic attributes should all be 80, and if it is 81, it can be a few points higher. Even so, it is already very abnormal. If this thing is promoted to Nirvana, its attributes may directly soar to more than 3,000, which is twice as high as the dead fans. It is simply an attribute monster. Looking at its skills, no wonder this thing can withstand the attacks of the dead fans. The 3 basic transformation talents are all for strengthening the physique. Tyrant dragon body strengthens hardness and toughness, and the dragon's descent directly strengthens the 4 dimensions, but the time limit is relatively large. Dragon blood boiling can also strengthen the 4-dimensional attributes, but it is not as exaggerated as doubling. It is a skill that gradually enhances the attributes with the battle. The more you fight, the stronger you will be. Time is exchanged for attributes, and the highest attribute is also doubled. The 3 life bases are also defensive types. The circular defense can double the defense of the bronze holy shield, and at the same time has a force unloading effect. The triangle defense also doubles the defense, and at the same time has a counter-injury effect. The four-sided holy shield also doubles the defense and has an energy absorption effect. All 3 effects can be applied to the holy shield, and the holy shield can be stacked. The effect of the shield defense can also be stacked, and the stacking of the light shield can enhance the defense ability. After Lin Shen read the skill attributes of the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, he knew why this thing could withstand the attack of the die-hard fans. The 3 life bases are indeed abnormal. The only regret is that this thing is a defensive pet. Its own attack ability is not strong, but relying on its powerful attribute advantages, its combat power is also explosive in the flying upgrade level. Finally, I have a decent mount. Lin Shen restored the Holy Shield Dragon to the pet state. It is a bit troublesome that 3 keys are required to activate the Holy Shield Dragon. Although the Holy Shield Dragon is only a variant quality, in some ways, it is more terrible than the super base creature. The Holy Shield Dragon, which is made of silver crystals, unexpectedly matches Lin Shen's shell. The colors are a bit similar, and the texture is slightly different. Lin Shen rode on the Holy Shield Dragon and let it release. The 3 shield life bases. 3 shields surrounded the outside, forming a light shield that wrapped the entire body of the Holy Shield Dragon. This light shield can withstand the bombardment of Nirvana-level power. That is, the Nirvana attribute of the die-hard fans is too powerful. If you change to a Nirvana attribute with weaker attack, the 3 shield can probably withstand a few hits. With this powerful mount, it feels much safer to go out and hunt alien creatures. Under normal conditions, the 3 shield light shield cannot last too long, but if it is under attack, the energy absorption effect of the 4-sided defense can increase the duration of the light shield, which is very strong. It's really a gorgeous and practical mount. Lin Shen decided to find a good way to let this guy also reach Nirvana after he reaches Nirvana. Lin Shen has never heard of creatures with 3 life bases except this one. 83 Chinese website latest address. After getting the Holy Shield Dragon, Lin Shen was not in the mood to hunt other Super Source Dragons. After riding the Super Source Dragon on the planet for a while, he chose to teleport back. As usual, seeing that it was morning, Lin Shen was going to go to Tian Academy to take a look, and by the way, ask Qi Xinhua how to practice catching loaches, and why he couldn't practice it before. Lin Shen went out. He looked at his 4th brother Lin Shandong, who was still accepting challenges on the leaderboard. His ranking was still the same as before, and there was no change. It seemed that no one had challenged him for a long time. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Shandong. The battle of the leaderboard is not only a competition of strength, but also a test of physical strength and other aspects. Because during the leaderboard period, there is no supplement, no food and water, no healing potions. If challenged continuously, it is difficult to recover the consumption of physical strength and skills. The fewer times you are challenged, the longer you can persist. Some people have good combat ability, but strong physical strength, and the ranking they get may be better than those who are slightly stronger than him. In Lin Shandong's current situation, it should not be a big problem to persist until the end of the leaderboard. While Lin Shen was thinking, he saw a figure entering Lin Shandong's planet home court, and a challenger happened to come. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that the person who challenged Lin Shandong was a member of the Diamond Tribe. Lin Shen, who was about to leave, could not help but stop. Originally, not many people paid attention to Lin Shandong. After all, with his ranking, there should be no top Nirvana people who would challenge him. He did not challenge others, just to get a ranking. There was nothing to see. However, with the arrival of the challenger from the Diamond Tribe, more people paid attention to Lin Shandong instantly. Isn't that Xiao Jelly? How could he challenge the undefeated Heavenly King? With his ability, he should have been ranked high a long time ago. Why did he just enter the top 10? Xiao Jelly is known as one of the 3 genius generals of the Emperor Barbarians. He is more famous than Christine and became famous earlier than Christine. His strength should be able to impact the top 10 of the Nirvana level. Why is he ranked so low? He didn't deliberately let his ranking fall behind in order to fight the undefeated Heavenly King? Don't tell me, it's really possible. Xiao Jelly looked at Lin Shandong and asked coldly, "Is Lin Shen your brother? Do you know my brother?" Lin Shandong narrowed his eyes slightly. "No, but the people of the Lin family offended the nobles of my clan, so they all deserve to die, including you." Chow Jelly looked like he was looking at a dead person. The Wan family followed Chow Jelly's family, and the Chow Jelly family followed Catherine's family. Because of the incident between Lin Miao and Wan Yanbei, not only the Wan family was almost exterminated, but even Chow Jelly's family was implicated and punished by Catherine. So Chow Jelly hated the people of the Lin family very much. If he could participate in the battle of the Ascension level, he would definitely not let Lin Shen go. Since he couldn't meet Lin Shen, he came to find Lin Xiangdong. Good, that's great. Lin Xiangdong laughed. What's so funny? Chow Jelly stared at Lin Xiangla coldly and asked. It's naturally worth being happy to be able to kill the enemy, Lin Xiangdong said, and directly stretched out his hand and flicked out a petal. 83 Chinese website latest address. The petals instantly turned into a torrent of petals in the air, rushing towards Chow Jelly, and directly submerging him in the endless torrent of petals. Lin Xiangdong defeated many Nirvana-level strongmen with this move. Once they were trapped in the torrent of petals, it was almost impossible to get out. Because Lin Xiangdong's move was extremely similar to the dust settling, the power was getting stronger and stronger, and it was not difficult to defeat the strong with the weak. Unless there was a way to crack it, it would be difficult to defeat him. Suddenly, black flames rose from the torrent of petals. Almost in an instant, the torrent of petals was ignited and turned into a black river of flames. In a moment, all the petals turned into nothing. Chow Jelly, with black flames rising from his body, stood proudly in the ashes, staring at Lin Xiangdong coldly and said, "Those little tricks of yours are useless to me, Chow Jelly. Chow Jelly is Chow Jelly, too strong. Although the undefeated king is very strong, his nirvana time is too short and the number of nirvanas is too few. How can he be Chow Jelly's opponent? I heard that Chow Jelly has safely passed through 9 nirvanas. You can only give up the battle. Losing this time will not have a big impact on the ranking. Didn't you hear them say that this is a personal grudge? Losing the ranking is a small matter, but being abused by the enemy is too cowardly." When everyone was talking, Lin Xiangdong didn't say anything nonsense and flicked out the petals again. 1 petal turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000, and instantly turned into a blizzard that enveloped Chow Jelly. Humph. It's useless. Even if it happens 1,000 or 10,000 times, the ending will be the same. The black demonic flames on Chow Jelly's body rose, and once again ignited all the petals that fell from the sky. The petals in the sky instantly turned into sparks, but the number of sparks did not decrease, but increased. The burning petals did not burn to ashes like last time. More and more ignited petals fell on Chow Jelly's body, forming a blazing petal tower. The tower pillars stood up one by one, and the tower body became thicker and taller. The tower body layer by layer quickly increased in height under the condensation of petals, layer by layer. Chow Jelly was suppressed in the tower base, composed of petals, and burst out with power crazily, trying to push down the blazing petal tower. At the beginning, the petal tower was almost pushed down, but as the tower body rose from the ground layer by layer, Chow Jelly had less and less room to move, and his whole body was pressed in the tower base and could not move. No matter how much the magic fire on his body burned, it only turned the petal tower into a fire tower, but it could not push down the period, nor could it burn it into ashes. You deserve to die. Lin Xiangdong looked coldly at Chow Jelly, who was suppressed by the petal tower. His eyes were extremely cold. Xiao Jelly did not realize the seriousness of the matter at first, and summoned his life base, trying to break through the suppression of the petal tower, but the life base rushed wildly in the petal tower, but could not rush out, and was suppressed tightly. As the number of layers of the petal tower increased, Xiao Jelly in the tower base felt that his whole body's shell was about to be crushed. His 5 internal organs were squeezed and deformed, and blood kept gushing out of his 7 orifices. The spectators were stunned. Xiao Jelly, who was known as one of the 3 genius generals of the Emperor Barbarians, was suppressed so miserably. No one expected this. 83 Chinese website latest address. This tower that suppresses Xiao Jelly looks familiar. Wait. Isn't this the secret demon-suppressing tower of the Holy Heart clan? Yes, I said it looks familiar. The demon-suppressing tower of the Holy Heart clan is that the stronger the opponent's power, the higher the number of floors of the demon-suppressing tower. The move of the undefeated Heavenly King is very similar to the demon-suppressing tower. I remember that. The undefeated Heavenly King challenged a genius of the Holy Heart clan, right? Didn't the genius of the Holy Heart clan use this move at that time? However, the genius of the Holy Heart clan was only an ascender and could not use the real demon-suppressing tower. He just used the momentum of the demon-suppressing tower to suppress the momentum of the undefeated Heavenly King. It's over. Xiao Jelly is finished. He is suppressed in the base of the tower. He can't even reach out to activate the abandoned battle on his watch. People suddenly realized at this time that Xiao Jelly might die. Click. Click. As the flower tower piled up, the suppressed Xiao Jelly's shell was broken, and his body was deformed more and more. No matter how much the magic fire on his body burned, it could not burn the tower. There were screams from the tower base, but it was useless. Everyone watched the tower rise higher and higher, and the screams became smaller and smaller until they were completely inaudible. Finally, the tower stopped rising and burned madly in the magic fire, like a pillar of fire supporting the world. Xiao Jelly's burning heaven magic fire was indeed very strong. Even though he was dead, the burning heaven magic fire was still inextinguishable and would not stop until everything was burned to ashes. If it weren't for the fact that the petal tower itself had the dual effects of snowballing and absorbing spirits to suppress demons, it would be difficult to suppress Xiao Jelly. As the petals stopped snowballing and absorbing spirits, the tower was soon burned to ashes by the burning heaven magic fire. The flower tower turned into flying ashes and fell, revealing Xiao Jelly, whose body was suppressed into a pool of flesh and blood. You can touch me. If anyone touches my family, I will kill your whole family. I will not stop until you die. Lin Shen's voice spread throughout the universe. Xiao Jelly died just like that. Everyone couldn't believe that Xiao Jelly was killed so easily. Xiao Jelly seems to be unworthy of his reputation, and his strength seems to be just so. It's not that Xiao Jelly is not strong enough, but that the undefeated king is too strong. The Lin brothers are more terrifying than each other. I thought Lin Shen was strong enough before, but when the undefeated Heavenly King gets angry, he is much more brutal than Lin Shen. You're right, this seems to be the first time the undefeated Heavenly King has killed someone. He has experienced so many challenges and battles before, but he has never killed anyone, right? I don't know what kind of hatred they have. After all, Xiao Jelly is one of the 3 great generals of the Diamond Tribe. If the undefeated Heavenly King kills him like this, he will be a mortal enemy of the Diamond Tribe in the future. What are you afraid of? Isn't his brother Lin Shen in the Tianren tribe? The Tianren tribe and the Diamond Tribe are enemies for generations. If the undefeated Heavenly King kills Xiao Jelly, the Tianren tribe will definitely welcome such a strong man to join. Fourth brother. It's still that fourth brother. Lin Shen watched Lin Xiangdong kill Xiao Jelly, and couldn't help but think of the fourth brother who would stand up for him in everything. When Lin Shen was bullied when he was a child, it was his fourth brother who stood up for him. Although his third brother was also very kind to him, he would not help him. He would only teach him how to avoid being bullied and how to bully those who bullied him. Although the third brother was right, and made Lin Shen gradually capable of facing the world, capable of solving some problems, and capable of bearing the pain of failure, the fourth brother was the one who gave Lin Shen the most sense of security. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was the white moonlight in Lin Shen's life. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen walked towards the Tianchi Academy silently. On the way, people looked at him with strange eyes. It was probably because the news of the fourth brother killing Xiao Jelly had spread throughout the universe. Dean, your elder brother, is really cruel. He killed Xiao Jelly. Xiao Jelly also asked for death. He had the burning heaven demon fire and stood there to let people suppress him. He is simply a moron. Qi Xinhua, who was sitting in the security pavilion watching the gate, saw Lin Shen coming and said with a smile, "He is indeed a moron." Lin Shen nodded and said. Qi Xinhua laughed, "Your brother has offended the Diamond Tribe so much. Why don't you take this opportunity to recruit him into our Tianchi Academy? We are not afraid of the Diamond Tribe. If the Diamond Tribe dares to come, I, Lao Hua, will be the first to stand up and deal with them. I feel that I have a good relationship with your brother. How about letting your brother come to my security department and let him be the deputy director? Okay, when I see him, I will convey your words to him intact and see if he is willing to come." Lin Shen changed the subject and said, "Lao Hua, do you have a quick way to catch loaches? I have practiced for a long time, but there is no effect. I can't practice the suction of the palm. There is no quick way. It depends on talent to practice this." Qi Xinhua thought for a while and said, "But recently I thought of a practice method, which guarantees that you will not be so bored when practicing. I wonder if you, the dean, would like to try it?" "What practice method?" Lin Shen asked. "Playing mahjong," Qi Xinhua said seriously. "Play mahjong? How to catch loaches in mahjong?" Lin Shen suddenly became interested and asked Qi Xinhua curiously. Qi Xinhua looked around like a thief. Seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and whispered in Lin Shen's ear, "Dean, this matter is not known to outsiders. It can only be known by you and me. It must not be known by a third person, let alone other people in this hospital. If you agree, I will teach you the method. I promise you that this matter will never be spread from my mouth." Lin Shen was even more curious. "Go, let's go to your office, don't let others see it." Qi Xinhua took Lin Shen into the office, and then closed the doors and windows, and then took out a deck of mahjong tiles from his body like a magic trick. "Why do you have a deck of mahjong tiles on you?" Lin Shen was stunned. He couldn't imagine how Qi Xinhua did it. It was impossible to see it at ordinary times. "Hee hee, I applied the technique of catching loaches to playing cards. Playing cards is practicing martial arts, and practicing martial arts is playing cards. Qi Xinhua slowly demonstrated to Lin Shen. Lin Shen's eyes widened. With his eyesight, if Qi Xinhua was faster, he couldn't even see what Qi Xinhua did. After Qi Xinhua demonstrated it once, Lin Shen understood why he always lost when he played cards with Qi Xinhua before. This old man actually used the technique of catching loaches to cheat. What stealing cards, hiding cards, stacking cards, and changing cards were too simple for Qi Xinhua. It can be said that Qi Xinhua completely integrated his technique of catching loaches into the cheating skills of playing cards. It's really like what he said, playing cards is practicing martial arts, and practicing martial arts is playing cards. Lin Shen couldn't practice before, because it was too boring. Now after being taught by Qi Xinhua, the old man, Lin Shen found that this thing is really interesting. Playing cards seriously, with Lin Shen's card skills, it depends on fate to win. But with Qi Xinhua's trick of catching loaches, he is fate. Qi Xinhua asked Lin Shen to try it, and Lin Shen found it more and more interesting. Before he knew it, he had mastered the trick of catching loaches. 83 Chinese website latest address Laohua. It's boring for the two of us to play. Go find the Minister of Logistics and Vice President Xiao, and let's play together. Lin Shen said to Qi Xinhua. They are very cunning. You just started, don't let them find out the flaws. Qi Xinhua said anxiously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't win too much from them. Lin Shen was full of confidence. He might learn ordinary skills very slowly, but this kind of technology, he felt that he was about to master it. Qi Xinhua thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll call Vice Dinan over too. And you four will play together. If we play together, it will be too easy for them to figure out what we are doing. That's fine. Lin Shen nodded. Anyway, he just wanted to try this technique, not really wanting to win money. Practice more, I'll call them over. Don't let it slip. If they figure it out, I'll be in trouble. Qi Xinhua repeatedly reminded him before he left. After a while, Logistics Minister Cole, Vice Dinan and Vice Dean Xiao were called over by Qi Xinhua. The few of them were old friends before, and Lin Shen had played cards with them before. Mahjong was something Lin Shen brought into Tianchi Academy. After the four of them started playing, Lin Shen used the loach catching technique carefully. He didn't steal cards or change them. He mainly used the loach catching technique to arrange the cards when shuffling. I originally thought that I would definitely win with my skills, as long as I controlled not to win too much. But after a few rounds, Lin Shen found that he was not as powerful as he expected. Later, he even used some card-changing techniques, but he still didn't win much. When it was time for dinner and the game ended, he only won a few dollars. Something is wrong, what's going on? When everyone left, Lin Shen called the logistics director. He was the only one who won money in this game. Cole, when we were playing cards just now, I saw something wrong in your eyes. Did you cheat? Lin Shen looked at Cole and asked. Cole chuckled, Dean, who of us cheated? Don't you know? What do you mean? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Dean, others can't see Laohua's skills, but they can't be hidden from my eyes. You have learned most of Laohua's skills in such a short time, you are already very strong. Cole pointed it out directly. How did you see it? Lin Shen didn't feel embarrassed, so he asked Cole. Cole smiled and said, I am in charge of logistics. I have no other skills, but I can keep accounts. When our Tian Academy was still doing well, I had all the accounts of the logistics department in my mind. I even remembered how many screws there were in the warehouse. I have never made any mistakes in the accounts for 2 or 300 years. I can remember how many cards there are in a mahjong deck. I know which card is in which position and what cards you have in your hands. You can do it. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He really envied this kind of memory. It's just a little trick. Dean, thank you for your praise. Cole said this, but his face was very proud. No, when I shuffled the cards, I had already changed the position of the cards. Even if you have a good memory, you can't remember them all correctly. Lin Shen stared at Cole and said, 83 Chinese website latest address. Cole stretched out his hand to scratch his hair and said with an embarrassed smile, you have seen through it. In fact, in addition to my good memory, my eyes also have special skills. What special technique? Lin Shen asked. Dean, I will only tell you this. You must not tell me, otherwise I will be doomed and I will not be able to survive in the hospital anymore. Cole said a little nervously. Don't worry, I have the strictest mouth. Lin Shen said seriously. Dean, to be honest, I know how to see through things, Cole said in a low voice. Clear vision? Is this your innate ability? Lin Shen was greatly surprised. He found it incredible that such an ability existed in the world. Perspective sounds very simple, but this ability itself is theoretically a very advanced skill. Even more advanced than separation. Of course, it is only very advanced in theory, and the actual effect is certainly not as good as the separation method. No, if I use my natural ability, how can I hide it from those old foxes? This kind of clairvoyance ability is a secret method that I accidentally acquired. I use some special medicine to soak my eyes. After soaking for a long time, my eyes will slowly. With this ability, Cole whispered to Lin Shen, I have always kept the prescription, but there are several medicinal liquids in it that are difficult to obtain. If the Dean is interested, I will dedicate this prescription to you. Minister Cole is serious. We have been owed benefits to the logistics department for so long. No one can make our logistics department suffer. I will think of a solution later. Lin Shen said. Dean, you are really the great savior of our Tian Academy. Cole quickly offered his potion formula. How long will it take for this to be effective? In addition to see-through cards, can you also see through other things, such as combat uniforms? Can you see through combat uniforms and find the enemy's weaknesses? Lin Shen asked, seriously rowed. Dean, clothes cannot be seen through. Clothes made of any material cannot be seen through. Cole understood what Lin Shen meant and said helplessly. Why? Lin Shen had a look of disappointment on his face. This kind of perspective is actually not a real perspective. It cannot really see through matter. I can't explain the specifics. Anyway, a certain magnetic field of the living thing itself will affect this kind of perspective ability, so if you are too close to the living thing, like clothes that are worn close to the body, will be invisible unless the person is a dead person. I also want to be able to see through a living person, but I really can't. Okay, you go to eat first. Lin Shen asked Cole some questions and then sent Cole away. Then Lin Shen went to Deputy Director Chiao's office. Although Deputy Director Chow didn't win money, he didn't win or lose much. He was basically competent. He felt that there was something wrong with Deputy Director Chow. Before Lin Shen could speak, Vice Dean Chow said with a smile, "Dean, you must be wondering why you have already changed cards and cheated, but I didn't lose money, right?" Lin Shen nodded and opened his mouth to say something, but before the words came out, Vice President Chow said again, "Minister Cole has an amazing memory and has clairvoyance. Why didn't I lose?" Lin Shen nodded again, a little surprised that Vice President Chow knew everything, even that Cole had clairvoyance ability. Vice President Chow continued talking to himself, "Dean, have you ever heard of the saying that you know a woman by smelling her fragrance?" 83 Chinese website latest address. I've heard it before. It should be said that every woman has a different body fragrance. You don't need to use your eyes to see it, just smell it to tell who is who. Lin Shen finally had a chance to speak. "I have seen countless women since I was a child, and have developed the ability to recognize women by smell. But I have expanded it a little bit. I can remember the smell of everything that my nose has smelled. More than 100 mahjong tiles, for it doesn't matter whether you see it or not." Vice President Chow said with a smile, "Dean, you know this matter and I know it, and you can't let the third person know about it. Don't worry. I will never tell anyone." When Lin Shen left Vice President Chow's office, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are only a few old guys left in Tianchi Academy, and they are all so good. Just like a monkey, there is so much intrigue when playing cards. When Lin Shen was about to go back, he was stopped by Vice President and seeing Vice President and standing at the door of the office waving to him. Lin Shen had no choice but to walk over and enter Vice President N's office. Vice President N was the only one who lost money, and he lost a lot. He should be fine, so Lin Shen had no intention of looking for him. Vice Dean N asked Lin Shen to sit down, and while making tea, he said to Lin Shen, "Dean, have you talked to those people?" "It was very interesting to chat with them," Lin Shen said with a smile. Lao Hua's tactics are very strong, but he can't hide it from Cole and Lao Chiao. Cole has a good brain and good eyesight, but his emotional intelligence is a bit low. Lao Chiao does a good job in this aspect. He can win. But I rarely win money, and sometimes I lose a little. Vice President N said, and sent the brewed tea to Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen listened, the more surprised he became. He didn't expect that Vice Dean N, the only one who lost money, knew everything. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little sad for Lao Hua. He thought he did it perfectly and his cheating methods would not be discovered. But in the end, all the players were watching him cheating, but no one pointed out his cheating. What is the difference between this and the Emperor's new clothes? Lao Hua is simply naked in front of others, only he himself doesn't know. Vice President N is really a master who can do things that others cannot. Lin Shen said sincerely. Seeing several of his subordinates cheating, Vice President N was able to play cards with them for so long and lose so much money. This level is not something ordinary people can achieve. I'm not superior to others. It's just that I'm older and don't care much about things outside of myself. Vice President N said with a smile. Old. And I still don't understand. How did you tell that they were cheating? Lin Shen still wanted to know what special abilities Vice President N had. I didn't see them cheating, I just guessed it. Vice President N took a sip of tea. Guess? How to guess? Lin Shen became more and more curious. There are hundreds of millions of techniques in the world. Even if you are a gifted genius, it will be difficult to master 1 or 200 millionths of them in a lifetime. Even if you are just watching, if you can see 1 or 2 hundredths, you are already knowledgeable. So what do you want to know? Relying on knowledge is sometimes not enough. At this time, you need to use guessing. Weisstein and said, opened the drawer of the desk, took out a book and placed it in front of Lin Shen. If you are interested, you can read this book. And maybe you can understand how to guess. Lin Shen picked up the book and saw a few beautiful, but elegant words, Unsolved Mysteries of the World, written on the cover. 83, Chinese website, latest address. Lin Shen looked a little strange, because he had read books with this name when he was a child. What? XX Unsolved Mysteries, XX Great Unsolved Mysteries, most of them can only be read as stories, not taken seriously. The book Unsolved Mysteries of the World, given to him by Weisstein, and did not seem to be reliable. In addition, Weisstein said before that he only relied on guesses to do things, which made people feel even more unreliable. Dean, now that you are here, our Tian Academy should also raise its head. Lao Hua, Lao Chao, and Cole are all available people. Although they all have their own problems, they are not weak in their professional fields. The previous dean tried every means to invite them here, and spent a lot of thought, but buried them all here, and it has been more than 100 years. Weisstein said to Lin Shen before he left. I know. Lin Shen actually knew in his heart that these people had expressed their attitudes and were willing to follow Lin Shen. But Lin Shen was not sure whether there were undercovers from other forces among them. But just like Ouyang Yudu said, it doesn't matter even if there is one, as long as he can help him work. The more you want to gain his trust and want to explore secrets, the more you have to work hard. Such people are more useful, but it depends on whether the helmsman can control them. If used well, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. If not used well, Tianchi Academy will be completely finished. Back to Buyuju, habitually looking at Lin Xiangdong's planet home, no one challenged him, and he did not challenge others. Only then did Lin Shen sit down with peace of mind and flip through the book Unsolved Mysteries of the World, given to him by Vice President, and originally thought it was some metaphysics, but when I saw it, it turned out to be some mathematical conjectures. These mathematical conjectures are explained in some language that is as simple and easy to understand as possible. Lin Shen read it for a long time, but he didn't understand what these mathematical conjectures had to do with the conjectures mentioned by Vice President N. Although Lin Shen didn't hate mathematics, he didn't have the heart to learn it, and he didn't have the time to learn it. It wasn't until I turned to the second half that I knew what Vice President N meant. The second half is not about those conjectures, nor is it really about proving those conjectures, but using those conjectures to tell readers how to look at truth and falsehood dialectically. I originally thought this was a math problem, but as I read on, I found that it was actually a question about human hearts. The latter part talks about using mathematical methods to calculate human hearts, which actually seems to be very reasonable. Lin Shen can only admire the imagination of Vice President N. Then I continued to read on and found that it was another turn, from human hearts to how to calculate opponents in battle and predict their various behavior patterns. At the beginning, it was more based on consciousness, and later it became more and more academic, with various precise calculations involving theories of mathematics, physics, human anatomy, etc., which were written very miscellaneously and messily. Lin Shen read for a long time and only understood a small part of it. I turned to the end. But the book was not finished. Even the last sentence was a comma. This shows that Vice President and only wrote here, and he is still writing, and he has not finished it. Lin Shen only read it once and knew that he couldn't practice this unsolved mysteries of the world. This thing requires too much brains. With his ordinary memory, it is impossible to practice it. Lin Shen felt that Vice President and gave him this book, which was like a pearl in the sky. It seems that these people have high expectations of me. Lin Shen sighed a little. If the Tianchi Academy cannot be developed, the efforts of these people will be in vain. Of course, Lin Shen will not force himself to do anything for them, but it happens that their goals are the same. The Emperor of Heaven wants the Tianchi Academy to stand up again. They also want the Tianchi Academy to stand up again, and Lin Shen also needs the Tianchi Academy to stand up again. Fourth brother has been working hard to protect his family, but that is not enough. His strength alone is too weak and needs a stronger force as a backing. Fourth brother, I will be your strong backing. Lin Shen also wants to develop the Tianchi Academy quickly. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. 83 Chinese website latest address. These days, Lin Shen has been reading and researching in Buyuju, and occasionally goes to the Chaos River to absorb the energy there to enhance the base change rate and life base. His base change rate has broken 95, and he is very close to perfection. The fate-defying one is only one turn away from full rotation, and the folding fan is still 7 turns, a little short, but not far away. After a few days, the battles for the rankings of all levels have ended. 10 days later will be the final race ranking battle. Whether humans can be on the billion race rankings depends on Lin Xiangdong's performance. With his performance in killing Qiao Jelly, it should not be a big problem to rush in. The first place in the flying upgrade is still the third mountain. The first place in the Nirvana level is Feng Yi of the Phoenix clan, and the first place in the Immortal level is Feng Lu. The Phoenix clan took the first place in 2 levels. Many people believe that the Phoenix clan has the possibility of impacting the first race in the universe this time. Lin Shen did not pay attention to the ranking of the base change level, and he did not know who was the first. The celestial race still failed to enter the top 10 in the immortal rankings, and ranked 14th. The person on the list was Qi Er. Qi Er was naturally the second-ranked person in the Qi family. This person was obviously not the strongest person in the celestial race. From this point, it can be seen that the celestial race did not intend to impact the race rankings this time. The Diamond race actually surpassed the Supreme race in the immortal rankings and ranked second. This year, the Diamond tribe also seems to have some intentions on the race ranking. The Supreme tribe, which has been the first race for many years, is only ranked third in the immortal ranking this time. Of course, this is not the final race ranking, and the final ranking may not be this. The final race ranking battle will start in 10 days. There is no race ranking battle to watch. Lin Shen is a little bored, and he went to Tianwang to read some news. And suddenly found a hot news. The third mountain, who ranked first in the flying upgrade, actually challenged Lin Shen on Tianwang to prove that he could defeat Lin Shen. It was just because he didn't want to waste too much time on Lin Shen during the ranking battle, so he chose to give up the battle at that time. He wanted to compete with Lin Shen again at the peak, but he didn't expect Lin Shen to withdraw from The competition, which made him lose the opportunity to prove himself. The third mountain challenged Lin Shen on Tian just to let everyone know that he deserved the first place. Although San Shan is now the first, due to the withdrawal of Lin Shen, Christine and Deers, many people feel that San Shan's first ranking is a bit undeserved, so he is so eager to prove himself. However, Lin Shen feels that San Shan's doing this is not just for fame. Because San Shan has already stated that he wants to challenge him on Zenith Star, and hopes that the Celestials can give him this opportunity. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter Zenith Star at all. This is the home planet of the Celestials, and not just anyone can enter. San Shan's actions made Lin Shen feel that he most likely wanted to take this opportunity to join the Celestials, but he didn't know which force he wanted to join. Lin Shen ignored San Shan's challenge at all. He would not let himself be a ladder for others. But what Lin Shen didn't expect was that the Celestials officially agreed to San Shan's request to enter Zenith Star to challenge Lin Shen. As a result, the people who were disappointed because they could not see Lin Shen and his team fight with all their strength were a little excited, and strongly demanded that the Tianren clan publicly broadcast the entire process of the challenge of the third mountain. The Tianren clan officials once again stood up and said that they would broadcast the entire process from the third mountain entering the Zenith Star, and would never let the third mountain receive any unfair treatment. The idle people who did not watch the race ranking battle almost all focused on this matter. Lin Shen did not pay attention to this matter at all, because Ouyang Yudu told him that there were already several candidates for assistance, and asked him to choose one himself. Originally, Lin Shen planned to go and let Ouyang Yudu choose one himself, but when he saw the photos of the candidates sent by Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen decided to go there in person to choose his assistant. 83 Chinese. Website latest address.